Hello everyone. Hold on, voice working? Voice is working, nice. Hi, everyone ready for a short and sweet stream? Hell yeah. Only 7 hours, true, a nice quick stream to end a busy week. It has been a super busy week for me, holy. From the Sunday and Monday working on the Vic 3 video to the stream on the Tuesday. And then, okay, I'm not gonna lie, I did not do as much on Wednesday. After all that stuff that I went and did on the previous 2 days, I was like, yeah, no, Wednesday I'm gonna give myself slightly more of a break. I did less work on Wednesday. But yesterday I absolutely locked in, I'm not gonna lie. Really proud of the work I did yesterday. I sat down, I woke up at the correct time. So that's an immediate bonus. Also, something just happened to my screen, and I have no idea what it was. Okay, anyway. Yeah, I absolutely locked in yesterday. I woke up at the right time, which is like, first of all, let's go. Second of all, I actually started working at 9 and then stopped working at like 8:30. Although, to be fair, I did take like an hour break somewhere in there, so yeah. Hey Martis, yeah, long time no see. How's it going, man? Hello, Linatal, and Hugo, and Christian, and Solafar. New music? Technically no, actually. This music you're listening to right now is the music that I use as the backtrack for every single video, actually. Like, it's the same one for all of them. And it's a collection of jazz music. I figured it would make more sense for these long streams, because the usual music I have is literally the same song, and if we put that on repeat for 7 hours, that's probably going to be terrible, so. Vic 3 tier list 1. It would be so much easier to do a Vic 3 tier list. Do pretty well. About to get engaged? Hell yeah. Congrats, man. Who'd have thought the guy that spent 30 hours and $100 on an Ecuador mod would have ended up in this position? Funny how life works sometimes. Siberian tribes S tier. That's true. That's true. That's pretty real. I've been conditioned to like that one song and repeat now, though. Okay, maybe we'll bring it back at some point. Well, I usually have that on for most streams, so you'll hear that soon enough. Did you see OPB just started a Vic 3 RP Canada series? I don't know how well you can do RP Canada in Vic 3, because you just kind of exist. I mean, I'll probably watch it, just to see how it goes. But anyway, it's been a solid 7-ish minutes or so. We should probably get started on the actual tier list, otherwise we will never finish this off. Are the formable countries included? If it is a tag in EU4 that you can play, then it is in the tier list. So that's all releasables, all formables, and all starting countries. You're streaming on somewhere else? Yeah, so we're doing both YouTube and Twitch streaming. We're doing multi-streaming. Okay, let me pull up the actual tier list here. Alright, so we got part of the way through. I think, what do we get? Like 36% through this one? I think in the first stream. But to be fair, this is where all of the heavy hitters were. Like, if you scroll down, you'll notice something that a lot of these countries have in common down here, and that's that, like, a lot of them are North American tribes, which makes them a lot easier to rank. Yeah, for some reason, for those who don't know, this is in alphabetical order, but for some reason it's split into 2 parts. right? So, first of all, maybe I need to turn this down like a tad, a touch. So we have A to Z, and then we have A to Z a second time because I don't know why. I thought I uploaded all the flags correctly, but it's weird. It is what it is. Just about to take a nap when you started the stream. See you when I wake up. True. Yeah, no, don't worry. You can have a whole sleep, a whole evening sleep. A good 8 hours and then come back. The Netherlands are not F tier. I don't know what you're referring to. This is, Paraguay. I don't even think we've gotten to the Netherlands yet, have we? No, I don't think so, because they would be somewhere up here. Probably in S tier. Anyway, so the way that we do this... The way that we do this is I'm going to go open up the countries menu in the EU4 wiki and continue from where we left off. It seems the next one we have is actually Ragusa. See them at S tier maybe? They could be up there, possibly. Yeah, we're not going to be able to see the entire tier list most of the time. Oh yeah, here's the Netherlands, right? We're not going to be able to see the entire tier list at any given point because there are simply too many tags. So basically it's cooked. Anyway, Ragusa, let me look at those ideas. They are just kind of alright. Okay, let me think about that. Small country, not an easy position. Do they have missions? They have the Croatian missions. Are we just going to give that like a worse Croatia tier, maybe? Where'd I put Croatia? That's the problem with splitting this up, is that I kind of forget where I put each country. So if I want to have like a relative rating, I have to go find it again. Isn't this Dalmatia? No, that's not what Dalmatia looks like. This is Dalmatia, I think. Maybe? Okay, basically this is gonna go into the... Honestly, yeah, it kind of feels like D tier. Feels like D tier, but like worse than Granada, actually. We're gonna put this in the... Could it be E tier, actually? It could be E tier. Yeah, you know what? Screw it, we're putting it right there. Boom, Ragusa. Next, Ramazan. I want to put it where the Beyliks were, or are still at this point. Where'd I put those? Beyliks. Did I really put you up here? Oh, that's Alcoyone, that's not a Beylik. That's Karaman, that is a Beylik. I'm gonna put it in like the slightly worse than Kandahar tier, like maybe here, because it's one province. Anatolian Tech Group though, so that's fair. It's HRE tier, that's true. Okay, what do we have next? Is that Receipts, I think? That is the Receipts. I'm probably gonna go in the generally Arabia tier. Oh, they have their own idea. Oh, those are good ideas. What? Starting infantry combat ability? National manpower starting? Morale of armies, goods produced. Shock damage received? Trade efficiency? Ooh. It's actually not too bad. Okay. Okay, not too bad. Where'd I put the other Arabian countries? I think I put them somewhere up here because they're actually not too bad. Yeah, okay, up here. Because the Arabia tree is really good, and so, like, they have potential. I'm gonna put it maybe above Najd. Maybe like right here. That's fine. Next. Riga. Ooh, that's a tough one. Riga has like a weird playstyle that they have to do to make it all work. Where you stay as like one province. And that can be really interesting. Like, it can be a cool run. Definitely gives it vibe check. Sort of passes the vibes a little bit. But It's not like the easiest to get it off the ground. I feel like it's, I feel like that's gonna be a C tier. But where on the C tier? It might comfortably sit next to Ajuran on the C tier. Like maybe right there. High B tier? For Riga? Let me look at those missions again. Really glad that today we have the EU4 wiki working, because sometimes it doesn't, and that would actually ruin the entire stream. We're at it again. We are Boostar. We're back for part 2, hopefully to actually finish it this time, but we'll see. Yeah, they don't have like insane number of missions, but in terms of each one, that one's alright. That one's okay. That one's meh. Where's the one that I'm looking for specifically? Oh, here we go. The city against the state. That stuff. I thought they had something unique for, like, subjects. Oh yeah, there we go. Tactics of the Orders, 25% vassal force limit. It's alright. Yeah, no, I'm gonna keep it there. It's staying there. Okay, next. That would be room, I think. So we're just gonna go ahead and put that in the... There's gotta be at least a high S, or like somewhere in the S tier. Like I might even throw that right here. I think that's room. Let me just make sure that's room. Yeah, that is room. Okay. Because I mean, okay, obviously Anatolian tech group to start with. Then their ideas are kind of crazy. Well... They're not that crazy. Hold on, let me look at my rankings for a second. Yeah, because they're not like Ottoman crazy. In terms of their, like, what they get to do. And the thing is, actually... Okay, what missions do they get? They get the Ottoman missions without domination? Ooh. Ooh, not the old Ottoman missions. Oh no. Not the old Ottoman missions. Do they get the crisis? Depends on if... Oh, wait a second. They get islets? Oh, never mind. Okay, we're bringing that up a tier. We're bringing that up a tier immediately. Never mind. Never mind, guys. They get islets. It's over. It's so cooked. But do I bring them... do I bring them higher? Like I bring them higher than these guys. Like, islets are just so cracked. It's insane. And I don't know if they get the crisis, to be honest. We're gonna put it in high S tier. Yeah, we're gonna keep it there. That's fine. Room would be absolutely cracked if they didn't have to stay Muslim to keep the bone eye. Possibly. They don't get the crisis. What's that flank to the right of Germany in S tier? Oh, this one is Great Moravia. It just has absolutely insane ideas, if I'm remembering correctly. And Hussite, because you form them as Bohemia. I don't know if I should be taking that into account, actually. Well, it's too late. We can't go back and change it for each country. Remember, it's vibes-based. The biggest mistake you can make is to take this as a serious tier list. Next. That is... Who is that? That's Romania, but for some reason it was... Okay. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's Romania, but we just did a room. So how is that? Why is that after? Okay, whatever. Romania. I actually did play Romania at one point. So I did that that one achievement, the Wallachia one. What letter are we? We're on R, but for the first half. We are, okay, let's just make it easy. We're like 37% through the tree. Through the tree, man. I was looking at a mission tree when I said that. Like 37% through the whole set of countries. So we get, oh right, Romania was buffed, I forgot about that. You get the local organizations now. They did buff them. Quite considerably, it looks like. Okay. It's not like a new mission tree, but they did give them a couple of decent things. Okay, you know what? We're gonna toss Romania in the... Hold on, look at those ideas again. Discipline and tolerance of the true faith to start with. Okay, you have my attention. Manpower recovery speed. National manpower. Okay, they have a really good start, but the rest is just kind of alright. Romania. I feel like that's gonna be a solid C tier? Like above Kurland maybe? Or like roughly where Kurland is. Yeah. I think that's, yeah. Robert, can you defend the decision to put Ireland in the E tier? All the Irish miners go in the E tier because I say so. How are the countries rated? Vibe check. Basically, that includes their missions, their ideas, their position, their tech, a bunch of different things. And then, yeah. Ireland is just worse Great Britain, you end up forming them anyway. Okay, we're talking about like each of the minor countries because we have Britain. We have Britain and it's up here. Or it's right here. Remember, this is not England. This is Angevin. This is England. This is Britain. Okay, we've already rated Britain. So like the potential to form another country isn't really taken into consideration because you can form like any country as any country if you feel like it. So it's like, am I really gonna think about that too much? Probably not. Britain gets the Royal Charter reform. Okay, well clearly I don't know every reform in the game. We'll take a look at that real quick. But I can't do this for every country. So it's special because it's Britain. What does this do? Establish trade protectorates. Why do I not know what a trade protectorate is? Can't integrate. But you do get goods produced. Oh, that's kind of cracked. That's true. That's pretty true, actually. That's pretty true. Okay. Okay, that's kind of cracked. That's pretty true. Screw it. You know what? Congrats. We move on. there you go. All right, next. I don't remember who this is. Rostov? It is Rostov. Nice. Okay, immediately we're just gonna throw that into the small Russian country tier, which is like right here. Boom. Actually, do you have any different ideas that I care about? Idea cost, development cost, AE impact? Ooh. They actually have decent ideas. Okay, here you go. Next. What do we have here? Roswy Empire. I'm trying to remember what these guys actually get. I'm pretty sure they get the reduced chance of gold depletion. Oh, they get the Mutapa ideas. They get the Mutapa ideas, but I think they're better at fighting compared to Mutapa. Okay, where did I put Mutapa then? That's right here? No, wait, that's not Zimbabwe. It's the country that forms Roswy. Wait, no, that is the Great Zimbabwe. No, wait, that isn't... No, because I wouldn't put that in E tier. Didn't I just rate Mutapa? Not just, but, I mean... Where did I put it? Oh, I put it up here. I mean, that does kind of make sense. Given the situation, like where they start, and their missions are actually pretty solid. But I feel like they're just worse Mutapa. Like, I wouldn't... Would I call these guys Axum tier? No, I don't know. I'm gonna put them like right... Like here, maybe. Hold on, I'm trying to remember why I set them aside from Mutapa. Or rather, why did I put Mutapa so high? I mean, like, they're good, but... I'm questioning my past self choices. Screw it. Last video you said Gotland had to be at the top of B. Okay, I'm gonna keep them there. Yeah, I don't know. These guys are like basically Mutapa. But I still feel like they're... I feel like you don't deserve this position. I feel like you actually get to go here. I feel strongly that Axum is better than these two. Anyway. Next. Is that Russia? Okay, that's probably a pretty easy one. Next. Okay, do I really have to rate these from where their position is? There. Okay, whatever. Close. Next. Mutapa passed the vibe check because you had a lot of fun with them. That's true. That's pretty true. Next. Interest is a bit better. It doesn't... Okay, you know what? No, I feel like... Okay, whatever. I'm keeping it where it is. Like, you might not be wrong, but I don't want to think about it that hard. Ruthenia. I'm pretty sure these guys have cracked manpower stuff, don't they? 20% manpower recovery speed. That is pretty good. Max promoted cultures, cavalry combat ability, years of separatism, core creation cost, tolerance of the true faith, and the discipline. Russia at home. Yeah, no, seriously. What do you have in terms of your missions? Just the Russian Principality missions? Yikes. But they do get the Russian modernization mechanic. Which isn't really that useful if we're being honest. I mean, they get the Ruthenian Tsardom, okay? They do get the Russian government abilities. And it is a pretty decent government, right? With 350 additional governing capacity. I feel like they deserve like a real tier. Their missions aren't that great, but they do deserve a real tier. So maybe like a solid A. Like, they gotta be above Florence. Well, yeah, no, like, they gotta be above, like, roughly where Florence is. Maybe, like, above Mali. They're pretty solid. I think we can live with that, yeah. Next. I don't know who that is. Rwanda? It is Rwanda. I'm killing it with these flags today. Okay, I think they're going firmly into the Great Lakes tier, which is this tier right here. Congrats. Next, Ryazan. Do I even want to check the ideas? Because I'm feeling pretty inclined to put them where the rest of the Russian principalities are. But I will check their ideas, because I'm thorough like that. National manpower modifier, land force limit, national unrest, manpower recovery speed, infantry combat ability, corps creation cost, advisor cost. Okay, well, maybe it's actually not that bad. Remember, we're not rating them on their ability to form Russia. That's a given. But I feel like they get a better rating than some of the other countries around here. Yeah, maybe they get to... Sure, yeah, we'll do that. When GeoGuessr? That's a good question. I haven't played GeoGuessr in a really long time. I should do that. I still have my subscriptions. They're just like getting free money from me. Inca deserves S tier. I think I'm keeping their high A tier. Okay, who is this? What do we have next? Sakalava. Southern Africa, East Africa. I don't... No, I do remember this country, but I don't remember where it is in East Africa. Oh, it's in Madagascar. Okay. Where's Betsimisaraka? Where did I put them? I didn't yikes tier them. No, okay. Why can't I find it? I know exactly what the flag looks like, but I can't find it. F besides Benin? Oh, you're right, thank you. Okay. Yeah, have fun. Join your friend there. Next. Isn't that Saleh? Or am I crazy? That is Saleh. They do appear by an event and they're automatically a pirate republic, right? They're kind of just like... worse Morocco. If you think about it. I mean, they do get points for starting as a pirate republic. Discount Morocco. Seriously. Where did I put the other pirate republics? I didn't put them too high up, did I? I hope not. Because that would be a really bad idea to put them too high. Did I even put the Pirate Republic? Oh, wait, yeah, Cornwall. Wait, no, they don't start as a Pirate Republic. This is Fez. So they're going to be around here. Probably going to be a little bit higher on this list. Probably put them, like, below Granada, though. So you know what? Maybe they get to go... maybe you get to go, like, here, like above Algeria. African Gotland? Okay, no, but like Gotland has good missions. Why is Albania D tier? Their missions kind of suck, to be honest. And they have a really tough start. Salzburg. As Albania once ruled the world but gave other countries their land, that's true. That is verified Albania lore. Alright, what ideas do these guys have? Salzburg just has divine ideas. I mean, they're not terrible ideas, it's just I've expected them to have something unique. I don't know why. Like, divine is, it's a good idea set, don't get me wrong. It's got the discipline, the core creation cost, and the missionary strength, plus a missionary. Like, it's good. I just kind of expected something different. That's gonna go into the HRE 1 province minor tier, probably. We're gonna chuck that. What about the other ones? Here, you get to go in the theocracy tier. Have fun. Next. What flag is that? Samsky. I don't recognize it when it's close up. Wow, they actually have their own ideas. That's crazy. And they are just kind of okay. Okay, what kind of missions do you have? I assume you probably have some version of the Georgia missions, maybe. And their ideas are really not very good. Rebel support efficiency, let's go! No, okay, they're not terrible, they're just not great. The Samsky, you're gonna go in the... They feel Gazakamuk tier to me. No, worse than... This is Imereti right here, so they're like worse Imereti. So they're actually... I changed my mind. They're going below the French ducal tier, and we're gonna shove them like right there. Have fun. Is that Netherlands in F tier? No. Remember, in EU4's timeline, the Netherlands has this flag with orange at the top. Why is Samsky worse than Imereti? Because it's just the Imereti, but with fewer provinces. Next we have Sardinia-Piedmont. Isn't this the everybody forms them for their specific idea? Or specific mission tier? Because nobody actually plays them, they just form them for one mission and then form something else? Everyone forms them for the toothpaste color? That's fair. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you form them because there's one mission, and I don't remember which one it is. But I think it gives you permanent something. Admin efficiency, maybe? Yeah, okay, so if you finish having at least 100 development in the country's capital area, 12 manufactories, and an income of 10 times the starting income, then you get 5% admin efficiency permanently, which is kind of insane. Like, that's cracked. Their ideas are not terrible. They get some pretty decent stuff in there, if you stay Catholic at least. I mean, they do get the core creation cost and the development and the AE and the goods produced. They get the idea cost, and I mean, improved relations is decent, especially when it's early on. So you know what? They actually do get an A tier. They get an A tier. Is that one really good mission? Maybe below a few of these, though. Maybe like a Denmark level 8 tier. Or like... yeah. The color makes it S tier, true. Next we have Sardinia-Piedmont, but worse, because there's no Piedmont. Okay, what do you guys get? Sardinia gets Sardinian ideas. Who could have guessed? It's gonna take a while to load them up. Alright. Naval force limits, idea cost, morale of armies, tolerance to true faith, yearly papal influence, national unrest, AE impact, core creation cost, construction cost, discipline. Every single part of this idea set is pretty good, except for the tax at the end. Having tax as an ambition is really depressing, not gonna lie, but everything else here is really good, surprisingly. So, you know what, Sardinia, you get to go in the, I would say Irish, but with good ideas tier. Actually, what missions do they have? If they have any. I guess I wouldn't really know, and I think they don't have any, if I'm being honest. So, it does kind of put them in the E tier. Pretty quick. Is it pretty much like Ireland, but with better ideas? Or could we put that in like low D tier, because the ideas are decent enough? I feel like you could put them above quite a few countries. Like, we can probably put them... like, above Cornwall feels reasonable. Maybe above the Russian principalities because of the trade node location. But, like, not significantly, so, like, maybe we put them, like, here. Generic Italian minor missions. Okay, yeah. I'm probably gonna keep them there then, actually. Like, screw it. Maybe they go next to Pisa. Like a little... yeah, you know what? They get to go there, and that's fine. Next, we have... I think that's... Saruhan. Which are Anatolian. Automatically, they get the Anatolian Tech Group. So they can go into the Beylik tier, but like maybe... well, where do I put the other Beyliks? Over here, so like a... mid-Beylik tier. I think this is Satake. Yep. Any good idea, Satake? Not really. I mean, they're not bad, but... okay, we can go through these. I mean, they get the land force limit, which is something, early game at least. Yearly army tradition is not half bad. The tax is... it's okay, but I would like to see better. -1 national unrest, it's okay. Infantry combat ability is decent, but it's a little bit far in there. Development cost isn't that bad. Pretty good, actually. Improved relations is decent, and artillery combat ability. Daimyo tier? But I've definitely encountered way better ideas from the Daimyos before. Like, even relative to the Daimyos, like, I've seen a lot better in our time ranking these Daimyos. So maybe they get to go, like, here-ish. Yeah, we're keeping it there. Next. Savoy. Don't they basically get the same tier as Sardinia-Piedmont? Like, they have the same missions. This is the, you form Sardinia-Piedmont with this country tier. Pretty much. The big old force limit modifier? I mean, it's alright, Boostar. Yeah, they do have different ideas. I think. Hold on, let me just go check again. I'm pretty sure I saw different ideas for Sardinia-Piedmont. Yeah, so Sardinia-Piedmont to me has way better ideas. So they're definitely... Savoy is just definitely a worse version of Sardinia-Piedmont. Like, virtually the same missions, but I feel like the ideas actually bring them down to, like, this tier. It's just the idea difference, that's it. The same missions and everything else. Does have the auto upgrade forts mission, I believe? Yeah, but like, when we're... I mean, I guess? Yeah, no, I'm gonna keep it where it is. I feel like it's reasonable to keep it there. Oh, is this an A tier? Did I put Ryazan up here? No, this is Ryazan. I don't remember who this is. You know what? If I keep checking every single country, it's just... we're never gonna finish this. That's Hanover? Oh, okay, yeah, no, never mind. That makes sense then. Alright, Saxe-Lauenburg. Who I believe starts as like 2 provinces or something. You have your own ideas, congrats. Start with 1 province? I could have sworn they had a second one. Okay. They do have some, like, relatively decent ideas. Like, okay, these are surprisingly good for Saxe-Lauenburg. The siege ability, cost to fabricate claims, usually it's like, who cares, right? But when you're in the HRE, that... it doesn't mean a lot, but it, like, at least it means something in the HRE. And then the province war score cost, improve relations... land fire damage. Surprisingly decent, but yeah, they're definitely gonna go into the HRE tier. HRE minor country tier. Which is this one. They get to go like right... honestly, they're worse than Sardinia. They might even be like here. Yeah, there you go. Next. Saxony. I'm pretty sure they actually have decent stuff. I don't think I've ever played Saxony. Let me look at these ideas. Development cost, advisor cost, diplomat, goods produced. Discipline, okay. They also get tolerance to the true faith and production efficiency from their missions. Do they get any kind of personal unions in their missions? Because that could really save them. Yes, restoration of Union CB on Poland. That's pretty good, actually. That's not too bad. Where to put Bavaria? I don't know if it's Bavaria tier. Maybe they get to be like... let me see here. Maybe they get to be like here? Definitely below Dithmarschen, but maybe above the Arabian miners. They get the beer reform, that's true. Yeah, we'll keep them there, that's cool. Next, Scandinavia. I know these guys have really, really good everything. Oops, my bad. Only question is, do they go into the S tier or the Nerf tier? I feel like they're an S tier. Like, I feel like they're better than Arabia, maybe? Better than Korea? Maybe? Scandinavia tier, that's true. To me, like, they feel better than the Commonwealth, but... Maybe like around Prussia tier? I think they're in the Nerf tier? Maybe. Let me brush up on my Scandinavia knowledge. I know they get the admin efficiency. I know you can form them super early, which does make them really good. Discipline, 15% goods produced? Sheesh. And that's the traditions. That's what they start with. Technically 3 different Scandinavian mission variants. That's true. You do have the Denmark, Sweden, and Norway ones. Max absolutism, infantry combat ability, national manpower, trade efficiency, admin efficiency, possible policies, construction costs. +1 global possible number of buildings is actually a good modifier that people should pay attention to. Yeah, I forgot, they also have that whole, like, Norse branch as well, where they can rename themselves to the North Sea Empire. Anyway. What else do they get here? They have some really good permanent stuff too. -3 national unrest in the missions, diplomat in the missions. 20 maximum absolutism in the missions. Construction cost. Dev cost. That's really good stuff. Permanent power projection? Okay, that doesn't matter too much in the late game. More years of separatism reduction? Might get bumped up like a little bit, maybe. Like, maybe they can go up to here instead. Yeah, I'm satisfied with that. Next, Scotland. What ideas does Scotland have? Land leader shock, force limit, national unrest, national manpower. They do get the aggressive expansion a little late in there, but it does exist. The Scottish missions also kind of exist. Yeah, these definitely feel like Rule Britannia missions. As in, they do definitely feel like they have not been updated in 6 years. Yeah, this stuff is... I mean, it's Scotland. You're meant to form Britain, and this stuff isn't supposed to be, like, crazy or anything, so... They don't get an amazing tier, in my opinion. Like, they might actually get somewhere around, like, a C tier. They might even get the Ireland tier. Like, right here, possibly. I've already ranked Scotland? Well, I'm looking at it right now. We ranked... I'm gonna leave that there for a second, but... I think you're thinking of the Highlander one here. Gaeldom. And Scotland is just better Gaeldom, I think. Does Gaeldom get the missions? I feel like Gaeldom doesn't. Gaeldom can form Scotland, okay, but we're not thinking about that too much. I don't think Gaeldom gets the Scottish missions, which actually makes this rating make a lot of sense. With the Gaeldom being in D, Scotland in C, because they at least have missions. I feel like they're better than Men, though. But are there Manx missions? Saxony has a very interesting government reform if you form Germany. Oh, interesting. Okay, but yeah, we're probably not going to keep that in mind too much. Oh, no, okay, so the reason that Man is in the position they're in is because their ideas are good. Right. Next. Segu. Country that allegedly exists. It's a revolter nation? Dude. I literally cannot check the ideas that they have. I don't know what their missions are. I have to assume that they just have, like, default West African missions, or not missions, ideas rather. And going with that assumption, they are really not that amazing. Isn't that as good as Pegu? That's true. I mean, normally if a country doesn't even have like an entry on the wiki, and I can't even find their ideas, they just automatically go to the yikes tier. They might actually just go into the yikes tier. Yeah, presumed yikes until innocent. Tragic. There they go. I don't actually know if their ideas are any good. Next. That cannot be Morocco. Who is that? Semian, okay. They might get a slight vibe check pass because they're like the only country in the game that has its own like unique religion. So it's like one of the few ways that you can start off playing Jewish. They actually have cracked ideas. Yo, what? Hold on. Pause. I apologize, Semian. I was not familiar with your game. The 3 tolerance of heathens and 15% core creation cost to start with, then 10% morale of armies, minus 10% aggressive expansion impact, 10% development cost, advisor cost, national manpower modifier. I was not familiar with their game. Okay. Those are actually really good ideas. They might... I don't know if they have any missions. I assume that they don't. They do pass the vibe check. They might even get like Granada tier vibe check. Well, maybe. Maybe they're not that good. We'll put them here. Still in Alphabet 1? Yes. Corbett, are you alright? Is Paradox forcing you to do this? I mean, they're not forcing me. They do feed me. It's fine. They leave the door to the basement unlocked. I'm free to leave whenever. Next, Serbia. They actually have missions. What kind of missions? Emperor DLC missions. They could be decent then. A lot of claims though. That's a lot of claims. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, these are not really insane missions. Okay, well, they're orthodox, it gives them a few points, I guess. How about those ideas? Manpower, unrest, cav combat, production efficiency, morale of armies, infantry combat. They're not terrible, they just kind of feel like... They feel like mildly better Albania. Where's Switzerland? We will get to them at some point. They're probably down here. Probably. Down here is the Wild West of tags. I have no idea what messed up to make this happen, but yeah, they're probably somewhere here. Like, this is Siam. So Switzerland... We might have lost Switzerland. I don't know. I have no idea where it is, actually. Wait, this is Spain. Oh, this is Switzerland. Never mind. Alright. Serbia, you... I mean, they're better Albania. That's just the vibe that I get. Like, they might even get... They get, like this tier, maybe. Next, I think that's actually Shamar. Yeah. Anbanar tag tier list 1. I feel like that one would be actually impossible, because in EU4 you can kind of look at a country's starting position and their ideas, and you can get kind of a vibe for how good it is. Like how, like comparatively, how easy it is to expand in like a wide fashion. But with Anbanar, each country is just so unique with their missions that it's like genuinely impossible to rank them, I feel. Unless you play all of them. In which case, maybe you can. You can rank EU4 countries without playing them because you have enough transferable knowledge. Right? Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. Shamar. Arabian ideas. I think they also get access to the Arabian missions. I'm just gonna assume that they do, to make my life easier. Because that means we can firmly put them with the rest of the Arabian countries. And the reason we're putting these ones up here is because the Arabian missions are actually really good. So we'll put them like next to... maybe worse than Najd, because they are like Mamluk food. Yeah, that's fine. When are you ranking all real-world countries? Unfortunately, I do like my career still, so I don't think I'm going to be doing that. Sharjah is a country that I might have maybe seen once, possibly, ever. Releasable by Hormuz. Okay, I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say they're getting the same tier. Wait, no, where's Hormuz? Did I rank Hormuz yet? That's Hormuz, isn't it? Okay, but they're not as good as Hormuz. Wait, hold on, if that's Hormuz... What missions do they get? Sharjah. I guess we'll never know. I feel like they actually have the Hormuz missions, in which case... they're just worse Hormuz, and in that case they should actually just be like... Actually, if they have the Hormuz missions... Hormuz just has better ideas. in a better starting position. I feel like they actually just go here in that case. Screw it. Or like maybe even get to go lower than that. Because the Hormuz missions are not that good. Well, they're alright. You know what? Screw it. Yeah, they get to go there. Next. Who are you? Hold on. Shawnee, let's go. I'm like, wait a second, I'm pretty sure that's North America, but it's a formable federation country. How did I forget that this was a federation country? I was gonna say, like, I feel like I've seen this before, but so long ago that I forgot the name, and that's because it's a federation country. It doesn't usually form. Discipline, idea cost, diplomat, national manpower. Oh, now that's interesting. +2 land leader maneuver. It's like, it's not crazy, but it's interesting to see it's a +2. Definitely going to be somewhere low on the list. It might be saved from the yikes tier, though. I don't know. It is a federation country, which implies that you have formed a federation when you're playing. But like, it just feels like one of the worst federations out of the bunch. We'll just keep it in the federation tier, that's fine. At a meeting at work, could you recap the scores from today as if you were Yakko Warner singing about the countries of the world? Not enough hours in the day to get through that. Not enough hours in the day to get through this in general. How long's it been? It's been an hour. Oh my god, we're so cooked. It's so cooked, chat. We keep going. We keep going. Next. Shewa. Pretty sure that's right next to Ethiopia. Or in Ethiopia, actually. Do we give that worse Ethiopia tier? Yeah, we do, actually. I'm pretty sure I put that tier, like, right here, didn't I? Next. Okay, is that one Shiba, I think? Yeah, that one's Shiba, and then we have Shimazu after. So Shiba, how are those ideas? Construction costs, manpower, goods produced, diplomat, morale of armies, infantry combat ability, production efficiency. Okay. They do have one event as well, which is interesting. It just gives you... Wait, what? It's just like a Civil War event. Okay. Well, anyway, Daimyo tier, but a little bit higher up on the Daimyo tier. Like you could go like here. Shimazu. What do you have? Starting with infantry combat ability, that's promising. Yearly army tradition decay is really good. Morale of armies, manpower recovery speed, production efficiency, discipline, land fire damage, tech cost. Okay. I was not familiar with your game. That's going to be pretty high up there. Yeah, that's pretty high up there. Still within the Daimyo tier. I don't think it's enough to allow it to escape the Daimyo tier the same way that Oda has. Or the same way that, oh my gosh, what's your name? This one. Whose ideas are cracked, but no, these guys have really good ideas. That's Date, I think, maybe. Anyway. Someone has to do this list. You're our only hope. I do it for the people. It's a thankless job. Next, who is this? Shirvan. Shirvan's probably gonna go somewhere near the rest of the countries in the same area. I do have Shirvani ideas. Let me at least take a look at those. Decided to look up Shiva, and it seems it can start as an empire rank. I mean, that is pretty cool. Shirvan ideas are kind of alright. Land leader shock, provincial trade power, cavalry combat ability. Cost of advisors with rulers' culture has always been a weird one to me. I've never really been a fan of it, because I would just prefer to have like a lower number of flat advisor cost. Anyway, they do get construction cost, goods produced, and a merchant. It's not too bad. So we might put them a little bit higher up compared to some of these other ones. Like they might get to go... let me see here. Like they can definitely... You can have like this tier, maybe. I feel a little better than some of the other ones like this guy. Actually, do they have any missions? I didn't check that. Actually, I can't check that, because it doesn't really tell me. I don't think they have missions, do they, chat? Shirvan? If they do, I might update that, but I'm pretty sure they don't. Next, that would be... Shoni. Trade efficiency, land force limit, diplo rep, morale of armies, diplomat, merchant, land leader shock, tech cost, army tradition decay. It's not bad. Definitely not near the top of the list, but somewhere around like here is reasonable, I feel. Maybe like a little bit below Ashikaga. Next, I think that's Sibir. Which is a releasable. Diplo rep is always a big W. I mean, it's pretty solid. Sibir is nomadic and a horde. They get horde ideas. I don't know what missions they get, actually. The problem is, like... I mean, you can't release a country as a steppe nomad. Like, you can't release them as a horde. And it is a releasable country, which kind of counts against it. It's just worse Uzbek. Yeah, pretty much. Just worse Uzbek. So where'd I put Uzbek? I didn't put them in the horde tier, did I? Well, actually, they are a horde. I don't remember what their flag looks like. Right, that one. With the hand in it. Not that one, that's Bukhara. I've lost track of the country rankings, it's over. Ryukyu S tier? That's true. Okay, am I actually insane? Wait, I didn't rank Uzbek. I'm stupid. I haven't gotten to U yet. I have gone insane. It's the tier list brain rot. I forgot I haven't even ranked Uzbek. I'm like, oh, where'd I put him? I didn't, because it's U and we're on S right now. Yeah, okay. They're really not that great, if we're being honest. They do have horde ideas, which are good ideas. Like, they get to have that at least, but like, the development sucks. Their missions probably don't exist either, if I have to be honest. Well, if Uzbek has missions, I'm going to assume they have Uzbek missions. So let me just do a quick peek at Uzbek. They get the Mogulistan missions. Okay, you know what? You know what? That's better than nothing. Because the Mogulistan missions are decent. Yeah, okay, you know what? You get to have that tier. Also, turns out Fergana does have Mogulistan missions. So they get to escape Yikes tier, but barely. Next. That should be Sicily. Sicilian ideas. Let's take a look at those. Sicily, at least C tier. They have good ideas and a good starting position, lots of development, and Malta forts. They do have the same ideas as two Sicilies. Those are some pretty good ideas. Morale of armies and national manpower, followed up with tech cost, then national unrest and possible policies. Your lead navy tradition is pretty decent. Poor creation cost, goods produced, decent starting position, lots of development. And the Genoa node, if I'm not mistaken. Sicily doesn't have a starting position? I mean, they do if you release them. Oh yeah, what kind of not ideas, missions would they have? I assume they would have like generic Italian minor. Because, I mean, unless they share them with two Sicilies, which, I mean, they might. Hold on. Well, maybe they just get the Neapolitan missions. Which could be worse. Wait, you have a mission to have Aragon as a subject, but you don't get a restoration of CB button? Curious. You just get permaclaims, no restoration of CB. Okay, I'm going to assume that Sicily gets the Neapolitan ideas, in which case they get like a slight bump up. But these are not insane missions. They're just kind of okay, it looks like, for the most part. So yeah, you know what? They get... like, they're definitely above Riga. Yeah, they get to go there. Who is this? Siena, maybe? Let's go. Alright, Siena. Italian minor missions. Okay, a quick glance at those ideas, they're not that crazy. They do get the loyalty equilibrium, which is unique, so it gets a slight vibe check, but I'm gonna be honest, we're chucking them straight into the same tier as the other Italian minor countries. They get to firmly go, like, right next to Pisa. Have fun. Next. That would be... Silesia. Pretty sure they do have missions, don't they? I could have sworn they have missions. Like, not a lot, but I thought maybe? Really prestige, diplo-rep, improve relations, stab cost, construction and development cost, that's something. Trade steering, trade efficiency, production efficiency. I'm gonna be honest, they are really not that crazy. Yeah. Silesia, one of the countries of all time. Like, it's technically, it's a formable, so no, like, it's really not that great. Is Silesia the full country now, or one of the two that form that region? I think it's the only one that you can form in that region, in Silesia. I can't think of the second one. Ideas not involving military conquest. That is true and real, and also they just don't have much else going for them. Me when ideas, but the ideas are a province, trade power, and trade steering. I checked, Sicily has generic missions. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's pretty tragic. That's pretty tragic. But Silesia, also pretty tragic. Like, this isn't even close to Brandenburg tier. I put Brandenburg up into B tier. I put like Saxony in B tier because these are the formables that are within like the general German area, and I know Silesia isn't, but like it's close-ish. Tragically, their ideas are kind of mid. Like, they're really no better than the average OPM in Germany, if we're being honest. Silesia has an achievement? Okay, but so does Mazovia, and we put Mazovia here. It's the same achievement, isn't it? Next. Sistan, I think? I'm crushing it with these. Pattern recognition, huge. They actually have their own ideas. Wait, there's more on this flag than just the crescent in the middle? That's crazy. You really cannot see that in-game. Anyway, shock damage received reduction, production efficiency, army tradition. They get the infantry combat ability towards the end, I guess. They're also a pretty small country. I don't think they have any missions. Like, you're just supposed to form the Timurids after that, or whatever you want. I feel like they're in worse Afghanistan tier. But no, I'm pretty sure I gave Afghanistan... Yeah, I gave them an actually good tier. Right, because they start with the Timurid missions. I think? They have missions like Afghanistan now, I think? Okay, if they do have the Timurid missions, which bumps them up significantly, but I feel like they go on the low end of that. Next, that's Sligo. What are those ideas, Sligo? How do you even pronounce that? I know the province is like Sligish or something, right? But I don't know. I'm not Irish. You get construction cost, diplomat, trade efficiency, port defense, mil tech, naval force limit. It's not horrible. But they're sort of like mid ideas, I would say. Like, they feel pretty Kildare to me, you know? It's Sligo? That's crazy. And the province is Sliguk. Sligok? Throw them at the bottom. Navy ideas mentioned. Listen. It's not the end of the world because 20% naval force limit is actually something at least. Schligok. Schligok, that's crazy. Schlig on these nuts, that's true. Alright, Kilwa. That's not Kilwa, because we're in the S right now, so that's gotta be, Sofala. Which is like Kilwa, but more south and worse. Pretty sure Zambezi ideas are not that good. Well, no, hold on, they do start with the manpower and infantry combat ability. Actually, these aren't terrible. Who else has the Zambezi ideas? I'll put them in the same tier. Same tier, but a little worse. Makua? Okay, yeah, no, that actually feels pretty solid. It's like Makua, but worse because they're a vassal. Wait, isn't Makua a vassal? Okay, whatever, it doesn't matter. We're putting them, like, there, sure. Next, that's Sokoto. This goes in the nobody has ever played them tier. Fulani Jihad ideas. They get a missionary strength. I feel like they would get more, or should get more than 1% missionary strength. Paradox, please buff Sokoto. Give him 2% missionary strength, thank you. Morale of armies, tolerance to the true faith, max promoted culture. Yeah, they're really not that crazy. And to form them, I'm pretty sure you... Well, no, they might have changed the formation requirements. Okay, I think they did change the formation requirements so that you can play them. If you play as Hausa. But even then, like, they're not that crazy. Hold on, gets new missions. Wait. Country becomes Sokoto, gets new missions if Origins is active? New mission. Wait, there are Sokoto missions? Pause. Hold on. There are actual Sokoto missions? Sokoto gaming is real? Okay, these are not that good. They do get a unique decision. Let me see if that's any good. A lot of permaclaims in here. A lot of permaclaims in here. I'm surprised that they have their own ideas. Or rather, missions. What else does this do? Ooh. Yeah, okay, that's not that great. Yeah, no, that's actually not that crazy. Okay. Sokoto, just because you have missions, and I find that really funny, you get to go in E tier. Maybe even a little bit higher in E tier. Well... I feel like they're stronger or better than Bukhara, so you know what? My opinion is changing the longer I look at this. You know what? Yeah, you get above Saleh tier. Congrats. Yeah. Was this Somalia, I think? If you feel your work is useless, remember someone made the Sokoto mission tree. I should play Sokoto just to honor them. Be the first person to play the Sokoto mission tree. Alright, Somalia. I'm pretty sure they have their own missions, don't they? Or, I don't know about missions, but ideas, for sure. Ooh, automatic raid coasts. That's a big buff. 10% morale of armies. That's something. Trade steering caravan power is eh. Inflation reductions, alright. Merchant missionary strength, galley combat ability. Okay, so they're really not amazing, but like honestly, I feel like they get the same tier as the other countries in the general area. Which is honestly like they get like here, maybe. Really not that great. It's funny how like there's Somalia and then there's Florida and they look like almost the exact same with their flags. And they're both F tier. Let's go. Next. That is Songhai, who is actually somewhat decent if I'm remembering correctly. Wait until the 2-hour recap vid gets released. I don't know if we're doing that for this. Let me look at those Songhai missions. Also, the ideas. Infantry combat ability to start. Army tradition. They get the global trade powered for defense. Morale of armies. Tolerance of the true faith and discipline. Okay, so they're not too bad. They do actually have, I would say, more or less a complete set of missions with 2 branching paths for conversion or tolerance. Ooh, free feudalism to start with? That's pretty solid, actually. Land fire damage for the rest of the game? -2 on rest for the rest of the game? Ooh. This is actually some pretty decent stuff. Okay, I think they get like Mali tier, maybe. Oops, I keep on middle clicking instead of scrolling. I feel like they get Mali tier. I put Mali... Put them here. Is that fair? I feel like that's fair. Remember early EU4 patches, Songhai was one of 3 countries in West Africa and they were considered very hard. Yeah, now they're considered not too bad because they have a whole bunch of other countries over in West Africa now. And so now Songhai comparatively can just gobble them up and become relatively decent. Okay, what are we looking at? Sonora. I didn't even know this was a country you could form. And they have their own ideas. That's crazy. Okay, let's take a look. They get the core creation cost, that's pretty solid. Land fire damage, leader siege, movement speed, land force limit. Did I mention the inflation reduction? Maybe. That's most of the stuff that's actually decent. I mean, I've put all the formables in the formable colonial nations in the F tier because one, it takes a while to get there, and two, there's low development in the area. And so, like, you just kind of start behind everyone else. Like, there isn't much to conquer either. You just kind of have to sit there and develop. So there's no, like, rapid expansion either. Although I guess it depends on how much other people colonize, but... Make it a little bit higher in the... of these ones, you know? Like, I might put them up here. Because they have, like, better ideas than most of the formables. And you know what? They're close enough to Mexico, maybe, where there is development. Maybe I'll bump them up, actually, to, like, a low E tier. Because they're close to some development. Also, where did I put Peru? That's gonna help me, relatively. I'm forgetting what the Peruvian flag looks like. Hold on. Wait, no, isn't it red with something in the middle in EU4? Hold on. Oh, never mind. Peru is in the Canada tier? Maybe I haven't ranked Peru yet. That could be. Allegedly, Peru has default colonial ideas, so... Oh, here's Peru. Never mind, here's Peru up here. Canada with a shield, right, this one. And the reason I put Peru there is because they have an actual economy when you play the game. So Sonora doesn't deserve all the way up here. I feel like this is a good compromise, where they have decent ideas. And some access to development through Mexico if they go that direction. Okay, yeah, that's fair. We're gonna keep them there. Next. Soran? Allegedly a country that exists? Isn't this the, I release it as a vassal for free cores tier? No, I'm thinking of Syria. Never mind. Releasable of Karakoyunlu. Kurdish ideas. Kurdish ideas? That's not what I expected. Oh, hold on. It doesn't want to show me what Kurdish ideas look like. Ooh. That's because they might not have an entry. Wait, what? Is there no entry in the wiki for Kurdish ideas? What? Okay, hold on. I think that link didn't work correctly. Let me go to Ardalan. I'm probably just gonna put this in the same tier as Ardalan, to be honest. I can't even find the ideas. Okay, where's Ardalan? Here's Ardalan. Congrats. Same tier. Next. I don't think I've ever seen that flag before. Soyo. A releasable in Southern Africa. That's not a real place. Congolese ideas. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's tragic. Spain. Gotta be an S tier, but where am I throwing that in S? They did have that really good century. Gotta be below Britain on S tier. Somewhere around the Netherlands, maybe. Maybe like here? Like below Britain, but not that far below Britain. Got pinged for another EU5 dev diary, man. So many EU5 dev diaries, I'm never gonna get through them all. Maybe even better than Great Moravia? I could see it. I feel like I know this country, but I don't. Not well enough. I've seen that flag before. That's the flag of... Who knows, actually? Wait, seriously, I've seen this country, but I don't remember. It's not on my list. Why is it not on my list? That's Sapmi? You're right, it is. It is Sapmi. But why is it all the way down here? That's so weird. Thought Great Moravia was garbage. They have really good ideas, and they have a site. I don't know why they would be garbage. But they also have really good... Well, okay. Because Great Moravia you form with Bohemia. So you get the Bohemian missions, I think. Pretty sure that's why we decided it was all the way up there. Anyway, Sami. National manpower, religious unity is actually pretty decent. It's just... No, I mean, I guess it's fair, because you're kind of stuck between Catholicism and Orthodox a little bit. Thought it was formed from a Hungarian releasable? Okay, you can form it. Wait, no, I think what we're thinking of is the difference between Moravia and Great Moravia? Whereas I think Moravia might be the one you're thinking of, possibly, but Great Moravia is the one that Bohemia forms. Anyway, yeah, so Sami can release it from Sweden, Norway, and Novgorod. Sami isn't bound by Christianity when you gamble for Norse, I guess. Merchant, national taxes, Alarms of the True Faith, land attrition, missionary strength. Looking kind of grim for Sapmi, I'm not gonna lie. I thought only Sweden got the Norse event. No, you can get it as, I think, any Scandinavian culture country. I got it as Norway. So I know it's not only Sweden, at least. Anyway, Sami, I'm gonna be honest, it's looking pretty grim. That might even be somewhere in the F tier, just because of the starting situation. The ideas are not that great. But they do still get Western tech, I think. No, they get Eastern tech. I mean, honestly, I'm probably still gonna throw them in F tier. It's just like they have such a bad start. Like I might even, that might even be like a right there. Eastern tech sucks. It's not the worst out there, but it's definitely not amazing. Next. Strasbourg, I think. I'm gonna be honest, it's probably gonna get thrown into the OPM tier. Oh no, okay, it gets thrown into the theocracy tier, which is pretty much the same as usual. Is that where I put the theocracies? Wait, no. Wait, yes. What are the ideas that they have? Right, it's just divine ideas. Okay, here. There you go. Who on earth is this? Styria? Austrian ideas, that's pretty good. It's basically Austria light. I think they actually have their own missions, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on. Like a really... Yeah, they get a tiny mission tree that allows them to form Austria, pretty much. They get 2 missions. Let's go. It really is discount Austria. That's really funny. Store brand Austria. Honestly, like they might get E tier. They do get Austrian ideas, just like no missions. Pretty much no missions. They might get Holstein tier. We have Austria at home. Budget Austria. That's that Temu Austria. Drop shipping Austria. Alright, next. I don't remember who this is. That's not Shervan. That is sus. Let's go. Actual S tier. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, these guys are going in the same tier as, like, Mizab, pretty much. Now, where did I put Mizab? That's Mizab. There you go, you get Mizab tier. Like, maybe slightly better. A for Among Us? Okay. We must keep the integrity of the mission tree. Like how Sweden gets to go in S tier. Okay, maybe not S tier, but they definitely get like a solid A tier. They're like Norway, but better. They're like Denmark, but like slightly better. Well, and when I say slightly, I mean actually a lot better. Like, they might even get high A tier. Definitely S with the new mission tree? Okay. Are we, or... okay, no, never mind. I'm not gonna ask. We're not counting the Scandinavian tree, right? When we're talking about this. So let me actually take a moment. Because they do get that infantry combat ability, and the discipline, and the goods produced, and the land leader shock, and the national manpower, and the manpower recovery speed, which I might have mentioned. Let me look at those missions. Oh my god, whoever made the mission tree section for Sweden on the EU4 wiki is obviously this person must be Swedish. That's a lot of permanent modifiers, actually. 33% goods produced on fish, livestock, and grain. -1 national unrest. Minus 40% dev cost in all Scandinavian Arctic provinces. Oh, shoot. Oh, those are really good, actually. Oh, shoot. How can Sweden be above Finland? They got crazy missions, like better than Finnish missions. But I don't think they're like Inca tier missions. Does Sweden get a personal union? Well, okay, obviously they do, but they don't get like a Muscovy personal union, do they? Yeah, okay, so you can get Denmark and Norway. That's pretty obvious. I think I'm gonna keep it where it is. Maybe it is better than Inca, actually. Maybe it does get to go to the top of A tier. I'm thinking, like, does it beat the fact that Provence gets like 4 personal unions and they're all really good? Or does it beat the fact that Hungary gets like Poland and usually Lithuania and I think Bohemia and maybe Austria as personal unions? I don't think it beats those, but yeah, okay, I think it's fine to keep it where it is. That's fine. Switzerland. They kind of exist. They're definitely a country that exists. They have really good mercenary stuff, which makes them unique and gives them a bit of a vibe check, but or a pass on the vibe check. But outside of mercenaries, I mean, what do they really have going for them? They get discipline, they get development cost, infantry combat ability, production efficiency, I guess. You get good defensiveness. A tier Switzerland. I don't know, that might be a little generous. Like, it's good. Let me just see what I have in A tier right now. Yeah, okay, no, that's fair. We can definitely put him A tier. Like, this seems reasonable for A tier. Next. Who's that? Syria? That is vassal feeding tier. Sweden can get Poland too? As a personal union? In their mission tree? Chat, is this real? Syria does get Arabian ideas. I don't know if they get access to the Syrian or the Arabian missions. I feel like they don't. Kind of like how Iraq, I think, doesn't. I think I'll put them in like the better than Lebanon tier. I feel like I put Lebanon somewhere on this list. Oh, here they are. Okay, yeah, they're definitely better than Lebanon. Maybe I'll put them like here, maybe? There is indeed a Lebanon in EU4. Yes, Sweden actually can get a personal union over Poland. Okay. Okay. Next, that looks like the Ilkhanate, but it couldn't be. That's Tabriz. Yeah, you're right, I'll put that there. Okay, Tabriz, you get occasion ideas, releasable from Karakoyunlu. I'm gonna be honest, I'm probably gonna put that like right next to Saran. Or I could have sworn that we also ranked another country, maybe Mariga? Yeah, this is Mariga. We might put them like here. They have the same ideas. And I can't be bothered to like check. This is Marrakesh. Nope. Tafilalt. Which does have a gold province, but I mean... What ideas do you have? No, we're not in Ems. We're not in Ems. I just got messed up. Tafilalt, you have Berber ideas. You're probably gonna go somewhere next to... Probably like Fez, but maybe a little bit higher up than Fez. And Fez, I put right here. So maybe like Fez, but you have a gold province. So there you go. Tafilalt has gold though? Exactly, yeah. So it's like Fez, but they have a gold province. Fez, but a little bit better. Who do we have next? Takeda. I don't even remember this country. Cav combat ability, morale of armies, goods produced, improve relations, idea cost, yearly army professionalism. Okay, maybe I treated them too harshly. Yearly army tradition. The horse boys of Japan. They do appear to be. Okay, they get like a relatively high daimyo tier. Like maybe like here? Next. I don't think I've ever seen this country. Tenkodogo. Which apparently exists, mostly ideas. So I'm probably going to put them exactly where Fada and Gorma is. And those guys are right here. Next, Teutonic Order. Yeah, we are going to take into consideration the Holy Horde path. Yeah, okay. The Teutons, we're gonna bring them up pretty high up on this tier list. Do they get S tier just for that one path? I don't know. They might get, like, pretty much really good Horde tier. Like, these guys get decent Horde tier. Because it does take you a while to get to Horde status. But you basically, at that point, like, you're unstoppable. S tier, like, they do have a bit of a dicey start, though. And then their other paths are just kind of eh. Basically better Mongol Empire. Okay, let me just do my quick review of Teutons again. Cringe LARP tier, what? Me when I hate whimsy? When I hate joy and fun? And other etc. associated things? Me when I hate Crusaders specifically? Oh, I thought you were talking about like the Holy Horde. Which I guess you are, because it does say Crusaders of the Steppe. Let me check that the thing that they have here. Yeah, you get the Holy Horde government form. I have to take a look at it again. Also, the 10% procreation cost permanent? Teutons are the best Crusader state. I mean, they don't have a lot of good competition, so... A lot of the other Crusader states are super mid. Okay, so Holy Horde, what do you get? Movement speed, missionary strength. Permanent Holy War and Purging of Heresy CBs. Enables the Horde idea group. Can only raise heathen and heretic provinces. I like that specifically. That's funny. Interesting. Okay, well, you know what? I think I'm keeping them where they're at, if I'm being honest. I think I'm keeping them there. Next, we have Texas, which allegedly has actually good ideas. Heretic and heathen provinces don't give penalties. Okay, that's a pretty good start. Fire damage received. Land fire damage, goods produced, movement speed, development cost, morale of armies, and they're close enough to Mexico where they can actually get some kind of development. They might be Sonora, but better. And I put Sonora right here. So maybe they can actually go there. Important question, is map color being considered? Maybe subconsciously. Next, the Isles. One of the countries of all time. What do you get? Highlander ideas? Vassal of Scotland? I've seen enough. Gaeldom, but worse. Congrats. Next. The Knights. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't have to check their ideas, because I think they just have Crusader ideas, but I might anyway. Oh no, they have their own ideas, okay. Discipline, raid coasts, manpower recovery speed. They're not actually that bad. Like, these are actually good ideas. Especially for what the Knights do. Like, the insta-raid coasts. The 20% galley combat ability, 15% chance to capture enemy ships is pretty good. National unrest, 50% naval force limit, 0.5 yearly army tradition, increased papal influence. Now, I don't remember what their missions look like. That's just the Crusader missions, which, I mean, they're not bad. They could be better, but they could be worse. Are achievements considered? No, not really. I mean, sometimes, maybe, if I feel like it, but not always. So you know what, Knights? You get like better than Cyprus tier. Better than Athens tier for sure, because those guys are not very good. Like, here are the rest of the Crusader states, Cyprus, Athens, and Epirus. But the Knights are definitely a cut above that. Like, I might even put the Knights around the... maybe a little higher than the Russian Principality tier. No, definitely better than that. Maybe around Albania tier. And they can spawn on Malta if they die, right? But that doesn't count. The Knights? No, it doesn't count. But you, like, through your missions, you can also just ask for Malta, I think. You can just buy it with one of your missions. Might even put them a little higher. Actually, yeah, no, maybe better than Dalmatia. But that's it. I might be pushing it a little bit with that one. Next, Mamluks. Technically, it's the Mamluks. But anyway. Where do we put the Mamluks? Because they're not Egypt, not yet. But they did get a new mission tree, and it is pretty solid. Although when you play the Mamluks, what you're thinking is, man, I gotta form Egypt as soon as possible. They share the same mission tree, don't they? Egypt and the Mamluks. Although I think Egypt expands it a little bit. Let me look at that real quick. Available to Mamluks and Egypt. Maybe Egypt doesn't actually expand your missions. That could be. In which case, they are literally just Egypt, but with worse ideas. And the ideas are still okay. Ottoman property tier. The Sultan's summer home tier. Definitely just Egypt, but worse, so probably S tier. But I don't feel very inclined to put them in high S tier. Like, I would put them around Arabia, but like less than Arabia. Like here, makes sense to me. Like, definitely above Golden Horde. But lower than Arabia. That feels right. Theodoro. Okay, admittedly, I don't know anything about the new Theodoro missions. have to do a bit of research for this one. Let me look at those ideas. Trade power, yearly army tradition decay, mercenary maintenance. Chance of a new heir? Yikes. Really not a great thing to take up an idea spot. Diplomatic reputation, trade efficiency, fort defense, national taxes, especially that later, that far into the ideas. Tolerance of the true faith and discipline. Okay. They do have a mission tree that appears to be complete. You can vassalize Trebizond? Okay, cool. Permaclaim on the Balkans, alright. Ooh. Hold on, is that a minus 100% local gold depletion modifier on Kosovo? Because that is actually kind of insane. That's like actually insane. They also get access to special units? Permaclaims on Ruthenia and Anatolia. Yeah, maybe they're a little bit better than I had imagined. Gothic invasion. Oh sheesh. Maybe they're a little better than I thought. You can get admin efficiency through their mission tree as well. They're actually not too bad. This is pretty good stuff, actually. Wait, hold on. Is that a restoration CB on Russia? Okay. Interesting. Okay, interesting. You can get 0-day culture conversions. Maybe Theodoro's actually a lot better than I thought. You know what? You guys actually get... Like, this feels like a solid... Like, a minimum high B tier. But maybe even somewhere in A tier. Like, I could see this being better than Axum for sure. Axum just has good ideas for the most part. But Theodoro has really good missions. That's where they shine. I might even put them higher than Portugal if I'm being real. Yeah, screw it. We go with that then. Like this, okay, yeah, the starting location is bad, but like the potential is insane. The missions are really, really good. Like, if I can put Hissen Kaifa in A tier, which I think they deserve, then I can put Theodoro in A tier. Have you checked out the Shokuho mod for Bannerlord? I gotta be honest with you, I have about 0 hours on Bannerlord. Tragically. What is that, the Palatinate? Yeah, that's the Palatinate. Okay, let's see what they've got. Advisor cost, Diplo rep, national tax, Diplo relation, tech cost, missionary strength, improve relations, and then for those missions, they have like a mission stick Restoration of Union CB on Munich, Landshut, and Ingolstadt. Or Bavaria if it exists, which would be better. Let's see, what else can you get? Restoration of Union CB on Bohemia. That is really good, actually. That is really solid. And I get a couple other things. Okay, you know what? It's a cut above the normal starting HRE countries. So, whereas I would usually put that in like the OPM tier, which is here, honestly, they can get like a solid C tier. Or maybe even like a low B tier. Like, I'll put them above Friesland, that's fine. Saxony tier? No. Well... Well, maybe. Or at the very least, like here. Yeah. The Papal States. I don't remember if they updated the Papal States a second time. Because last I played them, they were good, but I feel like they might have had a few changes. Diplo-rep, religious unity, tolerance of the true faith, tax. Okay, their ideas are kind of mid. Well, a bit above mid, because they do have discipline and AE impact. And a free Diplo policy. It's just that the prestige decay and cost to fabricate claims are not that useful. Anyway, papal missions. Did these get an update? I feel like they didn't get an update. They are really good missions. I remember playing the papal missions right when Emperor came out. And they are quite good. A lot of this is timed stuff. I feel like it could be better, actually. Like, they're good, but they could be better. The thing about the Papal States is that you're pretty much guaranteed Pope status all the time. Well, I'm okay, obviously you're the Papal States, but you know what I mean. You get Curia Controller a lot as the Papal States. I feel like they could go into like a solid... like above Florence tier, maybe. Maybe even above Switzerland tier. Maybe not that high. Yeah, that feels right to me. Well, hold on. Could be here. Theodoro. That's not Theodoro. Thomond. Mixing up my countries at this point. We're not even halfway done. Let's go. Man. What do you have? Core creation cost, tolerance to the true faith. Those are really good traditions. Diplo rep, land force limits, production efficiency, global settler increase. Intriguing. A lot of this stuff is not that great though. So, you're going to the Irish minor tier, but somewhere like here-ish. Maybe a little bit further down, actually. There you go. Next. Thuringia. You just kind of form Saxony with Thuringia, that's for the most part. Or I guess you could form Prussia, that's true. Diplomat, province war score cost at the start. Interesting. Admin tech cost, idea cost, diplo relation, improve relations. Okay. It's basically just Saxony, but a little bit worse, I think. And not even that much worse. They're just kind of like literally right below them. Because the ideas are kind of okay, and you have the exact same missions. Yeah. We actually start under a personal union with Saxony, funny enough, which kind of does just make him a worse Saxony. The flag is like a feudal America? Kind of. If Emperor Norton were in charge, let's go. Anyway, Timurids, yeah, I think that's gonna go like right about here. Any objections? I don't even really have to check this one. The only question is, like, is it better than Russia? Deserves second place. Above France? Right below the Ottomans. Above Angevin as well? Or Angevin? Not, I keep saying Angevin, but it's not, that's not how you would do it. Right below the Ottomans. Okay, I could see it. I could see it. My objection is, where's Lippe? France is way better. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, France feels a little stronger. Like, to me, it kind of feels like this is the more natural order. Like, I feel like it's, or maybe France would be better than Angevin. Like, I feel like France is like a little above that. You can form Mugals. Okay, I mean, yes. You can do anything as Timurids, that's true. France needs its own stinky tier. Timurids are good, but France is nasty. France has, like, a disturbingly good start position. Like, at least the Timurids, you have to mildly deal with your starting subjects, sort of, kind of, a little bit, not really. France is just set up to be an absolute pain in the ass from day one. Yeah, Timurids can also raise provinces. We're actually just power scaling right now. Like, how insane are the Timurids when you compare them to France? Okay, hold on. Does France, or rather, does the Timurids, do they get the maximum effect from absolutism? Is that somewhere in their tree? Because if they do, then I could kinda see it. They do? Oh, shoot. Yeah, they do have some absolutely insane missions. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Max. Hold on. So I'm not seeing anything for absolutism. Maximum effect of absolutism. Maybe it's not in their ideas. Maybe it's somewhere in one of their reforms. Okay, we're actually not going to keep in mind the fact that you can form Egypt and then either Yuan or Mongols as the Timurids. Specifically because we're kind of operating on the principle that as any country, you can form any country however you want, whenever you feel like it. And so, Like, yeah, you can do that, but you can also do that as, like, Afghanistan if you feel like it. We're trying not to keep that in mind. Also, isn't Egypt like, isn't Egypt an endgame tag now? Anyway. It's not? Okay, never mind. You don't need to do anything special as France, that's the point. You're just great from the get-go. You don't need to form anything or deal with anything. That's kind of true. As France, you just kind of exist and you win. Starting in Persia versus being France and Europe with a bazillion times the dev. This is fun because you climb fast, but you're in a weirdest desert land, so it's not great. I don't know if I would necessarily consider that to be too big of a difference from the start. Because you also get access to, like, India really quickly, which gives you giga funds, infinite money. Anyway, you know what? We might keep it where it is. That might be the final resting spot for the Timurids. What on earth is this? Money's not even real, actually.
Bro, I'm literally in the gym, lifting and listening to you do this shit, Lamau.
Thank you very much, Aino, for the 50, that is a Norwegian currency, I believe, that I forget the name of. Thank you very much. That's gonna be me later after this stream in the gym. But I'll have nobody doing a tier list to listen to, unfortunately. That's Tyrol? Okay, hold on. Where did I put it? Where did I put him? You know exactly who I'm talking about. But I don't remember where I put the country. Is that it? Is that Styria? Just listen to your own? True. Me when I forget what the Styrian flag looks like? No, wait, it's green. Green in the background. I can't even find where I put it, because I'm going to put it right next to Styria. Oh, here it is. Hyria. Anyway, it's like Styria, but a little worse. Because it's smaller. But they have pretty much the same thing. 2 missions. Yippee. Next, that is Tlemcen. I really don't think they have anything special. Do they have their own missions? They have Berber missions. Okay, so like, no. Pretty much. I'm gonna put that in the Fez tier, I think. But like, maybe a little bit better. Because they exist at the start. So, like, definitely higher than Algeria, because you release Algeria from Tlemcen. So maybe they get to go... Maybe here's fine. Tlemcen always does nothing. That's pretty true. Tlemcen actually exists as the temporary Granada stepping stone tier. Next. I don't even know who that is. Toki? Oh my god, I'm actually correct. Alright, land force limit, national garrison growth. That is one of the modifiers of all time. Movement speed, okay, we can work with that. Yearly prestige, national manpower, 25% garrison size. What is with the garrison on these guys, man? Do they start with a level 3 fort? Is that why they have a bunch of garrison stuff? Goods produced, idea cost, national tax. Yeah, this is really mid, actually. Alright, you're going low daimyo tier. Like, pretty low daimyo tier. Next. Although I like the fact that their clan symbol is white on a background rather than black on a background, like every other one. So, you know, they get points for that, I guess. Points for creativity. Next, Tokugawa. My favorite shogunate. Infantry combat ability minus 10% aggressive expansion impact. Really solid traditions. They get morale of armies, discipline, tolerance of the true faith, national unrest, and development costs. That is some really solid stuff. That gets to go... It gets to go into the high tier. High tier daimyo. Actually, let me just do some comparison to Date's ideas. I'm kind of forgetting why I put Date all the way up there. Never mind, I just remembered. Okay, yeah, never mind. Okay, they are definitely not this tier of idea. And who's that? Shibu, I think? I think that's a country that exists. No, it is not. Is it Chiba? Maybe? That's a completely different country. Shoot. What is that one called? This one. I'm completely forgetting. But I put it in a different tier, which means it matters. Hold on. This is important enough. In Japan, we have, let's see, Otomo, that's the one, it's Otomo. Got client states on the tier list, we're not putting client states. Did I really put Otomo up there for these ideas? I mean, they're good. Yeah, you know what, never mind, actually, these are solid enough. I agree with my past self, okay. I think we're remaining pretty consistent on this. That's good. Next. That's Tugert, isn't it? Don't you get the automatically bad tier? Screw it. You get to go next to Fazan. I can't even be bothered to check. Next. That's Occitania. I think. Nope. Toulouse. Because we're in the T tier. What do you have, Toulouse? Well, they don't call you to win, so you're going to the French ducal tier. Have fun. But maybe a little bit up, because I think you have a few provinces. So here you go. Next. Will Corbett try to be done by the time I get back from work? Yeah, we'll see about that. Good luck, though. Transoxiana. Do you start with the Timurid missions? Last time I played Transoxiana was to form the Mughals and do True Heir of Timur, so... Those are some good ideas. Cav combat, like 20% cav combat, 10% morale of armies, tech cost reduction. Artillery cost reduction is actually meaningful because artillery is expensive. Idea cost reduction, not bad stuff. Okay, they do actually have the same missions as the Timurids, which puts them pretty high up there on the tier list. What's the meaningful difference between Transoxiana and the Timurids? I guess the Timurids have slightly better ideas? Slightly better ideas. They're actually really similar to the Timurids in a lot of ways. Timurids have more birding to do, that's true. Like, functionally, what's the difference? I think it's just, you have to win your independence as Transoxiana, and the Timurids, yeah, it's not a vassal, it has more cores, and I'm pretty sure it has cores on all of its subjects, so you can instantly integrate them whenever you get the chance. If I'm remembering that correctly. Or maybe they changed that, I don't remember. But yeah, I feel like they're pretty much just high A tier Transoxiana, because like they're functionally Timurids, but with a harder start. They might even know they're S tier, sorry, not A tier, definitely S tier. Because like they have the same mission tree as the Timurids. It's like the same thing. Timurids, but with a worse starting position. Functionally, we can put them up here, I think. Next. Transylvania, that's a country that exists, in theory. It's formable? That's funny. They get Romanian missions, okay. Manpower, 15% cav combat, production efficiency, construction cost, tolerance of heretics, and the true faith. I feel like it's just Romania, but maybe a little bit worse. Like, not even significantly worse. Where did I put Romania? Up here? Literally next to Romania tier. Next. That's Trebizond. They have a really tough start. They do have some missions. And their ideas, they kind of take a little bit to pick up. Because first, you just have like 50% chance of a new heir and yearly legitimacy. Those are really bad traditions. Then you get yearly prestige, which is also not great. Then you get the fort defense, which is okay, and then idea cost, which is solid, and then the diplomatic reputation, then morale of armies, trade power, spy network construction, which is mid, and then finally goods produced, which is pretty solid. They actually have a full, well, more or less a full set of missions, interestingly enough. So what do you get with that then? %5 core creation cost for the rest of the game, just by scornfully insulting the Ottomans. Interesting. So that's pretty free near the start. You can get another 5% core creation cost by having 10 provinces in Anatolia. Okay, so they kind of have like an upgraded version of... Is that one of their missions, I think? Or ideas, rather? No, I don't think it's one of their ideas, but... So you start with the Komnenian restoration, so you get the 5% core creation cost, which then adds army tradition, then becomes 10% core creation cost, then +1 army tradition as well, over time. So it's really not that bad. I think we could reasonably put them... It's not quite as good as Theodoro, like nowhere near that level, but... Where'd I put Theodoro? Put them up here. They could be like a solid B tier, I feel. Like, that seems like a solid tier for them. Also, do I want to move these guys? These guys also have the Timurid missions, right? Afghanistan and I think that's Khorasan. Do I want to put them into the Transoxiana tiers? Or at least A tier. You know what, like, given the fact that these guys share the Timurid missions, I might actually just bump them up. Yeah. I'm gonna keep them there now. Next. Is that Genoa? Say it ain't so. No, it isn't actually. It's not Genoa. That's gonna be Trier. Miwen, same flag. When I don't want to come up with an original flag, so I just decide to put a cross on a white background. Okay, you actually have elector status and your own ideas. Not actually sure what missions they get. Ooh, okay, thank you for the update notification. National manpower modifier, tolerance of the true faith, admin tech cost, aggressive expansion, army tradition, papal influence, admin free policy and discipline. Surprisingly, not that bad. They're like theocracy tier, but a little bit better. I might even put them in the low C tier. Actually, no, I'm gonna put them above. Yeah, hold on a second. I feel like I've been neglecting this C tier. Like, the Knights deserve to go above the Latin Empire. Yeah. Yeah. Can't wait for the stream for EU5. I am not doing this for EU5. There is no amount of money I could be paid to make me do this for EU5. I'm already going through like 973 countries or something like that. I am not going to do this again for like 3,000 countries. Tripolitania, I don't even have to check. You're going into Tugur tier. But like a little less. Because I don't like your flag. Next. Who even is that? Tsutsui. What if I win the lottery and give it to you? I'd think about it. Tsutsui gets morale of armies and fort defense, then infantry combat ability. A whole lot of nothing for the next few ideas, and then aggressive expansion, idea cost, and missionary strength. I kind of don't like it when idea cost is right at the end. Yeah, just feels weird to put it there. Anyway, that's cool, I guess. They get daimyo tier, but like maybe middle to low. There you go. Next. Who is that? That is... I don't know who that is. What on earth is that flag? I can't find it on my list. Fake country. Okay, it's actually Tetuan. Isn't that like Saleh? Yeah, that's just... Okay, you're getting Saleh tier. Where'd I put Saleh? Fez but worse? No, Fez but slightly better because it's a pirate republic. Okay, congrats. Boom, next. This is Tumbuka. Landlocked country in southern East Africa. They do have their own ideas, though. They're not great, but they do have ideas. I don't know, is this immediate yikes tier? You get a little bit above yikes tier. You know what? I'll throw him a bone. You can have like Luba tier. There you go. Tunis. I hope Leif isn't watching. Because they might be going in like a C tier. Maybe. Galley combat ability. Infantry combat ability, mercenary discipline, naval leader fire, trade efficiency. Got a lot of navally focused stuff, which I guess makes sense for Tunis. Missions. They do get to raid as well. Yeah, these are some of the older missions, which aren't that amazing, but like they're okay. Yeah, they can raid. They're feeling C tier to me. But they're feeling like Romania level C tier. Because they can raid in most countries that can raid, and like that's the only thing they have going for them. We put them in D tier, because like raiding, that's something. But if you have good ideas and good missions, then you get bumped up a little bit. And Tunis just kind of has like all right missions and ideas. So I feel like it's fine to go with C tier here. Is that Mallorca? Maybe. Because I could put them above them. No, I'm keeping them there. I don't remember who this is. Are you doing it by names? Well, kind of. We're doing it in order of name first, and then we get down to Z, and then we do it again because of, for whatever reason, the way that this happened. Tuscany. I'm feeling pretty confident in saying that they get like Florence but better tier. Like Florence is here, so maybe Tuscany can go here. Well, I don't know about S tier. Maybe you get to go like here or something. I have to review the Tuscany mission tree and ideas to really solidify that. Because that's based on memory, so like give me a second. There is nothing that Tuscany does that Florence doesn't. Wait. Hold on. Is this true? Chat, is this real? Oh my god, they're the exact same missions. Oh my god, they're the exact same country. They're literally one-to-one the same country. That's crazy. There you go. It's literally the same thing again. It's an upgrade for Lucca and Siena. Okay, but like when we're comparing them to Florence, it's literally just Florence with a reskin. Same ideas, same missions. Do they have kingdom rank? Okay, maybe they get kingdom rank. No. They do not receive kingdom rank upon forming Tuscany. Well, no, they don't. But there's a hidden event. Apparently if you form Tuscany, then the Emperor gets a little upset or something. It gives 25 prestige. Let's go. It's just the same country. All right, well, that's easy. Next. That's Tver, I think. What are your ideas? Russian Principality missions, provincial trade power, trade efficiency, fort defense, construction cost, infantry combat ability, national manpower. Okay, that's some relatively decent stuff. I've seen enough. You get to go... here. Maybe like there, and that's fine. Next. I have no idea who that is. That is Tio in Southern Africa. What ideas do you have? Uh-oh, not the Congolese ideas. Do they get like the good Congo ideas? Hold on. No, they don't get the good Congo ideas. They get the Congolese ideas, which are worse. Congo, which has good ideas, or passable ideas, gets Congo ideas, whereas the other countries around them get Congolese ideas. Which means it's going right next to the other Congolese countries. Congrats. Tyrconnell? Maybe it's Tyrconnell. Maybe. What do you have in terms of your ideas? Production efficiency, manpower, recovery speed, fort defense, trade power. A missionary is really good. Having an idea group, idea set, tolerance to the true faith, land leader shock. Okay, it's not really giving you anything better necessarily than the other Irish countries. Just put them right down in the middle or something. We have Tyrone. Infantry combat ability to start with, I like that. Diplomat, yearly papal influence, development cost, national manpower, land force limit. Okay, it's going in a pretty similar spot, but a little bit higher. Next, I think that's Ueski. They get production efficiency, army tradition decay, diplomatic relation, more army tradition increase, reduced reinforce cost. That's a pretty unique one. Morale of armies, discipline, idea cost, infantry combat ability. Okay, so they're on a slightly higher end of the daimyo tier. They can go like here. We have Ulm. Obviously that's gonna go all the way up here. Okay, no, we'll take it seriously. We'll take it seriously. Ulm is, if we're being real, it's just kind of like a run-of-the-mill HRE OPM. If we look behind the meme for a second. Like, they don't necessarily do anything better than most countries. Just make an Ulm tier at the top, that's real. Actually, I don't know if I can modify this template without ruining absolutely everything, so I'm too afraid to touch it. But Ulm, we can probably safely put next to Luxembourg. Well, maybe I should check the Ulm ideas again. If I remember correctly, they're nothing crazy, but... Trade efficiency, land leader maneuver, burgher loyalty... Yeah, they're not that crazy. You get, like, tolerance of the true faith and some army tradition. I think I put him in the right spot. to be honest. Okay, next. We're almost done the first set of A to Z chat. Let's go. Ulster. Are you ranking, son? I am. How far are we? How many countries left? At this point, we must be at least 40% through. Maybe 45% through all the countries. Ulster ideas, I'm gonna be honest, these are not amazing, but they're not that bad. Manpower. Leader without upkeep was definitely a much better idea in the past, but now I'm pretty sure it scales with each 100,000 force limit you have. You get the morale damage. Like Diplorep, I guess. Missionary strength versus heretics. Construction cost. It's alright. Definitely not like the high tier of the Irish countries. It'd be like there. And interestingly, we have the United Central American States. Or United Central America, it's called. Default colonial ideas. Okay, you know what? You're gonna get... Man, really, they really don't have amazing ideas. They get to be on the higher end of the colonial countries only because they're close to Mexico. Otherwise, they kind of get like the same everything else. Maybe I can bump them up a little bit. Where did I put Sonora? If I put Sonora here, then this feels about right. Next, we actually have the United States themselves, who do have missions. And by that I mean they have two missions, I think. Oh, sorry. My bad, everybody. 4 missions. They do have 4 of them. Okay, it's really funny actually that they made a DLC just for the United States and then like no one played it. you play it once for that one achievement and you're like, wow, that was definitely an hour of my life, and then you just kind of forget about it. The only one worth playing over there, I mean, like they do have ideas that are a little bit better than most other countries, except for one thing. So America gets tolerance of heretics in one of their ideas, right? But most other countries in the New World get no penalties from heretics or heathen provinces. And so it's like, do you really need the +5 tolerance of heretics when other countries do that, but better, kind of? They do get one thing that's quite a bit better than most of the other colonial countries, and that is a colonist in their ideas. I mean, they get the Marine Force limit too, but actually really funny that they get 50% Marines Force limit. Anyway, yeah, you get your colonist, which is cool, national unrest, you get a merchant, goods produced. It's actually a lot of goods produced. I would say it's like maybe like Mexico tier, because we did put Mexico a little higher on the board just because they actually have development and decent ideas. We could probably give them like Mexico tier, like right next to Mexico. Yeah, I can live with that. Playing them for that achievement at 1776 is so awful. War with Britain is boring, and then after that, OP Spain comes knocking on your door. Yeah. What do we have next here? Urbino. Hold on, my music is quiet. Let me bump it up a little bit. Urbino, Italian minor missions, and those ideas are certainly some of the ideas I have ever seen. Production efficiency and idea cost, at least that's at the start, so that's good. Then you get a lot of mercenary stuff, which is alright, but becomes obsolete pretty quick. Could be better, could be worse. I'm gonna put him in like the same tier that I put the other Italian miners. Which is, isn't that Corsica? Is that Sardinia? I don't know, anyway. Where did I put the Italian miners? Up here? Really? And no, you're gonna go down a few. They don't deserve that spot, if I'm being real. You get to have this spot, actually. Have fun. Yeah. I'm keeping that. Next. Utrecht. Probably gonna put that right next to... who am I thinking of? The other Dutch miners. But worse because it's a theocracy. And let me look at those ideas. Years of separatism is nothing to sneeze at. Although it's only -5. Tolerance of the true faith. 2 yearly papal influence. Siege ability, fort defense, trade efficiency. Missionary and missionary strength are the same idea. Okay. Okay, they're not that bad. Maybe like a low C tier. Just because they're in the English channel, I think. I think they're in the English channel when they start. They're like, alright, for the most part. That's Utsunomiya, I think. What do they have? Construction cost, yearly army tradition decay, diplomat, land fire damage, domestic trade power, national manpower modifier, aggressive expansion impact. Tolerance of heretics is a weird one. But I guess it could work out. Actually, no, it's not that weird, because Shinto is an Eastern religion. And so is Confucian. Land leader fire at the end. You know what? They're a little bit higher on the list of daimyos. Like, probably... here. Maybe. Next, we have Uzbek. And I think we mentioned another country. So Uzbek has horde ideas and Mogulistan missions, and I think we talked about Sibir being just like worse Uzbek, and we put Sibir... It doesn't really matter where we put Sibir, because Uzbek basically just gets the free horde tier, which is associated with, maybe not all the way up here. But when you play a horde, like horde ideas plus the Mogulistan missions, like these guys are functionally just Mogulistan. Dear Corbett, why are you doing this to yourself? Because it was a streamathon thing, like a subathon reward. People paid money for this. And I lack foresight. It's like how I promised the Castanor playthrough, which I'm currently doing, and a Three Mountains campaign, and a mega campaign, and this tier list. I simply lack foresight. Actually, rather, I didn't think anybody would actually pay that much. So that's kind of where we're at. Yeah, I would have simply not done that. There will be changes for the next subathon. I'm hoping to get all the things that I promised done by the next subathon, and there will be changes. Next. Oh, did we finish the first set? This can't be. No, never mind. We have not. That's Valencia. I thought it was Catalonia. I was so excited. Valencia. They do get Catalan ideas. I'm pretty sure I put Catalonia on the board somewhere. I did. You know what? It's getting Catalonia tier. Where did I put them? I really put them in B tier? Maybe I'm crazy for that. Anyway. There you go. Next. A streamer learning from their mistakes, is that allowed? You'd think no. But sometimes. How many countries have you ranked so far? I'm trying not to keep track, because if I don't keep track, then it's more motivating. I can just, like, get into the flow state and continue. Okay, Venezuela. Basically, right? Congrats. Venice. Venice is pretty solid nowadays. Hope Cleo isn't watching, because I don't think Venice is getting top tier, but Venice could get like a solid high A, I think. Like, I feel confident we could give him like a boom. But let me take another look at Venice. Is it S tier? I gotta be honest with you, I did not play Venice for the new update. I played Venice a little bit twice, but only ever the starting bit of Venice, where like you beat up the Ottomans and then, you know, the stream ends. Their ideas are pretty decent to start with. Okay, and then I see you get a new idea set. Okay, that's the one to pay attention to. Didn't you do it with Leith? Yeah, but that's not like playing Venice. That's playing the first 30 years of Venice. Okay, so eventually you get the most serene ideas, an entirely new set of ideas, where you get trade steering, 25% galley combat ability, technology cost reduction, trade efficiency, trade power, 15% land fire damage, land force limit, 50% naval force limit, goods produced, maximum absolutism. Okay, maybe they're actually a lot better than I thought. Except that I can't see the mission tree. That's really cool, thank you, Paradox. Or that's not even Paradox, it's just the wiki that's not working. Okay, let's see. What are some highlights of this mission tree? A lot of events that I assume do good things. Okay, yeah, I mean, I clicked on the link, but when I'm actually looking at it, it just doesn't show an image for the missions for whatever reason. Like, I'm seeing the small branches, but not the full missions. I don't know why. Scrolling through these, it seems you get a lot of mercantilism. You get movement, speed, and fire damage received reduction for the rest of the game. Free force march for the rest of the game is actually kind of good. %5 discipline for the rest of the game if you go through naval ideas. Unironic naval ideas? Interesting. Okay, we can give Venice a little bump up on the list. Where did I put him? In A tier? We can give him S tier. But maybe not above Sweden. No, maybe above Sweden. Yeah. Bump for naval, check. True. Unironic naval ideas. The first known instance of useful naval ideas in EU4. That's S tier right there. Okay, we're looking at Verona, which may or may not have enough clout in its ideas. I don't know why I put it like that. It's... Wait. I'm sorry, this is really funny. They get yearly absolutism in their ideas. But, like, you're not going to be playing with Verona ideas by the time you have absolutism. Global trade power, infantry combat ability. Power projection from insults is always a funny one. 15% morale of armies, improved relations, yearly absolutism. 25% lightship combat ability, which is cool, except if you're gonna fight, I mean, you're Verona, you're in the Mediterranean. If you're gonna fight, it's gonna be with galleys. So, I mean, it's just interesting. But yeah, I'm gonna put them right next to pretty much everywhere else. Is that even Verona? Why am I think I've gone insane, chat. You know what? I've already rated Verona. So I'm wherever they are down here, I'm just, yeah. I don't know why I thought that was Verona. We're skipping the queue a little bit. They get to go next to Urbino. Yeah, they're staying there. Next, that's Verdun. I don't even know why I went to Verona. Wrong country. Next. Missionary strength and national tax. They get Bremen ideas? Okay, congrats. You're now Bremen. Bremen, but like maybe a little bit worse. Congratulations. And also maybe you get a little bump, actually. Never mind, no you don't. Next, that is the Dutch East Indies, but in Dutch. Did they really just get colonial ideas? That's really odd. Especially when Britain has their company, East India Company, and that has its own ideas, I think. So it's just kind of weird that these guys don't get their own thing. I'm sorry, missions, and I look at it and it says Asian missions. Okay, so they have absolutely nothing of value. That's cool. I don't even know how to rank this. I guess they get the same principle as Mexico, but worse. No, because their ideas are worse too. But yet, so no, we're not here. Because their missions don't exist, and their ideas don't really exist, but at least they have development and can do stuff. So, there you go. Next, that's actually Vermont. Which I think I've seen somebody play once. They have their own ideas? That's funny. Let's go. Ever taken heathen provinces don't give penalties. Stability cost modifier, morale of armies, maximum revolutionary zeal. And I love that it's specifically revolutionary zeal, not absolutism. That's amazing. Also, there isn't a way to play as them according to the wiki. No, I've definitely seen somebody play Vermont. I feel like I've seen that once. Also, why do they pick Vermont? It looks like you can play them. I feel like you can play them. Oh, you mean the VOC? Okay, my bad. We're talking past each other, I see. Because Vermont technically was independent after the American Independence War. That's pretty funny. Anyway, they unironically have some decent ideas. Like, they're not great, but they're passable. 15% morale of armies. I love the revolutionary zeal. Yearly prestige is eh. The native uprising chance reduction is pretty solid, because of the fact that you can combo that and still get your aggressive policy. 2 max promoted cultures is something. Liberty desire from subjects development is pretty solid. It's just I don't know how much you're going to use that as Vermont. Trade company investment cost is the funniest thing they could possibly give Vermont, I think. Because it's one of those things that feels entirely thematic, like they just threw it in there because you're like, yeah, that seems like something that we should give Vermont, even though it has almost no gameplay usage. Or at least, like, it doesn't seem like it would make any sense to give Vermont. What's trade company investment cost? So, like, when you make a trade company out of provinces. So, like, if you're playing Vermont and you go to Africa and colonize the Ivory Coast and turn it into a trade company, then you can add your investments for 10% cheaper. And then at the end, they do get discipline, which is something. But yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. This is still going in the same tier, just like maybe like Canada tier. Honestly, like, no, it's getting worse than Canada tier. Like, it's not even Canada tier, I think. Then I have to check I'd have to check Canada ideas again. Yo, maybe I treated Canada too harshly. Because I bumped up America for having a colonist, but so does Canada, actually. Yeah, hold on a second. Either I need to bring America down a little bit, or bump Canada up. Maybe you don't deserve this spot on the list. Or maybe you deserve better. What about Quebec? They also get one? Okay, so Quebec actually doesn't get a missionary, or a colonist. You know what? Actually, screw it. I'm bumping Canada up. That additional colonist is actually big. Like maybe even this tier. Like, not Mexico. Hold on. Let me think about this. I feel like Mexico has development, so they get top, and then America gets like a few missions. Actually, the missions suck so bad. They get like a colonist. That's a thing. And then Canada also gets a colonist. It's actually tough. Like, which of these do you put ahead of the other? Because America is lacking one thing, and that's the fact that Canada gets the no penalties from heathens. But there's also like no development in Canada. At least there's like a little bit more development in America. Okay, this might be the list. Might actually be the real... Maybe this. I don't know, it's something like this. I treated Canada too harshly. Because that colonist actually does matter. Next. Now I'm thinking about the other colonial nations. No. No, okay, we're leaving it as it is. Screw it. What do we have here? I don't even know what that country is. That is something. Wadai. Outside of Ulm, what country gets more vibe points than Canada? That's true. Wadai gets generic West African ideas. Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. I think that's going straight into either the F tier or the yikes tier. Is that a yikes tier? Hold on. They could just be yikes tier, actually. Did I put Kanem Bornu somewhere? I put Kanem Bornu up here? That's crazy. That's crazy. Where did I put Bonham in? If I put Bonham in somewhere. Maybe I haven't gotten to Bonham in yet. Okay, oh, this is Bonham in. Okay, never mind. You know what? You know what? You really are not that great. You're getting to put... Yeah, you're gonna be right there. Congrats. I think Kanem Bornu actually has like a mission tree and decent ideas, which is why I gave them a higher spot up there. But Wadai, I feel like they don't really have anything. Maybe they have something. But those West African ideas, let me take a look at them. Yeah, the buildings you buy in trade companies. Yeah, incredible stuff for Vermont. West African ideas, I mean, they're not horrible. They could be worse, actually. But, I'm not changing that. And maybe I changed it a little bit. Congrats. Next. Next we have Ouagadougou. I think it gets extra points for being fun to say. What's the ideas next to Tenkodogo? Yeah. There you go. Next. Wales. F tier because it doesn't have the dragon on the flag. Literally worst Welsh flag. The worst Welsh flag ever seen. What do they have at least? Morale of armies, attrition for enemies. 20% stab cost is something. National unrest, production efficiency, idea cost, but it's near the end, and I don't like it when they do that. Tolerance of the true faith, missionary strength versus heretics. Land force limit at the end. And they don't even have the cool flag. It's funny how the achievement references the Welsh flag, but then you go into the game and it's like, yeah, you actually don't get to have that cool flag. You get the cringe one with the lions on it. And no missions, by the way. And no missions. Man, that's actually tragic just how low on the list Wales is about to be. They might actually get like French ducal tier bad. Like you might be right here actually. They really just don't have a lot going for them. Yeah, I'm gonna keep them there. Next. Wallachia, at least you do have some missions, and I'm pretty sure they're the same missions as Romania. But maybe they have worse ideas. Discipline, then fort defense in the traditions, diplo rep, provincial trade power, advisor cost, mercenary maintenance, land leader shock, national manpower and recovery speed. Romanian ideas are actually they might even be worse. Weirdly enough. Or like they're about equivalent. Like they're actually just Romania tier. They're like pretty much the same. They have the same missions. And the ideas are kind of like interchangeable. It just kind of depends on what you want. So they're pretty much just like the same as Romania. Why does Ulm get vibe points? Ulm has become like a shitpost where everyone just pretends Ulm is the strongest country in the game. And I think it started from like an AAR years ago, like a decade ago or longer, on a forum post. But that's why they get vibe points. It also has a bad start, middle of the HRE. Yeah, that's true. Never seen it. Most people who cite the Ulm meme have never actually read the forum post. The joke has become self-referential at this point. Anyway, next, that's Warsan-Gali, I think. Forums exist, allegedly. Warsan-Gali. That's gonna be a really quick, same tier as those other guys that are next to it. Somali ideas. Ah, okay, so it's going into the Ogaden tier. Sure. Next. Is that Waleta? Horn of Africa ideas. So Janjiro, but worse. Okay, cool. Next, is that West Indies Federation? Not even Federation, just West Indies. Ooh, they have ideas. Development cost, merchant, construction cost, production efficiency, national unrest, global trade power, max promoted cultures, diplomatic reputation, naval force limit, and a colonist. That's not half bad. Am I going to give it the same tier? Am I gonna give it the same tier as these guys, though? No, I feel like, I mean, they get the colonist, but... that is such a tough one. I'm starting to regret some of my choices here for some of the colonial nations, maybe. Like, the colonist is the one thing that brings most of... like, America and Canada get the bonus from the colonists. Like, they might actually just get to be here. They're in the best New World trade node. Yeah, like, they're one of the early countries that you can colonize, which is why, for example, like Mexico gets a bonus because they have development and decent ideas. America gets a bonus because they're on the eastern coast. Canada also, eastern coast plus colonist. In West Indies, they also get that colonist. And they're one of the first places that gets colonized, which makes it easier to form them. As opposed to somewhere, like, that's why we put Brazil here, I think. In E tier. Wait, does Brazil have a colonist? Oh god, am I gonna question, like, every single thing that I put here? Please don't have a colonist. Please don't have a colonist. Okay, Brazil does not have a colonist. They have core creation cost, which is pretty decent. I think I'm gonna stand by this. Although technically Louisiana you can colonize pretty early if you want to. Same with Colombia or Venezuela, I guess. Or Florida. But Florida, they don't have a colonist, do they? Please don't have a colonist. Please don't have a colonist. No, they have default ideas. Okay, good. I don't want to have to, like, go and reevaluate the colonial nations. Next, that is Westphalia. Diplomat, land force limit modifier, idea cost, development cost, national manpower, max promoted culture and cost of advisors with ruler's culture, provincial trade power, discipline, tolerance of heretics and heathens. How about those missions? Okay, nothing too crazy. I think they get, like, Münster tier. Münster. Where did I put them? I thought I put them... oh, here we go, Münster. Münster. Westphalia used to be cool because it was one of the few constitutional monarchies, but now you can just get that through reforms. True. Now that everyone's super, no one is. Or something like that. Everyone gets a parliament for free. Next. Who is that? Württemberg, I think? Trade efficiency, national manpower, national unrest, manpower recovery speed, tolerance of the true faith, aggressive expansion, impact, and improved relations. Those are all decent things. So I'll be in miners missions, which is pretty much what Ulm gets. I think it's like Ulm, but mildly better. Next. What is that, Würzburg? Yep. Is Westphalia an endgame tag? No. That wouldn't make any sense. They are, they're one of the German formables, which prevents you from forming any other German formable. So, like, in that case, it's like an end German formable, I guess. But yeah, no, it's not an endgame tag. Anyway, Würzburg. Provincial trade power modifier. Yearly papal influence, church power. Oh, okay, those two are interchangeable. Diplomatic relation, diplomatic reputation, cav combat, production efficiency, and improved relations. No missions? That can't be. In order to form Franconia, the player will need to play as Würzburg. Oh, because you're meant to form Franconia. I assume that you have the Franconian missions then, like you have to. Which are, let's be honest, they're not that amazing. Never mind, you get a restoration of Union CB on France. That's something. Never mind, you also get a restoration of Union CB on Prussia/Brandenburg. I lied, these are actually pretty solid. Like, they have, what, 7 missions? They have 10 missions. But 2 of them are absolute bangers. So... okay, that's fine. I'm going to assume Würzburg does have those then. Because it would be weird for them to have just actually no mission. Oh, hold on. Würzburg's a theocracy. That's pretty cringe. And when you form Franconia, I don't think you even become a monarchy. That is -2 aura. Würzburg, they go into the missed potential tier, which is like right here. Next. Yaka. Congolese? That's crazy. What do you know? Next. Yamana. National manpower, diplo-rep, diplomat, core creation costs, diplo-relation, land leader shock. For defense, discipline, national unrest, definitely up there on the Japanese daimyos. Oops, I keep on middle-clicking my mouse. Up there on the Japanese daimyos, probably solid right about here. Maybe like here-ish, that's cool. Well, not that high up. Well, fine. Whatever. Next, Yaroslavl. Safe to assume that's going into the Russian Principality tier. Looking at those ideas, they're really not that great, so you get the low end of that list. Congratulations, you get like Perm tier. Then we have Yaz. Yaz is the no one ever plays them tier. Arabian ideas. But surely they get like the Hormuz missions, right? Because of where they are. Wait, hold on. Let me check who gets the Arabian missions. Yeah, so Yaz does not get the Arabian missions. But they also don't get the Hormuz missions. They don't get the Arabia or the Hormuz missions. They get nothing. So they actually get to go into the missed potential tier. All the way down here. Next. Yazd. With a D at the end. Generic ideas? Oh no. Oh no. And releasable by the Timurids. Generic ideas? Okay, do they at least get the Timurid missions? Because that could save them. Otherwise, that's like immediate yikes tier. I'm going to assume that they don't get the Timurid missions, but we can take a look. Forgotten tag, seriously. I don't think they do. I don't think they get the Timurid missions. Like, they might have actually just been a completely forgotten country. I'm going to assume that they don't start with the Timurid missions. So tragically, Yazd goes into the yikes tier. Right over there. Next, Yemen. Yemen does have missions, they're just kind of weird to play. Especially that one achievement they have, I don't like it. It's really boring. Literally, just like, as Yemen, prevent any European nation from owning a coffee-producing province in the Old World until 1700. Which is like, okay, why are you making me play until 1700? I don't want to do that. Anyway, they do have some decent ideas. Infantry combat ability, goods produced, global trade power, trade efficiency, national manpower, a merchant, a diplomat, and production efficiency. Yazd starts as Zoroastrian? Is this real? It says they start Shia, I don't know. Anyway, Yemen does have missions, and they kind of exist, sort of. No, wait, they did get updated. I'm thinking of the old Yemen missions. That kind of existed. Also, Hadramut gets them? That's interesting. Where did I put Hadramut? Put him here? No, that's not Hadramut. I put him here. That's actually kind of fair. Well, no, they have missions. I don't think I looked into the fact that they had missions. They can actually go here. And then Yemen, I'm gonna be honest. They're probably also going to get a similar tier. No, they have better missions than that. Ah, they're better than those guys too. They can have... Actually, not too bad. They can have, like, Friesland tier. This feels reasonable to me. Like, below Ethiopia. Like, roughly Congo tier? Yeah, that seems fine. A bit worse off than the other Yemeni nation right at the start. Does Yemen start in the game, or am I thinking... I thought it was just, like... Aden and a different country, but maybe... No, they do exist at the start, right, okay. Maybe they have a slightly worse start, possibly, than Aden? Possibly? They do have cores. I mean... If you play Aden, you just form Yemen anyway. And at that point, we can kind of treat them as if they're the same country. Oh, also, right, I was gonna bring you, I think I was actually gonna bring you down to this tier where the other hordes are. Now that I think about it, yeah, there isn't really too much actually separating these hordes from these hordes. My groupings are getting messed up whenever I add more countries slightly above some. Yes, I kind of want to keep these where they are. I'm just not sure if I want to bump up all of the hordes a little bit. Like, maybe I will at least shuffle them up to, like, here. Not Astrakhan, because you're not a horde at the start. Then Uzbek is a little bit larger. Maybe we do that. Okay, I'm feeling a little more satisfied with that. Next. Who is this? Zandoma. That is not a real country. Releasable by Yatenga. Mosi. Where's Yatenga? I didn't put that anywhere. That is basically Ouagadougou, but like a little bit worse. In fact, it's a releasable, so it gets to go into the yikes tier. Like a high yikes. Well, actually, no, that might even be a buff. Screw it, okay. It goes with the rest of the countries that are in the similar area. Zaporizhia, this one's a little interesting because they have a unique government reform. The Sikh Rada, I think it's called. Let me just double check that. They get manpower recovery speed, development cost, national unrest, land attrition, land leader maneuver, power projection from insults is a great one, national manpower, religious unity. Then yeah, they have the Sich Rada, or the Sikh Rada, if you will, which gives them cavalry combat ability, 20%, governing capacity, special unit force limit, cavalry to infantry ratio, allows you to raise, allows the horde ideas, and is also, I believe, a republic, while also giving you a couple of buttons to use. And the buttons are not that crazy, but they're cool, I guess. You get Cossacks, and that's neat. But yeah, definitely the coolest part is its unique government type. Republic plus horde. So you actually get to go into the horde tier for being cool like that. You get to go here. No, you're cooler than that actually. You get to be here. I know I'm late, but where's Finland on this list? We'll get around to it probably, surely. Surely, guys. Who's that? Zapotec? Hey, we're actually getting into Central America. Zapotec. Mesoamerican ideas. I haven't actually taken a look at those. There's a good chance, because I don't think these guys, they don't get Aztec missions, right? And can you actually form the Aztecs? This is an important question to ask. Okay, you can indeed form the Aztecs. If you don't have the Aztec missions and you are not Aztec, and the Aztecs don't exist, then you can usurp the Aztec missions. I see. That is pretty good. As long as you are Nahuatl. It has to be a new thing, I think. But in that case, I mean... let's see. You don't get the Aztec ideas, which are pretty solid. Presumably, you just basically become Aztecs, but worse. You get the really good missions, not at the start though. It's really about, like, do we take into consideration the fact that you could take that mission? Or that event, rather, decision? And I think we're gonna say yes. But if we say yes, we know that we have the Aztecs in S tier. Does that mean we put all of the Mesoamerican countries in S tier? Just because they can get Aztec missions? That is the question. And yet, I feel like putting them all in S tier would kind of invalidate a lot of what it feels like. Base it on the starting position. Isn't it even better as non-Aztec because you can circumvent the reforms? Well, you do need to be Nahuatl. So no, I don't think. Like, you do have to go through the Doom reforms. Okay, we're gonna base these on the idea that you aren't actually going and grabbing the Aztec traditions. Like, you can grab it, but in this case, you're just like worse Aztecs. Maybe for the Aztec countries, or at least the ones that are Nahuatl. If you're Nahuatl, then sure. Yeah, okay. So it's a bit of a tough one, but yes, I think we're gonna throw all of the Nahuatl countries into B tier, just because you can get the Aztec missions, which makes you really good, but I don't know, it just feels kind of weird. to put them that high. I don't know, man. I don't know. You know what? Screw it. Yeah, I am gonna keep him in B tier. Yeah, I will. And you know what? I'm gonna put him in B tier right here. All the Nawat countries. Screw it. Next. Is that Aotearoa? Are we finally back to A? No, this can't be. Nope, it's Zealandia. Let's go. Oh, the difference is that it's the colonial nation version. I see. They do have Kiwi ideas. Let's go. Power-taken heathen provinces don't give any penalties. I like how there's the Otago gold rush, but I think there's actually no gold in New Zealand. Huge. Development cost reduction, shock damage, global settler increase, morale of armies, diplo rep, and a colonist. Okay, but these guys they're still gonna be pretty low on the list because it takes a while to get there. Even if you're playing in Asia, it kinda takes a while to get there. Not a super long time, but like I feel like they're definitely Australia tier. Yeah, especially because there's also not a lot of land for you to colonize, but I guess... I don't know, you know what? Screw it, I'm keeping it like that because I can't be bothered. Zimbabwe! Zimbabwe's pretty good. Zealandia's worse off, yikes tier? They get a free colonist. That saves them from yikes tier. So is Zimbabwe literally just Mutapa but with better ideas? Because I don't think they get any additional missions, do they? Yeah, no, it's the same between Zimbabwe, Mutapa, and the Roswy Empire. I feel like we can safely put them pretty much exactly where I put those other two. That's not the Roswy Empire. Where did I put them? I didn't put him up here, did I? I did put him up here. What? I was looking down here because I'm like, oh, there's no way I would have put him up here. Doesn't Zimbabwe get a government reform? Oh, they might. Or maybe they don't. They get monthly gold inflation modifier as an idea, that's pretty good. And goods produced. And great project upgrade cost, which is very rare, but pretty useful. I'm back from my nap. I bet, Seg. Must have been a short nap. We've only been here for, what, 4 hours at this point? Just a short stream. Okay, I feel like this tier list is becoming more incomprehensible every single country that's added to it, but that's fine. Where is Oite? Like Oirat? It did say nap, not a full night's sleep. That's fair. Oirat is coming up at some point. So Zulu is a funny one. Because, like, how do you play Zulu? Either you play Mutapa or the Roswy Empire and do that mission, and then you can play Zulu, which makes them, like, a really weird way to play them. Or you can wait until 1750, and, like, no one's gonna do that. But they do have a unique government type. -2 national unrest. -0.02 monthly war exhaustion, +2 monarch military skill and half governing capacity, or just minus 50%. And then of course they get militarization. But not only that, they have their own ideas. Land force limit 25%, double army tradition from battles, minus 10% stability cost modifier, 20% manpower recovery speed, 10% infantry combat ability, 10% shock damage, minus 10% core creation cost, minus 3 years of separatism. 3 is such a weird number for that. They could have made him 5, but they're like, nah. 3 years. 15% morale of armies, 10% reform progress growth, 10% governing capacity modifier, 10 vassalization acceptance, and then 5% discipline. So it's kind of funny, but Zulu's like actually kind of good. They deserve at minimum the same tiers as Roswy. They don't have any missions, but like they just have so many things that they get. I might even put them in C tier. Mid D. Their position isn't great. They might get to go here. The way you play them is a damper and bad starting place. That's kind of true, actually. That is pretty true. Yeah, that's pretty true. I'm gonna keep them at high D, though. That is pretty true. Chat, I believe we have looped back around to the top. Back to A with Abenaki. Which means we are at least 50% done in theory. Let's go. What's another 12 hours? No, don't worry. There's one thing that a lot of these countries have in common, and that is that a lot of them are in the New World, which should make raiding them a lot faster. In theory, possibly, maybe. We also have the ones that aren't real countries, like Jan Mayen and the syndicates, I think it's what they're called, maybe? Oh my god, we haven't raided any countries in India, I forgot, you're right. Synthetics, not the syndicates, what am I thinking? You're right. Synthetics. So basically a lot of these countries are going to be immediate yikes tier. Like the tiers through from D through to yikes are going to get real crowded, not clouded. So let's start. Let's start with Abenaki. I'm gonna be honest, I might be throwing a lot of these immediately into yikes tier. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I might not even check a lot of these, like they might just be immediate yikes tier. Some of the federations have escaped yikes tier, they've breached containment and are in F tier. But I'm gonna be real with you, that's going F tier. In fact, it's going like Ainu level F tier. Who do we have next? A country in India, which has, hold on, Decani Sultanate ideas. Oh, I'm gonna have to go through every single country in India, and they're like 3 billion. Dakani Sultanate ideas. Okay, they're not too bad. Infantry combat ability, idea cost, cav combat, production efficiency, advisors, national manpower, okay. The thing is, they haven't updated any of the mission trees in India in a really long time, so a lot of these are gonna be like low tier. So yeah, I'm gonna be honest, like these guys are probably gonna go into like E tier, because at least there's money in India, kind of. So you get like low E tier. Next. That is Andhra. They get some outrageously mid ideas. They do get South Indian missions, which absolutely suck. Okay, that's lovely. Congratulations. You're getting thrown into F tier, maybe. Maybe? Yeah, I mean, your ideas are worse. Like, not West Africa F tier. Actually, no, I feel like a lot of the countries in India could be firmly E tier, because at least there's money in India. And that's kind of all they have going for them. A lot of them. So let me decide what a good spot is to just throw like most of the Indian minor countries. I feel like that could be firmly like right here. Next. What is that flag? Algonquin? No, that's Apache. Not since Dharma in 2018, huge. American Southwest? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. A lot of the countries that are near California are going directly into the yikes tier, because you're also super far away. Yikes tier, next. Okay, for some reason, these are not in the best of orders. Like, I have to actually scroll and find these, because they're not quite in alphabetical order, which is really annoying. So I think that's Assam. There we go, in India. Pretty sure these guys also start off down bad. Like, they have a terrible position, I think. Their ideas are just kind of okay. Okay, there you go. Next, I think that's Abenaki. No, I just rated Abenaki. This is... Who's that? Assiniboine. I don't know why I'm going through these individually. I'm gonna be honest, it's going to the Yikes tier. Next. Never seen that flag before. And I have to like actually scroll to find it. This is gonna be annoying for the rest of it, I think. Yeah, why is Bagelkhand before so many other places? Bagelkhand, thank you. Be careful if you see Cirebon or Banton, they're cracked. Okay, Bagelkhand, what do you have? I'm probably gonna make the mistake of putting like a sleeper build country into a low tier, and then someone's gonna be like, clearly he doesn't play the game because this one country that 7 people have played is actually a secret powerhouse. Vassal of Jaunpur? Okay, yeah, you're going directly into this tier, buddy. Next. I've never seen that country in my life. What is that flag? We saw Banton? Can't believe you don't play the game, that's true. This is Banglana? How are you finding these? I'm not even finding these. Oh, it's right under Bangalkhan, I'm stupid. Argentina 2, Electric Boogaloo. Gujarati princedom ideas. That is definitely something. Okay, they're not amazing. I'm tossing them in the same spot. But like maybe down here in that spot. Okay, here we go, Bahmanis. That is an actual country with a mission tree and ideas and actually has a good start. But unfortunately is also not amazing. So if I'm being real, it's probably going in like a mid-C tier, maybe. Well, maybe a little more than that. They can get like a B tier. There you go. Bahmanis B tier. Because they have a mission tree, but like, sort of. Kind of. No one's looked at it in 7 years. Hideously powerful? Nah, this can't be. This can't be. Okay, maybe it gets a little more than I gave it. I've just gone past it, haven't I? Me, when I literally put the country down, but my brain is melting, so I can't even recognize the flag. Here it is. Okay, they get... Okay, maybe not. They get like above Oda tier, sure. Next. This is Baluchistan. And I don't think they get Timurid ideas or missions. Or really much of anything. They can form countries, but we're not really thinking about that too much. Oof, those are definitely some ideas. Some better than others. Really low development to start with. They do have that one fort. Yeah, you get like a... Get like a right here. Congrats. E tier. Maybe you don't deserve an E tier. There you go. Next. Isn't that bar, I think? Oh yeah, and we did actually go through Banten. Oh right, yeah, we went through Banten. And they actually are a sleeper build, aren't they? Yeah, we put them up here in B tier. Does Balochistan have feudalism at the start? I honestly don't know. I think for Bar, we're just gonna give him the French ducal tier. But low French ducal tier. Like here. Next, I've never seen that flag. I probably have, I'm just not recognizing it when it's up close. Baroda. Yeah, no, never mind. I've never seen that before. It's also a revolter tag, which means that we don't really know anything about it other than the fact that it's in Western India. So in that case, it might actually go into the yikes for forgotten tier. This is the revolter tag, so it probably doesn't have like anything. Next. Bastar. I remember if we rated Cirebon. Maybe? Let's look at these ideas, the Gond ideas. Morale of armies, national manpower. I feel like in the end I might be treating the Indian minor tags too harshly. I might be. Like below Fizan? Okay, maybe I'm delusional a little bit. Because like these countries are not worse than Fizan. I don't even think they're worse than Ireland. Maybe I'm being delusional with this. Hold on. I could rate these higher, and I should rate them higher. Like all of the ones that we have here in India. Like I don't need to be like this. I should be nicer to these tags. Bengal. Okay, these guys are definitely like a solid A tier. In my opinion. But I don't know if they're better than... Are they better than Bahmanis? Maybe like a little bit. Possibly. Let me look at the Bengal tree again. They have some really good ideas. Let me see here. They're relatively solid. You do just get like a lot of money as Bengal. Strongest tank that starts in the Indian subcontinent? That's a tough one. It could be Vijayanagar. It could be stronger, but... in my mind, they're like pretty similar, because Bengal just has like a really good trade node, and so does Vijay, but I don't think it's as good as Bengal's. At least at the start. Anyway, yeah, we can keep Bengal in A tier, I feel. And then we have... who is this? The Cannon Country. Barar. A releasable country. The Khani Sultanate ideas. Okay, we're gonna put them. We're gonna put them close to. I think these guys have the same ideas. They're Shia, which is kind of neat, I suppose. We have Bharat, which I believe is also at least an A tier in many respects, but not a significant A tier. Like, they feel kind of like an Axum A tier. Although they do make a bunch of money, so maybe like more than Portugal. Because we're thinking like at the starting position when you form Bharat, you already have a lot consolidated. But in terms of their missions, what do they actually have? Let's at least look at the ideas. Oh, they get admin efficiency? Never mind. Yeah, okay. We're bumping them up. Yeah, you get bumped up quite a bit just for the admin efficiency. Have fun. And then I'll look at everything else too. So tech cost, discipline, tolerance of the true faith, admin efficiency, artillery combat ability, years of separatism, cav combat, and then we look at the missions. Indian Empire missions. That is not a lot. They really need to rework India, chat. Like, I know that they're done developing EU4 and it's never going to happen, but man, I would like to see a facelift for all of India, because it really has been 7 years. But let's take a look at these. So you can get permaclaims on Persia and Khorasan. But then I'm looking at like 20 years of 10% tax, and it's like, really? You conquer Persia and you get 20 years of 10% tax and 2.5% discipline. That's what you get for conquering Persia. Could we, I don't know, maybe get like a permanent modifier? That would be cool, I think. It is, okay. It just has the symptoms of a 2018 mission tree, which is, here's 20 years of a minor modifier for doing something. Or, here's 100 of each PowerPoint. You know, it's the older mission tree philosophy that's just sort of been left in the dust over time, but still exists because they never updated it. But anyway, yeah, you do get another minus 10% tech cost for the rest of the game, but a lot of these are temporary modifiers or really not that amazing other than permaclaims on Persia and Khorasan. So the missions don't really give them too much extra. I feel like they're pretty firmly in their position. Like, definitely A tier here, but that's fine. It just kind of stays there. Next. I feel like Hindustan would have like the exact same stuff then, right? Left behind by power creep? Yeah, exactly. Let's go! We have everyone's favorite Bhutan, which, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I've seen in the game. It is a releasable with Tibetan ideas, and so I assume, of course, that they also get... Wait, would they get Tibetan missions, or is that only for a unified Tibet? It might only be for a unified Tibet. Anyway, they have some relatively decent ideas. Let me actually look at the Tibetan mission tree. Because usually it'll tell you if those missions are shared by anybody else. Because Tibet's mission tree is like actually kinda cracked. Oh, hold on. Missions available to all Tibetan nations. I'm assuming that means Tibetan culture. And so I assume that means that Bhutan does get them. The interesting thing about the Tibetan mission tree is that it allows you to become a horde. Which is the most useful thing it does for you. Which is very funny. I'm trying to find which one that is actually. It might be steppe politics, maybe? Yeah, so you can decide to become Khalkha, Hoshud, or Dzungar. And it turns you into a steppe horde, which is very funny. So for that alone, actually, it kind of passes the vibe check. They get like a solid... They can get like a solid, C tier maybe? Yeah, you know what? The Tibetan countries are gonna go like right there. I've never seen this country in my life. Okay, next. Bijapur. Releasable. That's why I've never seen it. Khani Sultanate's releasable. Okay, pretty much it's Barar Light. So we'll put them right there. Next, I actually do know that one. That's Bishnapur. Bishnupur. Bengali ideas. Tribal monarchy, Hindu. It's like Bengal, but worse. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm just gonna put it in the same tier as most of the minor Indian countries. It's not a real flag tier, true. And who is that? That is Blackfoot. If I remember correctly, those guys start a little bit further into the northwest. Kind of. But either way, that's going like instant yikes tier, if we're being honest. Next, I think that's Bundelkhand. Maybe. Let's go. I do remember my warning tape countries. Remember correctly, these guys are like a really small country as well. Bundelkhand. Vassal of Malwa and Vindian ideas, which are kind of alright. Nothing really stands out with these guys, so congrats, you're going into the same tier as the other Indian minor countries. Next we have Kado, and I remember back in the day, Kado was like a sleeper build country because of the funny things you could do with them. And I guess you can kind of still do them. But I'm pretty sure they're one of the few countries that actually... I thought they had unique ideas. Now it's telling me that they have native ideas. I don't know if I believe this. I could have sworn Kado had their own ideas. Hmm. Interesting. Well, I mean, in that case, by default, they kind of do go into sleeper tier. Not sleeper tier. There's no sleeper tier. They're going into yikes, unfortunately. Like, you can do stuff with them, but that's entirely up to the skill of the player. And of course, we're talking relatively between countries. What differentiates an F from a yikes? F tier will usually have either a somewhat decent tech group, somewhat decent mission tree, or somewhat decent ideas in an otherwise hopeless situation. And if it doesn't have one of those, then it's yikes tier. Pretty much. Yeah. Okay, who's this? I am not seeing them on my list. Calicut, that's who it is. Is ranking based on possible formables too? Not really, because we're kind of assuming that as any country, you can kind of form any country you feel like. Sure, some of them are going to be more natural formations, but since we're rating each formable as well, we're trying to sort of keep it to like, oh, you know, you're gonna rank each country based on their own merits for the most part, as their own country. Anyway, Calicut, plutocracy, interesting. Calicut is in the southwest, right? Southwest of India. Those are actually not bad ideas. 10% goods produced, advisor cost reduction, tech cost reduction, merchant, provincial trade power, national unrest, and global trade power. They're still like a really small country, and they have a tough start because they're next to Vijay, I think. And so we're gonna put them a little higher up on this list of the minor Indian countries, but they still kind of have that position. Next we have Carnatic, which I think is also similarly, if they're released, in the southwest. And I don't think they're very big either, so we're just going to put them similar tier. Then we have Chahar, I think. That one province country, maybe one province that starts next to Ming. Do they start next to Ming? Maybe they don't even start next to Ming, but they are near Ming, I think. Yeah, they're releasable, they don't start there. Carnatic is further east from Calicut. Oh, I see, okay. So Chahar, not really much to say about it. I mean, it is a horde, but it's releasable, and so you can't release it as a horde. I don't think. It does have horde ideas. We're gonna put it in like the low horde tier. Oh, hello. Hi. Hello, Raiders. Hi, Saf. How's it going? We're having a riveting stream today. The part 2 of raiding every single EU4 country. The torture stream. Let's go! Also, these guys... I mean, they have horde ideas. We're gonna put them... That's a really tough one, actually. They're like these guys, but worse. Like, dramatically worse. Might even invent a new section of the tier list for them. Actually, you get like the Bukhara tier. This looks like hell. What do you mean, chat? We're more than halfway through the countries, at least. I think we are. I'm pretty sure we are. And it's gonna go faster because a lot of these are like similar groupings of countries. But yeah, we're having a great time. But we can't spend too much time in between because we gotta keep going. We have to keep going. Who is this? Actually, seriously, who is that? It is not a real flag. Is that Chachapoya? No, that can't be Chachapoya. Yeah, it's not made any easier when you realize that, have to like search through different flags to find them. Because it's not in the most sorted alphabetical order. It's Chanda. I feel like I've missed a lot of these countries. Hold on, is this actually even a complete tier list? I mean, we did do the math, and we figured that there are, what is it, 973 total tags that we're going through, but it still feels like this is Oirat, this is O. But for example, where's like Chaktemal? Did I rate Chaktemal? I don't think so. Wait, this is Oirat, and this is Bonneman. And this is Air. Do I have another, like, 3 A to Zs to go through? I might, actually. Because that's Wu. And that's Vijay. And that's Air. And that's Bonneman. And that is... I'm forgetting their name. This is Lotharingia. Wait a second. And that's Salish. And that's Ojibwe. I do have all the countries, right? in theory. I think. Right? I think. Yeah. But where's Chaktemal? Did I rate Chaktemal? Did I rate Chaktemal? I did not rate Chaktemal, because it would be down here. Did I... Is it on this list? Am I missing countries? Am I gonna go insane? Maybe. There's Chaktemal. Okay, we're chilling. Never mind, we're good. Okay, so this is Chanda. Allegedly. I'm gonna be honest, I do not like that flag. They have a unique government type, the Gond Kingdom, and they have Gond ideas. Morale of armies, national manpower, infantry combat ability, national unrest, religious unity, a merchant. And Chanda is allegedly a small country? What do you mean, allegedly? Supposedly exists. Has anybody played them? That's what I thought. Can anybody actually confirm that Chanda is real? I don't think so. You ever been to Chanda? That's what I thought. And then we have... That looks like it would be a revolter tag. Changsheng. Chanda confirmed? Okay, these guys are just a Chinese kingdom, which is actually a really good government type. Or am I thinking Chinese warlord? No, I think these are just Chinese kingdom. But no, don't they become warlords when... I don't remember how that whole system works. But basically, I'm going to assume that they have the good government type. That makes it easy for them to take China. And actually, any of the countries in China have pretty decent everything and anything. Because... yeah. They're not the emperor, so they're better than Ming. That's real. That's actually real. Okay. So for the Chinese revolter tags, we're gonna give them like another section of the tier list, kind of like how we have the daimyos. We're gonna rate them according to like how easy it is to take over China again from their position. So like maybe we're gonna give them an automatic automatic B tier. Like any of these countries really can take China back. That's gonna be like the bottom of B tier. Maybe. Actually, what missions do the Chinese revolter tags get? Like, what missions does Wu get? Or do Wu get, I guess? Now we gotta ask Hawk for real because he might be the only human who's played anyone in China that isn't Oirat, Mongolia, Manchurians, or Ming. Yeah, that's real. Hold on, let me just type in like any country in China and see if it gives me an entry. It does not. Hold on, there has to be some kind of like Chinese missions. Okay, so that could refer to Ming, Qing. Oh, hold on. Here we go. The Chinese Kingdom missions. That's something. They do exist. That's good. Okay, okay. This works out then. This is totally fine. Okay, yeah, so any of these countries are fine then. That's cool. I've seen YouTubers talk about how all the China successor states are great to play because you can very easily take most of Ming. Oh yeah, for sure. The best way to play China is to not play Ming. Speaking of which, here's a country whose name I don't remember. Or maybe don't know because I've never seen them. So if that was Changsheng, then this is Chu. If I remember correctly, these guys are a relatively small country, so we're going to put them in the same tier. Like right here. And then Dali. I remember those guys. I know everything about them because they pop out every game. That is... I don't know about those guys, though. That is... maybe a country. Dang? Oh, right, these guys. They're like an OPM, or like maybe a two-province minor that I think is in North India alongside the border with Nepal, I'm pretty sure. Or in other words, they're getting a low tier. I feel like I might have even played these guys. Yeah, they're a Nepalese princedom. The reason I might have played them is because back in the day, and I mean like 4 or 5 years ago, I'm pretty sure I played them during a like a random country campaign. where I played 10 years of one country and then randomly swapped to another one for 10 years. But anyway. Dang, we're gonna put them in... I'm gonna be honest, it's gonna be like a similar tier, but I feel like they're gonna be on the lower end of that. Yeah. This is actually Deccan themselves, and Deccan isn't too bad. They are formable, they get the... Oh, I say not too bad, and then I look and they get admin efficiency in their traditions. Okay, maybe a bit of an understatement, my bad. Admin efficiency, morale of armies, promoted culture, admin-free policy, discipline, land force limit, global trade power, goods produced, infantry combat ability, and diplomatic reputation. Yeah, okay, so maybe they're pretty decent. They also get access to the Bahmanis missions. Okay, we're gonna put Deccan near the top. In fact, they're not too far off from Hindustan themselves. Maybe I should bump some of these countries up. Maybe Byzantium deserves more. I'm gonna leave it like that for now. Next, that is Delhi, and Delhi kind of has a bad situation to start off with. But you can easily reform them, and so I don't know which version of Delhi we're gonna want to, pretend that we're playing here, but they do get core creation cost, national unrest, cav combat ability, diplo rep, yearly army tradition. Did I mention the production efficiency? Maybe. Governing capacity, mystic trade power, and an additional promoted culture. So let me look at those missions real quick. They're not bad. Like, they have missions, I mean. They're definitely, like... They are firmly 2018 missions. But they do have missions. I feel like I would put them... kind of like where Bahmanis is, but worse. But only a little bit worse. Like, maybe slightly worse Bengal if we're pretending that you're playing them from the start. I don't know, it's a tough one. We're gonna keep them there for now. Maybe I'll change my mind. Next. Who is this? Dundar. They have their own ideas? Interesting. Morale of armies, caravan power, fort defense, rep, development cost, tolerance of the true faith, tech cost reduction, and land fire damage is not half bad. I think they're a relatively small country at the start, though, which does kind of bring them down a few points, but I think they're pretty firmly, like, right there. Not terrible. Next. That is... Damot, I think. Maybe it's actually sad that I can... Okay, maybe... No, it's not Damot. Okay, good. I was gonna say, I don't think it bodes well that I can recognize EU4 countries from their flags, but the fact that I got that one wrong actually gives me hope. So, Dhoti, another Nepalese princedom, we're gonna put that right next to Dang. Okay, next we're looking at Dzungar. Now, Dzungar is pretty much just Tibet again. Oh, they have Oirat ideas, though. That's interesting. So you basically just become Oirat 2. And you are a horde. We can just put them in the same spot I plan to put Oirat then, right? Well, not quite. One of the reasons Oirat is so good is because of the early game position, where you get to be the guy who tears Ming to pieces. If you're playing Zungar, you're not that guy. But you could be pretty solid. So it's like Oirat, but a little worse because to get to that position, you have to do a few things. I'm willing to put him, like, relatively in the A tier, whereas Oirat I'm probably going to put in the Paradox Please Nerf. Just because of, the starting position. Technically, the Zungar Horde, which is an Oirat tribe, conquered Tibet. You can create them as Tibet, because to have them spawn naturally is impossible. Let's go. Okay, this next one has a funny flag, and I like it. So it might get extra points for that. If only I can actually figure out what country this is. Garha? Oh, we're skipping quite a few letters here. It's an AI-generated flag. Not a real place, not a real flag. Okay, we can put them next to Chanda. They're also Gond ideas, but they're also a vassal, which just kind of makes them worse by default, sort of. Well, it depends, because if you play as a vassal, you can get support independence. It just sort of depends on how you want to play that, I guess. But, yeah, they're going next to Chanda. This is Garha. I know that one. Garwal. Sorry, yeah, no, I know what I was thinking, but the words did not word correctly. Garwal, yeah. Development cost is a good one to start with. Morale of armies, national unrest, tolerance of the true faith, and tolerance of heretics and heathens. Not amazing. They do have that one achievement, but we're not really taking that into consideration. They're also pretty small, literally an OPM, and yeah, you can't do much with these guys. I'm gonna be honest. Right there. Garjat, near Bengal. Vassal of Orissa, with Garjati ideas. They're not too bad, actually. Those are solid ideas. I might even bump them up a little bit. Just for having some reasonably decent ideas. Five hours into the stream, how long will this be? Well, don't worry. I mean, the first stream was, what, 9 hours long? And then this one can be, you know, relatively similar. Oh, how far are we into this? About 5 hours. Light work. Everything is light work after doing the subathon. Okay, who's this? That looks like a Makassar, but it's not. It's Ginji. South Indian, Dravidian. It's gonna go right next to Carnatic and Andhra. Wait, that's Andhra. That's Carnatic. Wait, is that Carnatic or Calicut? That's Calicut, my bad. This is Carnatic. You get to go in between for fun. Next. I don't actually know that country. Good. Golconda. I have seen it before, though. I recognize that name, unfortunately. Telugu ideas. And are those any good? They're pretty standard run-of-the-mill ideas. Indian Sultanate, releasable country. There you go. Next. Gorka. Pretty sure that's in, that's a Nepalese princedom one, right? Yeah. I think it's just Guj. Guj is Tibetan though, so we're gonna put it in the Tibetan tier. Because they have fancy missions. Which is next to Bhutan. We have Gujarat, which is actually somewhat decent of a country. I feel like I'm gonna put that sort of near the higher B tier. Well, hold on, let me look at their ideas. Because that's from memory, so... Gujarat, what do you have? Golconda is an insanely valuable province, so up a couple tiers immediately? Okay, hold on. The one province cannot really bump it up a few tiers. Like, I might bump it up a few tags. Like, okay, maybe it can go there. Or like, maybe it can go here, but... Gujarati missions, what do you have here? In terms of their ideas, they have infantry combat ability. 50% religious unity? Damn. Okay. You got the Enlightenment spawning in Gujarat. Provincial trade power modifier, trade efficiency, merchant, global trade power, lots of trade stuff for Gujarat. They do have their own missions too. You know what, maybe I treated them too harshly. Where did I put them? Here? Okay, maybe you get to go... Maybe you get to be one of the big boys, but not Bengal. Next. That is Gwalior. It's in the Hindustan area, probably like on opium or something. Gwalior. Vindian ideas. Okay, so kind of like Bundelkhand and Bagelkhand. But not a subject. Next. You can tell we're getting to the countries that I don't know because I'm not saying them before I open them up. Habsan. Yo, hold on. Apparently it has a single event. Let's go. If Habsan doesn't exist and the year is 1500, then they can be popped out. That's huge. That's massive. They're a pirate country though. Okay, you know what? And their ideas aren't even half bad. Okay, Habsan, congratulations. You have escaped the minor Indian country tier. And because you're a pirate republic, you get to go into low sea tier. What an upgrade. Next. Hadoti. Ethiopian pirate country? Did I miss the fact that it's Ethiopian? Oh my god, its primary culture is Amhara. That's so funny. That's amazing. Although I wonder if they can raid coasts of other Sunni countries. Oh wait. Yeah, no, that's an important question. Are they a pirate republic? They start as an Indian sultanate. They just have the ability to raid, which means in theory they can't actually raid any of the Sunni countries in the area, but like the fact that they can raid is still pretty important. Because that's infinite money. Okay, so who's this? Hadoti. Vassal of Mewar. Rajput ideas, which I think are good. Yeah, they're pretty decent. So maybe we put them like high end of this tier list, of these tiers. And this is Haiji. I think they get the basic horde tier. Let me see here. Yep. I mean, how good are the Jurchen ideas? I don't remember. Okay, they're pretty decent. They're not amazing. They do also have the Manchurian missions, which are not as good as the typical horde missions, if I'm remembering correctly. Because most of the horde missions are like, go take over the world. But the Manchurian missions are like, please take Korea and be mean to Ming. Thank you. So they're not quite as good as the usual horde missions, but they're alright. They got a few good things in there. So we're gonna put them in the horde tier, but in like the lower end of the horde tier, so like maybe here-ish. We could go a little lower than that, actually. No, they're still a horde. They get that for free. Yeah, they get to have that tier. That's fine. Next, that is Hindustan. I think we're just going to automatically put them on the same tier as Bharat, because I think they share the same missions and have similar ideas. But I'm just going to double check that. Oh no. Never mind, they don't have the admin efficiency. Uh-oh. They do have the Indian Empire missions, but no admin efficiency? Let me do a direct comparison, because maybe it's not... Maybe it's not that bad. Hold on. Because you know, Bharat, they get the admin efficiency, and that's like the big part. But then you look at Hindustan, and they do get the governing capacity instead. Okay, there's some parts of Hindustan that are better and some parts that are worse. I'm gonna put them on like basically the same tier. Left for Dinner came back to a completely different VTuber. Hi, Chloe. Welcome. Yeah, we're rating every single country in EU4. This is part 2, and we're at least halfway done. We have, like, you know, like a handful left to keep going through. Spoonful, really. Next, this is a revolter tag in China that I don't know the name of, but I can tell because of the way that the thing is done. Actually, maybe I should look that one up, because I might remember the size of the country, which kind of matters. Never mind, it's Hawaii. I have no idea where that is. South China, somewhere. It's just gonna go here. That's fine. Next. I've never seen that before. Hold on. Yeah, just another 18 hours of stream left. Just a handful. That is Idar in western India, presumably a 1 or 2 province country. Gujarati princedom. We're gonna put him next to Baglana. There you go, buddy. Next. That can't be the Ilkhanate, can it? It is the Ilkhanate. Of course it would be. That last one was Idar. Ilkhanate's kind of a weird one because I've never played the Ilkhanate. It just kind of feels weird to play them. Who actually... Who forms the Ilkhanate? Just at all, actually. I guess you could as like Transoxiana. I suppose QQ or AQ, maybe? Maybe? I assume they have missions that are probably... Yeah, they're just the Mongol missions. They're just imported from Oirat. I mean, they're good. They're pretty solid, of course. You know, they're... Although, wait, when you form the Ilkhanate, do you become monarchy? No, I don't think so. You don't have to be one either, but it's just like... Whoever picks this? I don't know. It's only a released country? Well, no, you can form the Ilkhanate. There's a possibility. You can also, like... You can release them as a march. But you can actually play them. Good if you want to pivot from QQ to a horde? Which I don't think you become a horde, though. That's the problem. Like, you keep your government type when you form them. Low B? Okay, that might be a little crazy. Hold on, let me look at those ideas again real quick. Cav combat ability. Tech cost, land fire damage. Here's the separatism. Okay, they're not that amazing. They gotta be a little bit higher than a low B. They do have the Mongol missions. If nothing else, that's gotta be an advantage over, like, Navarra. It's probably just gonna end up being like... There. Well, here we have Mongolia itself. But that's because, of course, they have a decent starting position. By the time you form the Ilkhanate, it's a little later into the game. Screw it. I'm just gonna go into like a mid-A tier. Next. This is... Jaffna. Another very small country that allegedly exists. South Indian, Dravidian, vassal of Vijay. Yeah, we're probably going to put this in like the low India tier. Now I'm starting to think maybe these countries don't deserve to be put where they are. I'm flip-flopping back and forth. I'm like, are these countries Like, are these really better than... Actually, that's not Ireland. That's Leinster, I think. But are they really better than the Irish miners? No, they are, actually. For sure they are. I don't know. It's too late. We can't stop now. Next. Is that Jaisalmer? Yeah, okay, that's going right next to... What did I put here already? Idar? Yeah, we'll put it near Idar, I guess. Well, no, Idar actually has, like, better ideas, I think. Well, that's Idar. There, it gets to go there. Congrats. Next. Bangladesh. Right next to it. Next. Jaunpur, that's gonna be, like a solid A tier, maybe... Maybe like right there for Jaunpur. That feels reasonable. Jerusalem, that's a bit of a break from our current theme. Missionary strength from all of armies. Sorry, I need to drink some water. Okay, Jerusalem. Missionary strength, morale of armies, discipline, missionary, yearly people influence, cheaper curia powers, national manpower, diplomatic reputation. Okay. Do they have any new missions, or are they just Crusader missions? Okay, Crusader missions, they might just get the same tier as the Knights. Well, no, well, maybe. The reason why the Knights get bumped up a little bit is because they can raid. And Jerusalem actually can't do that. But it's also like... has generally better ideas than the Crusaders. And I think they have a government reform that's better as well. Maybe. Do you have a government reform? I mean, they have the Crusader State one, but that's what everybody has for that, so... Okay, never mind. Okay, next. That is Jaipur. Garjat the ideas, so we're just gonna put that next to Garjat. Just to make things easier on ourselves. Next, I like that flag, it's interesting. That belongs to... Shalavad. One of the guys in the what? We're gonna put that next to Idar. Is that you? I think that's you. Yeah. Between Gujarat and Sindh. Okay. Oh, here we go. Jharkhand, an even cooler flag. That'll go next to Jaipur, actually. Next. Man, I'm speedrunning these. That's Zhenzhou. We're gonna put them next to Haiji, but like higher up. Where'd I put them? Here we go. Chinese revolter tank. We're gonna put them. Wait, which one is this one? Jean? Okay, pretty sure that one's kind of small, so we're gonna put it like here. Next. I feel like Jian Zhao is stronger than Nogai. Nogai gets the do they get the Mogulistan missions? We're kind of going by missions as well, so the thing is, I think Nogai gets a good set of missions. Wait, also, this is Nogai. Hold on. Let me take a second look at Nogai. Just to make sure they do get the missions that I think they do. Oh, it's hard to tell. Who knows what missions they have, actually. They're in the Tatar group. Does that mean that they get the Golden Horde missions? Hold on. They should get access to the Tatar missions. Yes. Okay, and the Tatar missions are like significantly better. Yes. Okay, that makes sense then. I'm standing my ground on that decision. Okay, next, Jumla. I've actually never heard of this country, but allegedly it exists at the start. Who knows? Nepalese princedom. That narrows it down. Thank you very much. Oops, I keep hitting my middle scroll wheel. Okay, congratulations. Next. I remember you. You might be a releasable next to or within Gujarat. I think they're a releasable in Gujarat. So if I'm remembering that correctly, then I'm going to save us some time. Just snap it down like here. That's Junagadh, I think. Yes, it is. And it actually starts in the game as a country that exists. Who knew? Yeah, so it's right next to like Jalavad in terms of where I'm gonna put it. So like here's fine. I don't know who that is. Isn't that? Oh, it's Kachar. Okay, I was thinking like Kam. That's not that one. Bengali. Presumably. Oh, I know where Kachar is. Yeah, it's in a rough spot. It's I think it's the one that's slightly north of Bengal, like northeast maybe. Like between Koch and... I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm lying. I could be. Anyway, Kachar, you're taking a trip over to here. Have fun. Unless I've already raided another Bengali country. I did, Vishnapur. Oh, it's literally next to it. I'm actually a god. Okay, nice. Cool. Next country. That one, I don't know that one actually. Let's see. Kalahandi. Apparently that exists at the start. If you can tell, chat, I don't play in India very often. Next to Manipur, I think that's the one, yeah. Gorkha lower than the Bengali countries, no Nepal love. Unfortunately, Paradox gave no Nepal love because they have no missions. I don't think he's ever played Himalayan Prussia. I think I've played Nepal once, maybe. But remember, Nepal as a country is going to be rated separately. Right, what are we looking at? That country here, which is Kalahandi. And Kalahandi is Garjati. So I'm gonna put it next to Jaipur in Jharkhand. That's not Jaipur in Jharkhand. There you go. They're really testing my knowledge on these countries. Kalinjar also starts in the game? No way. No way, bro. Vindian. Okay, that's gonna go right next to here. Oh, I know this one. That's, okay, maybe I don't know it by name, but Kalka, maybe? Kalmyk. Not Kalka. That's, Kalka's if you play as Tibet, I think, and get turned into Kalka through a mission. Kalmyk. I got half of that right. Yeah, this is the migration spawn one that happens way out in the west. And I'm pretty sure you can only create it through the event. Yeah. So basically, it's Oirat. I don't even know if it gets the... Probably gets the missions. But it can only be spawned really late into the game. So this one's a little bit of an anomaly. Because normally I'd be like, oh, this is a great country. It kind of gives me Chahar vibes. Like, it is a horde. Wait, no, it's not going to be... Wait, is it a horde? When do you... Because it's an event, not released as a country. I guess it is a horde. It's a steppe nomad. Okay, yeah. So kind of a similar situation to Chahar, where, like, it exists. Kind of. Sort of. Yeah. You're still ranking them? Does it look like they're all ranked? To you, I gotta get through them sometime. These countries aren't gonna rank themselves. Next, Kalpi. Ooh, I don't even know how to rate this country. Vassal of Malwa. It just has Indian Sultanate ideas, and I don't think I've seen those yet. This one's gonna be a real shot in the dark, I'm not gonna lie. That's gonna go straight here. Just an NPC country for real. Let chat rank them. I feel like that would somehow take longer. Candy gets a little buff because they have a funny name, and although we're not really thinking about achievements, I might think about achievements a little bit, and I'm gonna bump them up just because I have a soft spot for them. Because I did play them, and they're kind of fun. Next. This is vibes-based. I mentioned that at the start, so don't be surprised. Kangra. They have their own ideas, that's cool. OPM in northwest India, bordering Ladakh, Sirhind, and Simur, and Kashmir. So basically, they're not having a good time. They do have some pretty good ideas, though. National manpower, morale of armies, discipline, national unrest. You know what? You deserve a little more. You actually get to go near the top here. Congrats. Next... That's not Sardinia-Piedmont, is it? We can't be skipping that many tags. No, that's Karadel. It's next to Sardinia-Piedmont, my bad. Wait, I should know what the Sardinia-Piedmont flag looks like. I literally did a world conquest with those guys. Anyway, Karadel. They are a horde. Okay, I'm gonna give them the same spot pretty much as Sardinia-Piedmont in both of those countries. I'm gonna put them pretty much in the Chahar spot that I just kind of created here, where you have a really small horde that does exist and you can play them. So they're not like E, F, or Yikes tier because they are a horde, which automatically makes them cracked. But they're not like Crimea, Nogai, Jianzhou. Like, they're not in a good position, you know? You did? I did in fact. Hold on, let me see if I can find the image. I'm sure I have a screenshot somewhere. It took me like several streams to do it. I hope I took a screenshot that I saved, because I'm not going to scroll through my Twitter and find a picture. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I think I do have that. Money's not even real, actually.
To help convince you to finish it all today.
Thank you very much, Isaac, for the $2 super chat. It's definitely helping convince me. I just don't know if I have it in me, if I'm being real. I did promise my friends I would play Elden Ring Night Rain today. Because we haven't played in a little bit. But hold on. I just had it, and then I scrolled. Where did that screenshot go? There's no way. Where did it go? I just had it. I just had the screenshot. Sorry, I have to scroll through like 500 screenshots I have. Oh, here we go, here we go. Is that it? Oh, that's the one. That's the one, baby. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. There was no reason for me to stay as Sarah Gilgear other than the fact that it would be funny. There we go. That one's from years ago. But yeah. But my friends are playing Elden Ring Night Rain and not EU4 with me. Why would I want you to play Night Rain? Fair, true, real. Unfortunately, we only just now got past Libra. I think that was the last fight that we did. I don't remember who's after Libra. But yeah, the goat guy. We call him... I don't remember what his actual title is, but we call him Beastanius Beast, because it's something like that. Anyway. And how's Night Rain? It's so different from Elden Ring that at first it's like a... like, oh, roguelike jump scare. But it's actually still fun if you're playing with two friends. If you're playing solo, it's miserable. Don't do that. Next. What do we have? What is this country? It exists in theory. Is that the one? Kalinjar? No, that's not the one. Wait, isn't that... No, it's inverted Kachar. It's Kashmir. Okay. Time to start international conflicts. Let's go. Okay, where do I put this? Indian Sultanate ideas. Okay, we're putting it right next to Kalpi. I don't remember what Kalpi's flag looked like. I didn't actually look at it. Okay, it's the purple one with the crescent. There are a lot of those, actually. This one. There you go. There we go. We have Kachar and inverted Kachar. That's not Kachar. Wait, no, maybe it is. I don't know. I'm losing my mind. I've been raiding countries for like 6 hours. Where'd you put Bengal? I think I put it in A tier. Anyway, next. That is Kathmandu. Nepalese princedom tier. Next. Keladi, releasable country. That allegedly exists. Keladi, I was looking in the wrong spot. South Indian. Dravidian, releasable by Vijay. Okay, it's just gonna go into the same relative tier. Which I'm not exactly sorting that much, but there you go. I like that flag. That looks pretty cool. Keonjar. The only thing I know about Night Rain is the Revenant memes. Dude, I love those so much. I tried playing Revenant, unfortunately. I don't know how to play her properly. Also, that's going to go in the same tier as Kalahandi. I'm missing the plot. Where is that? Here? No. It's this one. What music do you listen to? I like to listen to metal. Or like rock. And occasionally J-pop, because remember, I am a weeb. It's hard to forget that, really. I don't know, what country is this? I feel like I've seen that flank before, but I can't find it. Oh, it's Kalka. Of course, I literally just talked about Kalka. Okay, it's like... It's like basically Dzungar, in a sense. Like, Koshud, Kalka, Dzungar are like all kind of the same for the most part. Wait, do they get the mission tree? Hold on. It might not get that mission tree. Oh no, they do. Okay, yeah, they all do. Never mind. So basically, these guys are like Dzungar again. Which, I don't remember what tier I put them in. Here. Where they're like a really good horde, but you're a little bit late, so you're not quite Oirat tier. Listen to K and C pop too? No. It's literally just... Mostly it's J-pop because I'll watch something and it'll have a really good opening song or like an ending song and I'll be like, oh, that's really nice. I should add that to my playlist, and then I do. This is Kam, I believe. Which I'm just gonna put in the Tibet tier. I'm forgetting what I put in the Tibet tier. Oh, right here. That's Tibet tier. Wait. I should check to make sure that's actually the country. Okay, that is Kam. Nice. Khandesh. Can't believe you're a weeb. I know. It's an affliction that's followed me since birth. Permanent, they say. Alright, that's gonna go right next to Jalavad. Andesh. Me, when I say it'll go next to a country, and then I forget to look at that country's flag, so I don't know what it is. Oh no, I was right. Okay, nice. Next. That is... I feel like I've seen that one before. Is that not Koshud? That is Koshud. Okay, nice. Alright, well, we know where that's going then. That gets to go... here. Next, I think that's Koch. Yep. Mort was already clinging to a copy of Dragon Ball when he was born. Funny enough, actually, Dragon Ball is one of the shows that I didn't watch. Or actually, I tried watching it, and then my mom's like, no, you can't watch that. Because I think it was when I was like 10. And I had a friend in the 5th grade who was like, hey, you should read Dragon Ball or something. And I'm like, well, I can't really like read it, but I can like use my iPod Touch to like watch it. And then my mom's like, no. Like, no, you can't watch that. Anyway, Koch, that's a country. That doesn't really have a good start because of where it is. So we're gonna put it kind of near Qatar. If I can remember which country's flag is Qatar. Is it that one? No, it's this one. What do we have next? I don't know. We're getting to the point where I'm looking at each country and I just don't know which one it is. Cochin. Has anything Lithuania related been rated? Yes, that was last stream, I think. Will we rate and Benar nations after this? Absolutely not. That, I think it's too difficult to rate and Benar countries unless you've played them. And because I haven't played enough of them, it's an impossible task. The Anbanar countries are crazy because you can look at a one province minor country and it's like, oh, by the way, that country can actually just dissolve the world in acid. And it's like, okay, that's cool, I guess. Like, they just do insane things for no reason. Alright, we're gonna put this one next to Calicut. This is Cochin. And they have the same idea group. That's why I'm putting it next to Calicut. I think I've stopped explaining some of them by accident, not even on purpose. I think I'm just, I'm experiencing a breakdown of my mental functions. This one's Calathonad, which has literally the exact same culture. And so, in that respect, it's going to go in the same spot. Next. Oops, I tabbed out by accident. I should know this one, but I'm operating on like 7 brain cells at this point, so that's too bad. This is Korchin. I do know that one. Yeah, you see that green country in the middle of not Africa, sandwiched between the Shadow Trolls and the Emperor of Knolls? Yeah, they have the best military on the continent. It's kind of like that one country that's going to exist in the new update, where it's like you have a single mission, you're next to the command, and your one mission is to destroy the command. And you're just like 3 provinces, and that's what you do. You just annihilate the command instantly. Well, you have to fight for it, of course, but like you just do insane stuff. Also, Korchin, what are you? You're Altaic culture, which means you probably have the actual Mongol missions, right? Which means they're kind of on the same tier as the other Mongol nations. Not quite Oirat, because Oirat is like a cut above that. But they can get the same spot as like Dzungar. Maybe even Mongolia, actually, because I remember we put Mongolia a little bit... Well, now hold on a second. Because we put Mongolia here, but these countries here, I consider them to be similar to Mongolia, but a little bit worse in the fact that you have to play Tibet and then form them to be a horde and then gain this good stuff. And so with at least with like Korchin, you kind of start... Like, this is Mongolia. Mongolia, you can easily win your freedom from Oirat, and then, boom, simple. Korchin, you're close enough to the start where you can kind of do whatever you want. But these 3, you have to wait a little bit, which is why they should be lower on the list. What did Lithuania get rated? I think they're... Where'd I put Lithuania? Right here, actually. That's where I put them. And I think I'm going to stand by that. Yeah, I'm going to keep them there. Next. Is that what Kota's flag looks like? Hold on. It looks so much nicer when it's not squished into a frame. It's actually a nice looking flag. I like that. They have the Sinhalese ideas. Isn't there another country with Sinhalese ideas? I don't remember which one, but yeah, they're in Sri Lanka. I'm gonna put them next to Candy. Have fun. It's the most obscure countries on the list. You could probably pick out any of the ones that I've been rating for the past hour and a half, and you'd be able to find one. For the most part. Well, that was actually Candy's Overlord, what do you know? Kalmyks? Maybe. That could be, because they only spawn in from an event after 1600. But I feel like they're interesting enough that most people know about them. Maybe. Because it's like, oh, this is a migratory Oirat country that pops up in the 1600s, and whenever you're playing like Russia or something, then you get that event and you're like, whoa, that's crazy. So I feel like if you've ever played Russia, then you've probably encountered them. I think. Maybe. Yeah, obscure little known country of France. Alright, what do we have? That looks like Luristan, but I feel like we've rated Luristan. That's because it's not actually Luristan, it's Kumaon. I just judged a country by its flag. Nepalese princedom. Guess what, buddy? You get to go into the Nepal tier. Congrats. I feel like I should know this one. Kutch. Gujarati princedom. It's going next to Junagadh. That is this one. Next, I should actually know that one. So I recognize that flag, Ladakh. That is, Tibet tier? Yes, that's Tibet tier. Which is, over here. That's Lanzhang, I think. Lanzhang, I think, actually has missions. Okay, now we have to pay attention to some countries. Ladakh does have special ideas and such? Do they? Hold on. They do have Ladakh ideas. They're not crazy, but I might bump them up like one tier for that. Better than Guj, probably, because Guj is a terrible starting position. In fact, we're just going to put Guj right at the bottom of that. Anyway, Lanzhang does have its own missions and ideas. They have Tolerance of the True Faith, +1 max promoted culture, 15% cavalry combat ability, 10% AE reduction, 15% improved relations, national unrest reduction, and then land force limit modifier, and that's all the stuff that's actually pretty good with them. Their missions, they more have like a few mission twigs here and there, less of a tree, more of a few sticks. They can get +1 tolerance of the true faith for the rest of the game, and actually they can get themselves an additional total 30% cavalry ratio, which is not too bad. The missions are pretty decent, but they're not insane. Nothing to really write home about. So I feel like they can be given a pretty solid, like, slightly worse than Ayutthaya tier. Or maybe a little bit over here, you know? Like, they're maybe a little worse than Diviet, I feel. Wonder if the Easter egg nations are in here? They are, yes. Then we have, I think that's Lübeck, actually. That's crazy. But we had Lübeck already ranked. Now, is that Lübeck or is it Lucca? That's a really important question. And I can't tell. There are like 6 countries with this flag. I don't know if it's Lucca or Lübeck. No, wait. This is Lucca. So this has to be Lübeck. I think that's Lübeck. Yeah, we're gonna go with that's Lübeck. Because it's going to get a higher tier than whatever I just put Lucca into. Now, they do get access to the improved Hansa ideas. That's trade efficiency, a merchant, global trade power, ship trade power, discipline, heavy ship combat ability, dev cost reduction, goods produced, idea cost, provincial trade power, and trade steering. That's what they get for the Hansa ideas when they complete a specific mission. They also have quite a few permanent bonuses from their missions, which are not too bad. Plus they get that one insane gold province thing. Yes. Okay, Lübeck's pretty solid with their mission tree. But how solid? I feel like they could be reasonably in A tier. A tier above the Ilkhanate, yeah. That seems right to me. That feels right, okay. Vibes based. So this next one I think is Liang. And if I'm remembering correctly, that's a relatively large revolter tag in China. It is still a revolter tag. We're just going to go ahead and give him a pretty high spot on that. Then we have, I think that's Limbuan. Yep. Look, is a little more bright red. Yeah, I was probably able to immediately identify Lucca in the last stream, because I did already rank them. Anyway, Limbuan, that's Nepalese princedom. It's gonna go like here. Then that's... Wait, what? Didn't I just rank this country? Am I... No, it's a different flag, but slightly. What? Oh, that's Luang Prabang, I see. Okay, okay. Which can be formed, funny enough. Yeah, it's the smaller country that they start guaranteeing. Or I thought they were maybe a vassal. But maybe you're right. No, wait, hold on. It's releasable by Lanjiang. Okay, I'm confused. I'm pretty sure there's a tiny country in the... Maybe I'm thinking of Muanfuang. I don't know. Okay, let's just look at the Laotian ideas. I feel like they actually don't get any missions. Luang Prabang. Laotian ideas are not too bad. They get tolerance of the true faith, tolerance of heathens, infantry combat ability, trade efficiency, land force limits, promoted culture. It's not the worst thing in the world. They're just not amazing. And so they might actually get... They might actually get an E tier. Maybe like a... Yeah, that seems about right. Today I feel daring. I will design my Indo-Chinese area flag as a white elephant in a red field. Creativity abound over there. Okay, we got fish. Fish flag. It's Madurai. I know that one. I played Madurai. I don't know why. I'm just forgetting every country I've ever played. South Indian ideas. Religious unity, production efficiency. Okay, we actually know these because we've seen them before. They can form Ravat or Bharat, of course. That's not really a big thing. They start in the south, and basically they're gonna get a similar tier to, I think it's you. There you go. Majapahits. I gotta admit, I haven't played them in a while, so I don't know if they changed anything about Majapahit. Only at no, don't worry, Baz. We're like, I'd say we're like 65, maybe 70% through this. The order of the countries is kind of messed up, so we already went A to Z once. And then this is the second time, and allegedly there's like a third A to Z, because somehow it just messed up the order of the countries. But, yeah. So Majapahit, I know they have the mandala system, which allows them to concentrate dev with better efficiency, so we can work with that. For the most part. They get a colonist, missionary strength, liberty, desire, and subjects, AE reduction, trade efficiency, morale of armies, heavy ship combat ability, advisor cost, and diplo annexation cost. They do start with a disaster at the beginning, and they do have some pretty solid missions. I think they can get a pretty solid, let's say, I don't know if I'm willing to go all the way into A tier. Well, no, they can definitely get like a lower A tier. I'd say like, I'd put them above. Okay, it's hard with Maya because they do get high American tech. Maybe like a little bit lower than these two. Just because of the start, they might be like Delhi tier. Because they both have a difficult start, but once you get past that, they're doing pretty alright. I'd even put them past Gujarat, just because the potential for Majapahit is larger, I think. Maybe? But then I'm thinking, like, are they worse than Mali? And Songhai? And like, no, not really? It actually makes me want to put them like this. Yeah, that feels better. I'm gonna do that. Next, I think that's Makassar, maybe? Wait, Makassar or Maguindanao? That's Makassar. Why Byzantium not S tier? Because I wasn't feeling it when I put Byzantium up there, but I changed my mind 7 times per stream, so we'll see. My bad. It is pretty cool to make a minimum autonomy build without doing some BS tag switching. Interesting. Right, Makassar. These guys are not crazy. Sulawesi ideas are alright, I guess. And Animist at the start? That's pretty cringe, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think they're full yikes tier. But they might be like a high F, low E. We'll give them a high F tier, maybe. Maybe like a mid F tier, actually. I remembered that they have no missions. Which country is the worst then? I mean, these aren't in any particular order, but the worst countries are basically any of the ones in North America that are tribes. And not the ones that are, like, federated tribes. So, like, Iroquois we put up here, so we have, like, Cherokee and Huron and Shawnee and Iroquois and... I'm forgetting the name of these guys, but these ones. Creek, that's them. But because they're like Confederacy tags, then, you know, presumably they're a little bit larger and usually have better ideas. Anyway, next. That is Majertine, releasable, Horn of Africa. That's not Majertine, I lied. That's Makwanpur. We already rated Majertine. And Corbett is particularly badly biased against the inner Congolese tags. Yeah, so the inner Congolese ones and the Great Lakes tags also get yikes tier. You know what? I just realized, do I have a gain filter on my desktop audio? No, I don't. Okay, good. Makwanpur. Nepal moment. Next. Oh, that's Malacca. Those guys are actually good. They have actually decent ideas. For the most part. Trade power, naval force limit, income from vassals, liberty desire and subject, ship trade power, diplo rep, true faith, idea costs, and a merchant. Okay, that's pretty decent. And then for their missions... they've got a mission block here. Sheesh. Right, they get a bunch of subjugation CVs in like 20 different countries. Oh yeah, you can also ask to become a tributary to Ming, which is actually really powerful. Okay, you know what? I feel like they can get a pretty solid... a solid A tier, like above these guys in terms of its starting position and the missions that it has. Yeah. And then I think the next one we have is actually Malaya. First of all, what's the tag next to Argentina? Where'd I put Argentina? Here? This is Paraguay. So there's Malaya. Which I think I'm gonna put in at least A tier. Global trade power, morale of armies, settler increase, galley combat ability, 25% galley combat ability. 15% trade efficiency, morale of armies, naval combat bonus off owned coast, which is pretty solid. A merchant, ship trade power propagation. Okay, that one's an interesting one. I was gonna say, oh, 20% ship trade power, that's crazy. And then you check and it's 20% ship trade power propagation. Okay, man. 10% goods produced modifier, ship durability, and trade steering. I don't think they actually have any additional missions though. So it's really about the ideas and sort of where they're situated and what you're likely going to have. So I'm gonna say it's pretty much Malacca tier, but a little bit better. Like, I wouldn't even consider it Axum tier if I'm being perfectly honest. Or maybe it's like roughly Axum tier. Yeah, you get a ton of money. That's like the thing that Malaya excels at. Big navy, lots of money. After that, I mean, that's like what they mostly have. As a formable, though, they don't really have their own missions or anything, so you just have better ideas. Next, we're looking at the Maldives. I'm automatically going to throw that into a lower part of here because of how hard they are to play, isolated on the islands. But you can do something with them. They're just kind of tough. Actually, they might even be the first one that I drop down a tier. Like, maybe you get to go here instead. And then what is this? Malwa? That is Malwa. How many countries left? I mean, we can do a quick check. I think it's 21 across. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So was that 18 times 21 or something? I think. So it's like in the ballpark of like 400. Oh shoot, that's a lot, isn't it? Anyway, we keep going. We keep going. Malwa's a good starting ruler. A god starting ruler, even. Infantry combat ability, national manpower, trade efficiency, fort defense, goods produced, provincial trade power, and a max promoted culture. Plus they have some missions. Well, some is definitely doing a lot of heavy lifting in there. Yeah, not a lot in here, but you do get some permaclaims. A little bit of mercantilism, some temporary modifiers. A lot of temporary modifiers. A little bit of admin power here and there. You do get 20 years of minus 20% aggressive expansion, which is pretty big. I do like that. And Malwa was like a reasonable size. I feel like we can definitely bump it up a few tiers, but not as high as these guys. We can probably give it the equivalent of like Bavaria. Malwa also starts with a 655. Nice. They also have a special event. That's crazy. Okay, nice. That is... Is that not Jianzhou? Or no, wait, that's... It's actually Manchu themselves. You get the Manchu ideas, which are better than the Jurchen ideas. That's 15% core creation cost. You get the banners, you get the manpower, land leader shock. cavalry combat ability, miltech cost, aggressive expansion reduction, and morale of armies. I think you still have those regular missions though, like the Manchurian ones. So functionally, you're like Jianzhou, but a little bit better. Where did I put Jianzhou? Here? Okay, I'm willing to put these guys... I'm willing to put them, like, here. Well... yeah, we'll do that. Yeah. Next, I remember playing these guys and it absolutely sucks because you're animist and you have no feudalism and you have no friends and everyone hates you. So that's actually going to go down to... this is pretty much like a Fazan level country. That's Manipur, by the way. They have an achievement, it's terrible, don't do it. Like absolutely Fazan tier country. Next. Marathas. Manchu is A or S. Fine. Marathas is a formidable national manpower and recovery speed, cav combat ability, procreation cost, reform progress, goods produced. Unfortunately, that is Tech 20. That's pretty tragic. I liked the Manipur achievement, kinda chill. You must have had a different experience with Manipur, because Ming wanted to kill me several times. Anyway, do they have any missions? Not really. You know what? You can have... you're gonna have a tier that's like Deccan, but worse. No, I think Deccan is too high of a tier. You get like Gujarat tier, to be honest. No, better than Gujarat. I'm not gonna be mean like that. That's better than Gujarat. A little bit. Like, the ideas are better, but they don't have their own mission tree, which means you just inherit whatever you have. And so, as a country on its own, it just gives you better ideas, for the most part. And so that's kind of why I'm putting it there. Okay, what do we have next? I don't even know what that country is. We're back to the ones I've never seen before. Oh no, that's Marwar. I have definitely used that country at least once to feed stuff to. We're gonna put that right next to Bangladesh. I don't think that's Bangladesh. Never mind, it is. Next. Mataram. Here's through event. Interesting. Okay, it's a country that we know literally nothing about. There isn't even an entry for it on the wiki. You click on its name, and it brings you to the East Indies super region. I have no idea what this country is. So basically, I'm just gonna put it. I don't even know, man. In the East Indies? I mean, it's not great, but it could be worse. Screw it. It gets to go, yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna, yeah. Most obscure tag ever. It has to be, because there isn't even an entry on the wiki for how it spawns. It just says, appears by event. Which event? Nobody knows. Legends say that if you go into the washroom at night and turn all the lights off and then open up EU4, then a mysterious event will appear where the country becomes real. I don't know. Anyway, that's Miwar. Which is pretty good, generally speaking. Discipline, land, fire damage, national manpower, development cost, army tradition decay, infantry combat ability. That's pretty good stuff. They also have missions. How am I opening EU4 in the bathroom? I'm on the desktop. Okay, you got an outlet in the bathroom? You know what you have to do. You have to say the name 3 times too while looking in a mirror, that's true. Basically, Miwar, even though they're not Rajputana yet, basically get infinite buffs anyway, so. Miwar, that's probably going to be, honestly, it might even be like a Bengal tier country. Yeah, that's a little too high up there. Where did I put Bengal? I'm losing my mind. Oh, here's Bengal. There you go. Might even be, like, here. Infinite potential country. Next. That is... you've heard of Miwar? Well, this is Miwat. Knockoff brand Miwar. Budget Miwar. Indian Sultanate ideas. I'm gonna be real with you. I have no idea where these guys are. So, I'm just gonna put them... with, like... I'm just gonna put them with, like, Kashmir, probably. Is that Kashmir? That's not Kashmir. This is Kashmir. Well, on the other side. Okay, next. That is... a country, presumably. Meow. I love the name. Okay, we're gonna put that in the Chinese revolter tag section, which is up here, but I'm pretty sure there are really small countries, so we're gonna put them near the bottom. Next. This is... I don't remember the name. Min. Also, relatively small revolter tag, but a little larger, I think. So we're gonna put it, like, right here. Next. Ming. This is a tough one, because Ming is like the worst way to play China. Kind of. But they do have missions and they have potential. So, like, they still deserve to be in that super high tier. They just have a rough start. Yeah, because of the Empire mechanics, because they start with them, we can reasonably take into account the Empire mechanics and say, yeah, sure, you... You get to be, maybe like the low part of Paradox, please nerf. Apparently it's easier now to stabilize. Most dev at the start can easily tributary the world. Yeah. Meow is the China tag with gold mine. Okay, hold on. Maybe I treated them too harshly. The weird animist Chinese tag. Based? Mongol Empire. We know where that's going, don't we, folks? We know where that's going. By the time you formed the Mongol Empire, you know, it's like... We put that before or after the Timurids, though. That's kind of a tough one. I feel like we can put it before the Timurids. Or, like, you know, like here, I mean. I guess that's after the Timurids. Reasonably. But I mean, if you think about it, what does the Mongol Empire really give you? It gives you a really good set of, well, it's really just your government reform. That's, if you think about it, the Mongol Empire is really just a government form attached to a flag. Because it doesn't change anything. Not really. Well, that's not true. It allows you to recruit... Is it the banners? I think it's the banners. But it has aura. We can't just not put it in the Paradox Please nerf tier. It has too much aura to not put it in there. Yeah, you are the Mongols. You've already won. At this point, it's just aura farming. They have a really good government reform, though. Like that 20% movement speed. Here's a separatism reduction. Reinforced cost reduction. Land force limit. Manpower. And then I think you get the banners. Pretty sure. Yeah, it passes the vibe check. That's pretty much why it gets to be there. Nice. Sorry, I was just reading the Holy Horde stuff that they have for that. Next, Mughals. I don't really need to say anything, I think. We can just kind of... That's a tough one, though, chat. Are we looking at Ottomans at the top or Mughals at the top? We might... I might keep Mughals at the top. I don't know. Confucian Mughals World Conquest? Yeah. 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 It really is just the government reform. It's unbeatable, really. Like, the infinite bonus... Okay, it's not infinite. I'm exaggerating. But the bonuses you get from integrating different culture groups, and the fact that they all become integrated culture groups without needing to have additional accepted cultures, like, it's kind of crazy. It is simply too powerful. Alright, we have Multan here. What time is it? Okay, hold on. I gotta reply to a text real quick. Ah, I'm still broken. Oh, now we're good. Nice. Okay, where are we at with this? Oh, also, I think I forgot to pin a message that said, like, please like the stream, but you should do that. That'd be cool, thank you. What is that Dutch-looking flag in F tier? Paraguay. Okay, Multan. I think these guys are relatively decent. Indian Sultanate ideas. Really? I think they start with a few more provinces though, don't they? Maybe I'm crazy. I'm gonna give them a little bit of a bump. Bring them up a little bit. Multan is a neat candidate for Punjab. Sirhind is probably just better. We start with a few good provinces, but that's it, really? I feel like they were better than that. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of a different country. Okay, never mind. We'll keep them like this tier. Yeah, there you go. Next, this is Mysore, which I think is in South India. They also have unique ideas that are really good, actually. Okay, hold on. Okay, pause. Morale of armies, leader cost, war creation cost, tolerance of heathens, goods produced, land fire damage, military free policy, diplo-rep, and discipline. Okay. I apologize, I was not familiar with their game. That might actually even qualify them as like a Champa level country. No, the ideas... Dude, the ideas are so good. Hold on. I'm second guessing my whole life here. Hold on. Sorry, what missions do they have? No missions, though. Oof. That is kind of tragic. But the ideas are so cracked. I think I could reasonably put them like Scotland here. Yeah. Very hard to play as Vijay usually just attacks you immediately and you can't get very useful allies. But if you can win, I mean... Those are some really good ideas. If you can pull it off, I feel like that's a totally reasonable spot to put them. Okay, we have Germany Light. Indian Sultanate ideas. Okay, so nothing crazy. No missions either. Okay, realistically, I think these guys are gonna be... like here, probably. That's Nagpur. Well, that's a formable. Since when? I've never seen this before. That's not real. 15% morale of armies, 15% aggressive expansion impact. Okay, maybe I should know about this country. That's crazy. National unrest decrease, construction cost, yearly army tradition, shock damage, production efficiency, unjustified demands. Hold on. Whoa. -1 stability hit to declare war? In a national idea set? In this economy? And then -10% overextension impact. Okay, I think they deserve a little bit more respect than I was going to give them. Okay, that's actually really solid. We're going to give you... we might even give you the same tier as Mysore. Those are some really good ideas. Like, really good ideas. I respect that. Hello, Shrungas Katza. Nepal coming up? Is that next? No, but soon. We have the flying bird country. Let's go. Nanai. Jurchen. Okay, we're gonna put that in the same tier as Aichi. Because they are a horde, and hordes are cracked. Next we have Navanagar. Gujarati princedom. Tribal monarchy, that's a rare one. Released by Kuch, that's crazy. Nah, that's crazy. That's like super low tier. That's crazy. Maybe even like a... that's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. Nepal, the long-awaited. Okay, I have not played Nepal in a very long time. What do we have here? Manpower recovery speed, land force limits, diplo rep, fort defense, national manpower, army tradition, morale of armies, infantry combat ability, leader siege, and discipline. That's all really good stuff. No missions, but they are pretty solid. But how solid? Because I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know if that's Oda tier. But it can be at least... because there are no missions, right? And so, like, most of the countries up here have really good missions to accompany them. I think it's kind of like Asturias tier, where, like, there aren't really any missions, they just have really good ideas. Easy to form too, that's true. Like, most of these countries have some missions that help their ideas as well. This is just like a good set of ideas. But are they better than Mysore? They might actually be here. Below Mysore and... I don't remember who this is. Nagpur? Yeah, that's Nagpur. They also don't need tech to form, that's true. I think I'm gonna stick with that, yeah. Okay, what are we looking at next? I don't know that country. Oh, that's Ning. Pretty sure they're a relatively small releasable in China. So we're gonna put them like low on the list. This is Salone. Salone, honestly, they're just gonna go... Wait, no, they're not even Jurchen, they're Evenk. And I don't even know if they're a horde. Wait, that's Nivk, that's not even Salone. Okay. My bad. Literally fake EU4 player. Salone is Evenk. But Nivk is just Kamchatkan. Oh, let's go, Nivk. I know exactly where to put ya. I know exactly where to put these guys. Here you go, buddy. There you go. Siberian Native Council as your government reform. There you go, man. Have fun. Yep, they're going right there. That's where they get to, yeah. Next. At least they started Manchuria. Yeah, so they're above Ainu in that respect. Well, yeah, no, it's an easier start than Ainu. Next, Nizhny Novgorod. This is the first time we've looked at Europe in a while. That's just gonna get... Looking at those missions... Yeah, that's pretty much Russian Principality mid-tier. Which is like right here. Okay, hold on, for some reason my music stopped. But it looks like it's playing for you guys, so like, I just can't hear it. That's weird. Did my headphones just die? That doesn't make any sense. Hold on. I'm going to turn off my background music, and I'm going to play something to see if I can hear any music. Okay, no, it is working. That's weird. Anyway. Yeah, the music is fine for you guys, it's just I couldn't hear it, so I'm like, wait, did my headphones just suddenly die? Never mind. Alright, we know where this is going, don't we, folks? We know where this is going. Oh, it might even be... It might even be here. Unlimited potential country. Like... This is the country people use to do their 1443 world conquests. They use Oirat for a reason. (1443) Yes, Boostar. No disagreements in chat? That's good. Or that might be stronger, but I'm a Mongolia truth or true successors. If you think about it, approximately like a sixth of the population of anywhere in Asia is like true successors. Or whatever that statistic is. Oirat is tough to play though in my experience. I mean, sort of, kind of. I gotta be real. It doesn't really feel that way when I played them last. You just gotta go fast. Like, I don't think it's that they're tough to play, it's just that you have to lock in. I don't know how else to put it. You just have to lock in. Like, there isn't a single point in time where you should be sitting there like, I really feel like I have nothing to do as Oirat, because you always have something to do. Time never passes without you thinking like, yeah, I'm about to declare war on this guy. You just gotta lock in. I don't know. Next, we do have Orissa. First Ming War is a bit tricky. Okay, I can agree with you on that one. Because, quite literally, it is tricky. Like, you need to know the trick for it. Unironically. You have to fight the Emperor of Ming, and then when you win that battle, you capture the Emperor, and then you have to immediately siege Beijing to get all of North China. And also, personally, I would say you just never take the mandate. Just, I mean, if you want to... Unless you want to play Yuan and Emperor of China Yuan, that's fine. But if you want to play the Mongol Empire, just don't take the mandate. Just destroy the mandate and then form Yuan afterwards. Anyway, Orissa... I'm seeing Orissa please nerf, which would be an insane shock. A huge upset for the crowd, because I've never heard that before. We got production efficiency, shock damage received, infantry combat ability. Goods produced, trade efficiency, naval force limit, trade steering. I mean, it's all pretty solid stuff. The ideas are really good. Let me look at those missions. They have a really good starting guy. It is definitely a 2018 mission tree. Yeah, I don't know if I'd put this in the please nerf tier. Allegedly, they have a very good starting guy. We can put that in like the Malwa tier. Am I thinking of Malwa? The other one with a really good starting leader? Malwa, but like... Or maybe I'm thinking of Muar. Sorry, not Malwa. Muar. Good starting leader, I think. Actually, yeah, what is the Cult of Jagannath? Just gonna check that a little bit. Tolerance of the True Faith for the rest of the game. Okay, that's decent. Almost up there with Muar. Almost ahead of Malwa. I would agree with that. So Muar I would have put up here. And the Malwa... Malwa, I actually forget where I put them. Is that Malwa? I'm kind of forgetting what their flag looks like. Give me a second. Close, but not this one. 2 to the right of Gotland. Oh, there you go. Similar looking flag. Okay, I feel like it could definitely be... Jaunpur tier, maybe? No, not quite. Like Marathas tier. Like, it's up there. Isn't India like a horde in, or Orissa like a horde in India? I don't think so. That is Orochi, I think. Orochoni. Close. Steppe Nomad, Jurchen. Okay, it's gonna go into the same category as Haiji. Are we not at Aotearoa yet? There's like a third loop through in this. We have Oud. Indian Sultanate Ideas, released by Jaunpur. I'm gonna say, I know these guys start as a... Well, I usually create them as a vassal of Feet stuff too. Pretty sure they're like a small country even when you do release them. We're gonna put them like... here, maybe, I don't know. Next. Scroll too far. What is that? That is allegedly a country. Which one? White, red, then black. Palitana. Gujarati princedom exists in theory. Oh yeah, I've seen that country before, actually. Okay, next. I like this flag. Parlakimidi. Ooh, Central India. Tough start. Also a tribal monarchy in Central India. Interesting. That's probably going to be... solidly right there. We have Patiala. Generic ideas? There's no way. Nah, this can't be. This can't be. Not the generic idea releasable. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Oh no. Someone hand me some pearls to clutch. Okay, that's gonna be like F tier. I'm sorry. Generic ideas? absolutely nothing going for it. Actually, I might be harsh enough to put it into yikes. But at least they have feudalism. Okay, so maybe it's not full yikes. But that's tragic. In a good spot, and Hindu, and has the Indian tech group, so like... yeah, it fits into F. Also need to reply to a text. They're the only one with the generic ideas. Doesn't that mean they have a unique set of ideas? I don't think it works like that. Generic as in they had no idea what to give it, so they gave it backup ideas? It means that they created the tag, and then they just never updated its idea set. Okay, next we have Patna. Our Jati ideas can form Orissa. Cool. Just gonna toss that in, we're gonna toss that in here. The D tier is getting quite full at this point. Patiala is actually pretty damn good for an OPM. With generic ideas? This Patiala? I don't know if I believe that. Patani, not Patiala. I was gonna say, like, there's no way. That is what we have next, though. Patani. Oh, I know these guys. They're on, like, the peninsula. As opposed to on an island. They have their own ideas, too. Lightship combat ability, max promoted culture, production efficiency, trade steering, merchants, chance to capture enemy ships, development cost, and trade efficiency. And they do actually have some events, interestingly enough. And some missions. Okay, this is actually not terrible stuff. This is, like, reasonable for an OPM. But now I'm thinking. And it always gets worse when I start thinking. No, you know what? They can go like a low C tier. No. Well... yeah. Yeah. They got a unique event where they can go Pirate Republic? Okay, that further solidifies their position. Well, maybe bumps it up a little bit. Sure. I like how when this is all done, no one's actually going to take the time to look through every single country. They're gonna look for the ones that they are most interested in and be like, ah, that's a good spot for it. Is John Paradox forcing you to do this tier list at gunpoint? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's a BB gun, but I haven't tested it, so... Like, I don't know, maybe. Next, Pegu. Provincial trade power modifier, merchant, trade efficiency, goods produced modifier, tolerance of the true faith, morale of armies, military technology cost, diplorep, and development cost. These are all really good ideas. And they also have 2 missions, which is interesting. Or not missions, achievements. They do have missions, though. Some missions. Which is better than a lot of the countries on this list. They look pretty solid, what can I say? You can rename your country as Pegu. I think I've seen approximately 0 people play Pegu. Maybe I should play Pegu. Going through this tier list makes me realize just how many countries I have missed, even after my several thousand hours of EU4. Maybe I should go back and play a few of these. Yeah, I should play Pegu, actually. Anyway, they seem relatively decent. You have an S-tier monument? Okay, that's true. But I don't think I've been looking at the monuments too much for this. Downside of Pegu is I'm pretty sure they're Buddhist, which is a pain to play as. Other than that, though, pretty solid country. I'd probably put it on the... Probably put it like roughly here, maybe. Maybe a little less than Gujarat. Maybe. Next. What country is that? Never seen that flag. Or Bandar. I probably have seen that flag. A lot of countries. Yeah, I think it's like 973 in total. Somewhere around that. This guy is going to go directly into the same tier as this country, because they have the same ideas. They're pretty close. Here we have... Gotta be Rajput. Or, no, Punjab, sorry. Yeah, never get bored. You mean playing EU4 with all these countries, or reviewing all of them? Because honestly, this is a nothing level of tedium. Punjab. Morale of armies, religious unity, goods produced, trade efficiency, production efficiency, national manpower, discipline, and cav combat ability. All really good stuff, plus they're only tech 10 to form. I guess we can take into consideration the Sikh religion for Punjab as well, which is pretty decent. Actually, I don't think I've played Sikh in a really long time. I should do that. The thing is, it just takes a while to actually spawn in. But yeah, let's see here. Alright, you have the different gurus. That's how it works. The more teachings you take, the less missionary strength you have? Interesting. I just got here. Can we start over? Sure thing. Okay, so Punjab. Can you actually form Punjab when not being Sikh? No, you need to be Sikh. Got some really good ideas. Like, this to me feels like Oda, but slightly worse and with no missions. So, with that in mind, it might kind of be like a this situation. But like, it doesn't have any missions, but it's pretty solid with its ideas, kind of like Asturias. Yeah. Next. That's another, I think that's Chin, right? The revolter tank, let me check. Oh, Chi, sorry, Chin is a different one. North China, that's the one that kind of gets Shandong, right? The sort of peninsula that's in the northeast. Oh, Spain in S tier? Because it was a vibe check and it failed the first time that I was passing the vibe checks. I might change it. Maybe. Possibly. Okay, yeah, so Chi gets the Shandong Peninsula, which is a pretty decent spot. A few more provinces than the other revolter tags. So we'll put it like here. Maybe it's better than Dali, actually. Where's Spain? Similar spot to Britain. Let me look at the Spain PUs real quick. Let me see. Did they update them in Winds of Change? Is that something that I missed? Restoration of Union on Austria. Naples is a pretty standard one. Okay, so like you get the Aragon one, and then you get Naples, and then you get Austria. And like, maybe when you get Austria, you also get Hungary, maybe, possibly, and potentially Bohemia if you're lucky with it. Kind of RNG though. Okay, you know what? You do get the Union against Britain. That is actually a fair point that I forgot about. I remembered the Austria PU, but I forgot about the Britain PU. And that one's kind of important. Yeah, that one's kind of important. You know what? Also makes me think, actually, that we're going to bring Room down a few tiers. We're going to do this. I still hesitate. Hold on, let me think about this. Okay, yeah, actually, I'm gonna put both these above Germany, actually, when I think about it. Because Germany, you have to wait until a certain tech level to form. Which kind of puts you behind a little bit in terms of time. Castile, I guess we could bump it up a little bit because they have practically the same mission tree, except that some are added when you form Spain, I think. Hold on. I don't remember which ones are added on for when you form Spain. The point is that I'm pretty sure for Castile, you don't get all the missions, which is why Castile doesn't have the same tier. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it like that. Castile doesn't get anywhere near the same as Spain because they don't have the same missions. But then you form Spain and you get more missions, and then it's like, okay, we're good now. You get all of them. Anyway, next. Here's I just forgot the name of it. Chin. And if I remember correctly, these guys are a pretty small revolter tag in China. So we're gonna put them near the bottom. This is Qing. Qing is gonna go into the Paradox Please Nerf tier. It's just a matter of where are we gonna put this, because it's like Ming on steroids. I might even put him... shoot, this is hard. I think I'm gonna put him here. I think that's fair. Because to me, like, Qing is so insanely cracked. Above Oirat? Okay, let's pause. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. When people are doing their 1423 world conquests, they're doing it as Oirat, not Qing. So let's calm down a second there. But I think the reason why Qing is so cracked is because it really is just Ming on steroids. Like, it's Ming, except you don't have to worry about any of the stuff that Ming starts with. And then as soon as you're done doing whatever you do, it's just infinite mana from tributaries. And if you go colonial Qing, oh boy, that is a level of cracked that I don't think they thought about. Ming but good, yes. I would recommend watching the 3-part series I did for Qing, if you want to know about colonial Qing. Qing is the only country that I have purchased provinces in Europe with, so I mean, there's that, I guess. Chinese warlords are stronger? I can't tell if you're trying to troll me with that one, I don't know. Did we do Zhenzhou yet? Yes, Zhenzhou is here. B tier because they are a horde, which is great, but they don't have the Mongol missions, which would make them better. Next. Who is this? Rajkot? That's not a real country. They have better missions? No, this can't be. Not all of them, only Shun is comparable to Qing. Oh, I see. Hold on. What is this? This country that apparently exists? Rajkot. Gujarati princedom. Okay, well, we know where that's going. That is, I believe, Rajputana. Yeah. Morale of armies. Military free policy, core creation cost, national manpower, cav combat, movement speed, land fire damage, tolerance of the true faith, artillery cost, and discipline. They share their mission tree with Muar, but they're just simply Muar but cooler, so... Where did I put Muar? Put him here. Okay, so that's Muar. So Rajputana. They're not quite like United India levels, but they're close. They also have Rajputs. That's pretty true. But like after a certain point, when a country is really, really good with military, I just kind of look at them and they're like, okay, I mean, do you do anything else? Like, do you have like, I don't know, like maybe goods produced? Like admin efficiency? Or like CCR? Do you have any of those? Or is it all just military? And in this case with Rajputana, it's pretty much all military except for the CCR, which they do have. What's an F tier? In F tier we have for the most part any country that takes a really long time to actually play, so that's a lot of the formable countries. Not the formables, sorry, the colonial formables. Or if they have no mission tree, and bad ideas, and a bad starting situation, and bad tech, and they start with a bad religion, and like no feudalism, and no money, and no development, and no army, and no bitches. And so that's... Actually, no, that last part's for the yikes tier. Yeah. Just checking you're right, Qing is actually stronger than the Chinese warlords? Well, yeah, for the most part, right? Like, the Chinese warlords are really good for reunifying China, but for after that... Well, for after that, I guess it's for, like, any country. That... Yeah, but they got banners, you know? They get banners. I don't know, maybe I'm just reliving the glory days of the Qing playthrough. Next is Ratanpur. Gond, they're Gondi. So kind of like Patna and a few of the other countries around them. But I feel like they're a little bit better. I don't know why, but I remember this flag more distinctly. Maybe I'm crazy. Next. Ruakantha. Gujarati Princedom again. We're probably going to put that in the same spot as Junagadh, which is right here. And then this guy, I don't actually remember this guy. Well, I do, I remember the flag, but not the name. Rohilkhand. There we go. Ruakantha is a Gujarati princedom with an unusual starting level 3 fort. Interesting. Oh, this flag was a guy holding a baseball bat? I think it's a broken sword. It looks like it. But yeah, these guys are Robocond. Indian Sultanates. Really not a lot to talk about here. It's a releasable, so that's a thing. Where do I put this? Here. Offer 5 hours and the tier list is still not finished. Is your brain mushed by all this tier listing? Yes. It's been 7 hours, hasn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Nothing stops you from forming Yuan, Qing, or Japan as Chinese warlords. Oh, yeah, okay, so we're not taking into account formables for countries. And the main reason we're not doing that is because, like, if you want to, you can kind of form any country as any country, in a sense. Only a few more to go, that's so true. What is that? 21 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I feel like we were at 18 like an hour ago on this 18 rows. I feel like we haven't made a dent in the last hour at all. We just keep going. We just keep going then. That's cool. Ryukyu, I'm gonna be honest, Ryukyu, it actually kind of sucks for the most part. It is not a great start, but you do start as a tributary of Ming, which is something. In terms of your ideas, I don't even think they're that good either. It's been a while since I did my 3 mountains, though. Oh, I lied. Never mind. They have 25% aggressive expansion impact. Never mind. Never mind. That's actually good. Diplo-rep, trade steering, 25 AE impact, national unrest, prestige, which is whatever, trade range, which can be kind of helpful, trade efficiency, tech cost, manpower recovery speed, and prestige decay. A or S for aura alone. Okay, I don't know if we're giving it S for aura. But we could give it a couple of points. I'm gonna be honest. It's not looking huge, but the 25% aggressive expansion impact redeems Ryukyu quite a bit. Like, I might even put it top of D tier, because most of these countries have, like, no mission tree. And you do start as a tributary of Ming, which is a massive bonus. It means you can start gobbling up the other tributaries. But it's also not in an amazing position, so I'm thinking, like, maybe not top of D tier. I might put it, like, here instead. Yeah, I think that's a fine place to put it. Unless they do have missions, and that changed in the last 4 years, which it might have. But I don't think it did. Next. Sadia. They have their own ideas. They have their own Sadias. It's been 7 hours, give me this. Okay, attrition for enemies, caravan power, morale of armies, tolerance of heathens, fort defense, yearly prestige, trade efficiency, infantry combat ability, production efficiency, and diplo rep. And I'm pretty sure it is a one province minor, so it's not really looking that great. But it could be worse. So you get to go, here for pretty much no good reason. Well, hold on, they have better ideas than that. There you go. Well, there you go. Next. I feel like I've seen that flag before, but couldn't really put my finger on it. Sambalpur. Releasable by Patna. By Patna, okay. Tribal monarchy. Garjati. Yeah, that's going with Patna. Patna Light. Oops. Sarig Yogir, my beloved. They actually do have the good missions. Where did I say I was going to put these ones that are kind of small? Still have potential. Over here? They get to go up one spot because I did a world conquest with them. Let's go. Cool flag, B tier. Real. This is Shan, which is a really funny country because you can form it super easily. But they have maybe a mission stick, I think. Their ideas are kind of okay. Production efficiency, national unrest. Well, they have national manpower and manpower recovery speed. That's not too bad. But yeah, they have a mission twig that allows them to form Shan. Yeah, what do you have to do for this? If you own 15 provinces of Shan culture, then you automatically inherit all Shan countries. It's amazing. But other than that, they're just kind of mid, if we're being real. So Shan firmly goes into the mid tier. Honestly, there isn't anything that really sets them apart from like most of the other countries that are down in this list. Because they don't really have missions, so... Like, they're funny. They're a meme country, I guess, in a sense. But they really are not that great. They get, like, the Cornwall tier. Okay, maybe a little better than Cornwall. They get the Tlemcen tier. Yeah. Now this country... This one is Shu. Which I don't remember being a super big one, I don't think. I'm pretty sure it's not one of the really big ones. I'm trying to remember where Shu is. Shun is gonna be the big one. Yeah. Not Shu. I think this guy is a handful of provinces. Not super big, but also not super small. Shu's in Chengdu. Chengdu's a good province. Maybe we'll give it like above Dali tier. Then Shun. This is the big boy. This is the big one. This one's pretty solid. And this one, I feel... This one might even get its own tier. Not its own tier, but separate from the other ones. Like, we might put sh in... Might even put you, like, here. Maybe a little higher. Maybe? Maybe. Do they have unique ideas? Shun. The Great Shun ideas. Production efficiency, national manpower, manpower recovery, Diplo rep, interest per annum, which is interesting, morale of armies, siege ability, infantry combat ability, and prestige, and mandate growth. Now, I believe when you release them, they aren't as large as when they're, like, forcibly released. But they're in a really good position. And they're reasonably sizable. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable spot to put them in. They don't have insane ideas or anything, but they're pretty solid. I can't even find this country. Hold on. What is this? Oh, that's Sikkim, of course. Of course. Hi, Astro. Now, Sikkim is... pretty sure just an OPM. Releasable by Limbuan. Let's go. Okay, Sikkim, you get to go into the Nepal tier. Congrats. What even is that country? Well, it's Sind, of course. And Christian has Sind. It's one of the achievements. Sorry, I'm just like, I'm on autopilot because it's been like 8 hours. To lock in again. Okay, Sind, yeah. Missionary, land force limits, missionary strength, 2%. Tolerance of the truth, faith. Merchant trade power has always been a bit of a weird one, but I'll just pretend I didn't see that. Instruction cost, early corruption can actually be useful. Mercenary discipline, but it's not very much. And then 15% national manpower modifier. It doesn't seem like they have any missions, according to the wiki. And I believe them because the last time they updated missions in India outside of the Mughals was like 7 years ago. So I figure they don't have any unique ideas. On a meme run with Shun, they have a mission tree that gives them 1 miltech and you can repeat it for each warlord. Release, play as, get it again. Okay, that's... okay, yeah, I could see that, I guess. Yeah, okay. If they've got some kind of like cheese thing you can do with that, where you just flip back and forth and max miltech within I don't know 30 years or whatever you're gonna do with that, I guess so. Anyway, Sind, based on the ideas alone, they're not too crazy. They do get a little bit more credit than most of the minor nations within India. So they might end up getting like a Brittany tier. And maybe not even that much. Like a Galicia-Volhynia tier. We have Sirhind. Sirhind is... Isn't it that subject of Delhi, or am I crazy? Like, it's the country that's meant to conquer Delhi at the start of the game. So it has a little bit more going for it than meets the eye, because it doesn't have a mission tree, but then, like, you're going to immediately form Delhi, right? Which, normally we're saying, like, oh, we're not going to take into account formable countries. But in this case, it's so key to the very opening of the game, like, you pretty much just swap from Sirhind to Delhi. It's like the same reason why... Okay, maybe it's not the same reason why Qing is just better Ming, but it's pretty solid. Powerful 3-star general with 4, 5, 6 stats as a ruler with strict conqueror and industrious traits. And you immediately get to declare war on Delhi. It's a pretty solid start. So, you know what? It can actually be like roughly Sind tier. Because at least it has like an interesting start. Yeah. And then we have not Dalmatia. What is that? Sirmur. Delhi but stronger, for the most part. As a starting dynasty, they get some trouble when they own Delhi. Oh, really? Interesting. Sirmur is basically Nepal moment. Smolensk, the goat. The absolute goat. Advisor cost, religious unity, 10% land fire damage, 2 artillery shock is the funniest thing they could have possibly given a country. 2 artillery shock. Artillery... Let me check the usual shock for artillery on each pip. Just for comparison. Let me just check. Let me just check real quick. Based on your tech here. Those are on pips. I'm not looking for pips. I'm looking for actual, like, levels of shock. Because pips are cool, but they're not actually the thing that I'm looking for here. Oh, hold on. Shock modifier from technology. Technologia, let's go. Okay, so typically your artillery... This is cumulative. Typically artillery gets at most 0.55 shock by the end of the game. But when you're playing Smolensk, you get a flat 2 artillery shock. which means that your artillery shock, whenever you pick up that idea, is 4 times as strong as it is by the end of the game. In fact, until Tech 16, your shock on your artillery will be stronger than the fire on your artillery. Smolensk is an amazing country. No notes. Actually, 10 out of 10. In fact, let me just to better explain. Infantry only receives higher than 2 shock on Tech 28. Or, for those who like to use cavalry, that means that your artillery is the equivalent of Tech 8 cavalry. That's really cool. Amazing stuff. I love Smolensk so much. I have to put it in its own meme tier somewhere. And that's not even to mention the land fire damage increase and the increased artillery combat ability. It's so funny. I need to know, what's the lore behind Smolensk? Why do they even have that +2 artillery shock? What happened in real life to justify that? But anyway, Smolensk, it may just get the Russian Principality missions, but it has a special spot in my heart. That's going to immediately, the aura, I think, gives it a spot in the C tier. Just because it is so funny to play. There was a massive arsenal in Smolensk. Is that really it? Okay, fair enough. Why not? Wait, can't you, sorry, I'm hopping into this discussion in the middle of chat. Can't you form Qing as Horde? Okay, hold on, let me look at the Qing formation requirements. Because I have a feeling that it may maybe be like Yuan, but it might not be. Is it different from Yuan in its formation? Hold on. Yuan. You could? They changed it, but you can go back with Mongols, I think? What? Why would they change that? Hold on. Why would they do that? It turns you into a monarchy even if you kill the Emperor of China? That's pretty cringe. They should fix that. Because they don't like fun, true. Anyway. Tier list. Let's not get sidetracked. So, okay, that's a little special compared to the other Japanese daimyos. I'm willing to give it its own little special bump. I could bump that up to here. Hold on, let me check the So ideas first. Galley combat ability, domestic trade power, trade efficiency and steering, diplo rep, privateer efficiency, sure. Tech cost, yearly navy tradition, naval force limit, sure. Okay, it's pretty much what you expect. But yeah. Pirate Republic, so it gets a little bit of a buff. Sure, we'll put it up here. Can't get back to Mongols. Qing is an endgame tag. I thought the Mongol Empire was like a super endgame tag. Same way that like the Roman Empire is a super endgame tag. Other endgame tags can still form the Roman Empire. Like, France is an endgame tag, isn't it? Don't quote me on that, I think it is. But they can form Rome. I thought that was like that with the Mongol Empire. Like, isn't Yuan an endgame tag? But they can form the Mongol Empire? I don't know why I'm getting sidetracked. I need to continue going through countries. I will never finish this. Okay. Here we go. Now this is Solon. Solon, who is Evenk, and thus gets cast into the Shadow Realm for its crimes. Specific exceptions for Ilkhanate, Golden Horde, Yuan. Oh, okay. I see. So it's not a super endgame tag in the sense where, like, the Roman Empire is. It has specific exceptions. I see. But anyway, yeah, Solon is a Siberian native council that is also Evenk. And so, as a Siberian council, it gets cast into shadow. Next. That's Sukhothai. So hold on, I've been added. Never mind. There's a whole... Wait, who took the time to actually write up the strategy for Sukhothai on the EU4 wiki? Anyway, tolerance of the true faith, diplo-rep, tech cost, trade efficiency, missionary strength, national unrest, cav combat, and land force limit. That's pretty good stuff. What kind of missions you got, Sukhothai? You got a mission twig. Okay, that's not amazing, but it could be worse. Let's see. You can... Oh, that's cool. You get basically a free inherit on Ayutthaya. If Ayutthaya is your subject, then you get a core on every Siamese province owned by Ayutthaya, so that's like a free integrate. That's cool. You can subjugate Lana, and then once you're done with that, you get army tradition and mill power. Okay, so that's something, I guess. Not amazing, not the worst thing in the world. It's got some reasonable ideas and some decent missions. Which means... probably gonna go in like a... It's kind of like an Albania moment. Sort of. Actually, I was also thinking, I think Adal's gonna go above D, because I forgot that they have this monument that's absolutely cracked. And although I'm not usually counting the monuments for Adal, even the AI uses it, so... I think it's fair game to take it into consideration with how insane it is. And I'll just bump it up a little bit. I'll probably put it like... dive yet tier. Because Sukhothai used to be the hardest start in the game a while ago? Oh, that's crazy. Really? Hold on, when did they update this? I'm gonna go through the history, and I'm gonna see who added that. Oh, okay, somebody touched up the strategy guide in 2024. Never mind. That is Sulu. Not the easiest country to play. In terms of its ideas, light ship cost, yearly navy tradition, 2 missionary strength, advisor cost, diplo rep. Envoy travel time is a little bit of a sleeper build. You know, it goes under the radar, but in late game it can actually be really useful if you're trying to manage a billion people trying to kill you. But that's more useful for like world conquest. Trade efficiency is nice. Morale hit when losing a ship is pretty good, actually. Construction cost reduction, production efficiency, goods produced, and yearly navy tradition decay. Okay, so it's not bad. Wait, I'm sorry, does that say Filipino missions? There are Filipino missions? Is this the first that I'm seeing this? Oh, okay. It's because you have like 6 Filipino missions and the rest are Indonesian missions. Okay, never mind. Yeah, no, never mind. I remember these. I did play Cebu a while ago. Yeah, the ones that automatically give you free colonies. Yes, right. Forgot about those. Okay, well, it gives them something, I guess. Nothing huge. They do have some pretty good ideas. Like, these are reasonably good ideas. Sulu, maybe a bit of a sleeper build. Possibly. Like, they're not amazing, but they might be... Like, they have potential, you know what I mean? They might be Dalmatia tier. Yeah. Yeah, that feels about right. Next, what do we have? Surguja. Never heard of this country. How come? You have to give me more context. I speak too much. Surguja, releasable by Jarkad. That is very funny. Garjanti. Okay, well you're gonna go into the Jarkad tier, but lower. And that one is... here. Maybe even a little lower than that. That's not Wu, is it? No, this is Wu. I don't remember that one. This is Liang, I think? So who's this? I'm to find out. That is Tang, actually. I should play Tang and restore the Tang Dynasty, but I think approximately like 17 people in my audience would know what the Tang Dynasty is. Maybe. I know the Tang Dynasty. Okay, you're one of the 17. Let's go. I know of them. That's good enough. To be fair, I mostly know of them as well. Anyway, Tang. Trying to remember where exactly these guys are released. South China, obviously, but... gotta rack my brain for this one. I don't have the game open. I'm divining the answer. I'm pretty sure that's south, like mid-South China, sort of. A little bit. A little bit to the... Hold on, let me think about this. I feel like it's south middle-ish. It's not one of the ones I think of when I'm like, oh yeah, here are some large revolter tanks in China. That's Wu, that's Yue to a degree. Not really Ning, but then there's like this Shun. Those are the ones that I think of for like the large ones. And Qi. Qi's a pretty big one. Midwest, Southeast China. Sure. We're gonna give that the revolter spot. On this side, maybe. Yeah, we can do that. And then, I don't even know what that flag is, but it looks interesting. That's Tanjore. South Indian. Releasable by Vijay. This isn't one of the larger ones, is it? I don't think so. The ideas are okay. I'm gonna put it in the same spot as Madurai, I think. Well, maybe a little lower than that. Maybe like Jaffna. And then we have, oh my god, I should remember the name of this country because I played as them. My brain is cooked when I don't remember the name of Hanggu. There we go. Hanggu is actually a pretty interesting playthrough. Because at the very least, they do have some decent stuff to get the ball rolling with. Interesting that the achievement is to unite the Burman culture group by 1500. I feel like it could be a little faster than that, but maybe that's just like feature creep and how it's easier to do like everything in the game. They have national tax, land leader, maneuver, national manpower, 25%. I might like to add 20% Cav combat ability, 20% religious unity, 0.5 yearly army tradition, -2 national unrest, -10% land attrition, -20% infantry cost, and -15% core creation cost. Used to include Tibetan cultures, that makes a lot of sense. If I remember correctly, they do have their own mission stick as well. That's more than a mission stick. Holy, hold on. That's an actual mission tree? Like a real actual mission tree? No way. This can't be. And it's a good mission tree? There's no way. 2% missionary strength for the rest of the game? That's actually good stuff. Sorry, 10% governing capacity for the rest of the game? Hanggu actually the sleeper build? That's crazy. Okay, that's actually respectable. Hold on. So it's a bit of a tough start. I remember that when I played Hanggu, but that's a pretty decent mission tree and some really solid ideas. I might even put that above, like... Let me think about this. It might be like Morocco levels, possibly. Well, okay, let's not... No, it can be Morocco levels, sure. I'm just second guessing my Siam placement here. Or that's not Siam, that's Ayutthaya. Siam's gonna be a different tag. Because Siam is actually pretty cracked. And we have, who's this? Okay, hold on. First of all, how many countries do we have left? Because this has been... It's 6 p.m. right now, so I've been doing this stream for about 8 hours, chat. Sixth row, sixth column. That's crazy. It's been 8 hours, and how many countries do we have left? I'm trying to get a good sense of if I should just put a pause in here or play a few more countries and then finish it off for a third part. Obviously, it's going to take a third part. Just look at the number of countries we have. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 times 21. That can't even be that many. That is 315 countries. Is it? It's not 20, it's 21, I think, across. That does put us at about 67.6% done. $971 seems a lot larger than I thought in the beginning. Yeah, that's kind of my impression too. Like, it just, I don't know why, but 971 seemed pretty doable in a single stream to me. And here we are. To be fair, yeah, we're just gonna like speedrun it next stream, given just how many of these are, well, frankly, a lot of them are North American countries, which we kind of have a dedicated tier for at the bottom. Well, not all of them. Any of the formable ones that you create a federation for, and maybe a couple of hidden bangers in there, possibly. But you know what? We can do a few more at least. We might as well get through this top list, because I think after that it's pretty much done for the Chinese revolter tags. Because we just have to get through like the rest of these. And I think we can do that. So once we get to like this Sunshine country, that's when we'll finish off today's stream. So, next we have Telangana. Don't forget to make a lower than Yikes tier for Aotearoan and Hawaiian nations. No. They get to go close to the bottom of Yikes. That one's pretty free. If I stop getting stunlocked, then maybe I can actually get through this, but I keep getting stunlocked. It doesn't help that whenever I click on a country in the EU4 wiki, it brings me to a page, but not to the actual country, so I have to type it in every time. Vassal of Bahmanis. Telugu ideas. Okay, I might as well take a look at those. But we're looking at Golconda, probably. Golconda tier. Yeah, they're not bad ideas. Yeah, we'll put them in Golconda tier. Which is here. Tibet is pretty solid for that one mission that it has, which makes you not Tibet, which is very funny. In terms of their actual ideas, though, national unrest, missionary strength, land leader shock, production efficiency, tolerance of heretics and heathens, diplo-rep, discipline, idea cost, advisor cost. It's pretty good stuff, actually. Pretty solid. But as an actual country, I mean, the land that you control for Tibet isn't amazing. The missions, like, let's say that let's pretend for a second that you stay Tibet. How good are the missions if you stay Tibet? Because, like, most people play Tibet because they want to become a horde. That's one of the main reasons you play Tibet, unless you just want to play as Tibet, I guess. Other than that, I mean, you do get some claims. You can become the Emperor of China, sure. Doesn't seem amazing or crazy. Just kind of alright for a mission tree, outside of the fact that you get to become a horde and then not play Tibet. But, okay, so decent enough ideas. I feel like it's one of those situations where, in a particular way, it can be really good. And so for that, it gets extra points. And so you could reasonably put Tibet, like here, I think. Yeah. I'm starting to think maybe I needed more tiers. Especially for D tier. We have tier Hut next. Oh, they have their own ideas. Interesting. Tolerance of the true faith, national tax, advisor cost, trade efficiency, land fire damage. Goods produced, Diplo rep. Not too bad. It is an OPM. Not a great start. Doesn't have any missions either. Not even any natural formables. Damn. Well, it is what it is. Tier firmly in the minor Indian country tier. Like, maybe a little bit up on the list. Maybe a little bit more up on the list, because they have good ideas. How's your day been? Well, Gustus, I mean, my day has been sorting countries into a tier list for approximately 8 hours, so as good as that can be, I say. About the standard version of that experience. Pretty much. How about you, Gustus? Or Gustus, probably. Also, let me check a text real quick. Alright, let's see. I'm celebrating midsummer, so today's been good with nice weather. Ooh, midsummer. That is not a holiday that or a thing that we look at here in Canada, but I heard somebody, or not heard, saw somebody post about that. I think that's a Sweden thing, right? Probably more than Sweden, but I've seen a little bit about that. Very much a Sweden thing, mostly. Ah. Hold on. Oh, it's the summer solstice thing. Okay. Summer solstice. Yeah. I was gonna say, like, okay, it's usually not really called midsummer, but I get you. Yeah, it's to a degree observed in Canada, sort of, but I don't think it's usually called midsummer. I think it goes back to old Celtic traditions. I mean, it's also just a celebration of the longest day of the year, right? Anyway, I'm getting stunlocked. I do not need to stunlock myself. I figure in the more northern countries, the longest day of the year really is something to celebrate. Is this still going? Yes. Next. Tonkin. Okay, I'm not even really gonna look at that because I know exactly what Tonkin is. We're just gonna put it in the same tier as Annam. Which is somewhere, probably. Where did I put Annam? Did I put Annam here and Daiviet here? Why did I do that? Why is Annam... That is Annam, right? I'm not crazy? Why did I put it above Daiviet? I don't remember. Why did I do that, chat? I think I'm going crazy. There's like no reason to do that. They're like the same country. They're all the same country. Dynam? Am I thinking Daiviet? Hold on. I forget that you can like change the name 17 times as well. Right, yes, Daiviet. You can change it to Dynam when you play Daiviet. You can also change it to Vietnam. Actually, where is that mission? We're losing him? You are... Okay, never mind. Yeah, I'm not gonna get sunlocked. I think you just said to put it in Daiviet tier. Why did I do this? What? Okay, hold on. Let me just... These are all supposed to be... Yeah. These are not supposed to be separate. They're supposed to be together. Okay, next. I don't even know that country. That happens a lot, actually. Tripura, I do know that country. I just didn't recognize it because I think I've fried my pattern recognition skills. They've gotten too much exercise today. Tripura has their own ideas. Infantry combat ability, national tax, okay, I guess. Tolerance of heathens, +2. Production efficiency, land force limit, 25%, is pretty big. Goods produced modifier, that's solid. And then they have some fort defense as well. Cool. But I'm pretty sure, if I'm remembering correctly, Tripura is literally an OPM. And so it kind of still gets to be in that little tier. Like right there. Have fun. I'm also starting to question my inclusion of all of these tags in India above E tier. When I have all these tags that maybe don't deserve to be in E tier comparatively. But I really can't be bothered to move like 30 tags over, so I'm just gonna keep it like that. At this point, it kind of is what it is. I think Zhao is at the end there. This one? Also, what is this country? Sang, I know that one. But usually it's really small, so I don't recognize it when it's zoomed in like that. Okay, that is... I'm trying to remember. No, never mind. I don't need to remember. Remembering is for fools. My consciousness is actually a stream. It never goes backwards. I never think back. Anyway, it's Sang. We're gonna go throw that in the Tibet tier. Which is... where did I put that? Over here. It's a little better than Guj, maybe better than Bhutan as well. Yeah. Then we have Taiwan, or whatever it's called in the game, Tongning. Has anybody ever actually played Tongning? Oh, they just have default Chinese ideas. Okay, I mean, that's alright, I guess. They have Chinese kingdom missions. Okay, so they are a revolter tag in that sense, technically speaking. But like one of the worst ones. Maybe like that's fine. Okay, and then we have... isn't that just U? I think this is U, which is, again, Tibet tier. Also gets a few points, because when you play U, you can vassalize Wu, and then you get Reddit points. So, there you go. This is Venad. I think that's Venad. Yup. Malabari. What are those ideas? Goods produced, advisor cost. Oh, those are good ideas. So they're like Colathunad, but better. Or about the same, probably. It would help if I actually bothered to memorize that flag. Okay, nice. So that one is... this one. Another elephant flag? Yeah, but consider that when it's blurry, it looks like it could be a stubby fish. And I think that gives it extra points. Next. Vientiane. This one is Laotian. Interesting. There are Vientianese events. Interesting. There is one Vientianese event. After the year 1700, but before 1750, there could be a succession crisis event. I think that's worthy of note, guys. You can get pretender rebels, or lose a stability, and gain unrest. That's pretty riveting stuff. Isn't that just Vietnam again? No, because this is Laos. They have Laotian ideas. Which, I'm gonna be honest, are not that crazy. I mean, they're alright. Infantry combat ability, trade efficiency, land force limits, tolerance of heathens, max promoted culture, national unrest, tolerance of the true faith. They're alright. They're decent. Breaking news, it's Lao again. Actually, where did I put the last Laotian country? I don't even remember. Isn't that you? Pretty sure that's a Laotian country. But I don't know if I can be bothered to check. I'm just gonna keep it there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep it there. Next, Vijay. They get infantry combat ability, global trade power, cav combat, tolerance of heretics and heathens, diplomat discipline. That's all the good stuff. And then they have actual missions, like a real country that exists. Except that the game does not want to, or rather not the game, the wiki does not want to show me the missions. So I'm gonna have to actually read them. Thank you, game. I get some permaclaims on, that is, Bahmanis. More permaclaims, some temporary stuff. More temporary stuff. More temporary stuff. Presumably some of their events are good from these missions, but I don't know if I'm gonna read through every single one. I'm feeling pretty comfortable calling it, Bahmanis tier or higher, maybe. I might even say it's stronger than Bahmanis. But how much stronger? It's actually kind of funny that I have Bahmanis below Florence and Tuscany. I feel like I shouldn't do that. Like, maybe a few of these countries deserve to be bumped up a little bit. Actually, no. Some of them deserve to be dropped down a little bit. Like, you actually don't deserve all this, unfortunately. You can stay there. Ruthenia. I'm not going to change my mind on Ruthenia. They actually have some pretty good stuff. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. And we have Wu. Wu is one of the richer revolt tags from China. But do I give it its own tier the same way I give Shu its own tier? Maybe if I put it like here, but I'm gonna look at the Wu ideas because I think they have unique ones. No unique ideas for Wu? Impossible. Impossible. Gotta put it under Manchu purely for the mistake on the flag. Well, I'm thinking of actually bringing it a little lower just because it's actually not that goated. I'm thinking. Does have a really good starting position compared to the other ones. I might keep it there for now. We'll see. I say that, but it means we're never going back to it. Next. That is Xi, and if I remember correctly, they do have more provinces usually, right? I think, maybe, possibly, could be, maybe? I'm trying to remember. In Hubei. Maybe? Like almost Nanjing to Chengdu big? Okay, so I was right. Hold on, yeah, hold on. I'm gonna see if I have... Does anybody have like an image? I can quickly look at. No, because nobody ever uploads a screenshot of she, so there's no way of searching for it. Okay, never mind. Okay, we're gonna give you Woo tier then. Then we have the Pegasus country. Let's go. Shibe. Oh, that's what that is on that flag. What do you know? That is a steppe nomad Jurchen. Okay, it goes into the Jurchen group that we have up in... No, that's Zhenzhou. I mean, it is Jurchen, but I meant over here. Yes. Yeah. Then we have, that's Yan, I think. Yan, which I believe, that's the one that gets Beijing and like 2 other provinces, right? Got a screenshot, put it in the Discord? Ooh. Okay, yeah, that's a pretty big one. That's a pretty solid one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Yan is the one that gets Beijing. Which gives it a few points, because at least like it's a big city that it gets. I think it gets Beijing and like 2 provinces next to it. Anyway, this would be Yarkand. Can someone clip this? What do you, okay, first of all, you can clip it if you want. There's like a button for that. Second of all, why? Did I make a mistake? Like, is this not Yan? Hold on, hold on. That is Yan. Come on, YouTube. You can clip on YouTube. There is a button for that. And I know because people have already made clips of me on YouTube and sent them to me. But yeah, okay, Yan is the one in Beijing. Let's go. I should not remember that. This is what a wasted life looks like. Okay, I'm joking. Yarkand. Yarkand, they kind of get the Mogulistan aura. It is Yarkand, right? Am I crazy? No, I'm not crazy. Well, yes, but in a different way, you know. Varying degrees. So, Yarkand, they just get the Mogulistan missions. They're a vassal of Mogulistan, so they're basically Mogulistan light, but with notably worse ideas. Pause. It's actually just Mogulistan, but worse. And when I say worse, I mean like dramatically worse. One, they're not a horde. Yeah, never mind. Actually, Yarkand, you're getting super demoted. You're going down... How far down can we bring you, actually? Hold on. First of all, not a horde. Second of all, vassal. Third of all, your ideas are actually not that good. Decaf Mogulistan, something like that. They do still have the missions, so I'm willing to give them a little bit. I'll toss them a bone here or there, but... yeah, listen, man. Listen. You're basically this tier. That's being generous, actually. You're more like an Albania. But worse. It's also because I'm being too harsh in Albania. There we go. Let's see, we have Yi. One of my favorite releasables in China because that flag absolutely slaps. Minus 10% shock damage received. Attrition for enemies, reinforced speed is actually really good. National tax modifier, a little bit late for that, but alright. Tolerance of the true faith, morale of armies, and manpower recovery speed. Absolute banger of a flag. Unfortunately, it is stuck in the mountains in like southwestern China or something, but it gets points, it gets style points for the flag, honestly. Next. Yuan. It's like better Oirat, to be honest. Yeah. It really is just better Oirat, isn't it? In my opinion, it's worse Oirat? Okay. Convince me of why it is worse Oirat. You lose so much military. Let me look at the ideas real quick. You lose discipline, manpower. Okay, but hear me out. Hear me out. Admin efficiency. I rest my case. And furthermore, governing capacity. Don't care, you're a horde? I could say the same thing about the military, like, oh, you lose discipline and manpower? By the time you're Yuan, you don't care about that stuff. Because you're Yuan. Also, the Yuan color is good. I will not accept this Yuan slander. I think the governing capacity is a fair argument. And, okay, maybe goods produced, but like less so. Hold on, let me do like an actual side-by-side, because I wanna take a look. I wanna see those Oirat ideas. I will get sidetracked to defend my Yuan point. Okay, let me see. What do you lose when you swap to Yuan? You keep the cav combat. You keep the manpower modifier. You improve the core creation cost. You gain morale of armies, but you lose the cav cost. You know what? The most devastating thing that you actually do lose is the minus 20% land attrition. That is actually devastating, and it's not even a joke. Okay, you do lose the 5% discipline as well. That's true. You can also choose to keep Oirat ideas. Okay, but... Okay, you can do that for any of the countries we're talking about, though. Like, we're trying to be a little more specific, I guess. You do lose the AE reduction. That is true, and a fair point. But consider... governing capacity. And admin efficiency. Am I crazy, or doesn't admin efficiency also reduce the aggressive expansion? It's actually a really important thing that you'd think that I would know, but... Just gonna quickly, don't mind me, just gonna look at something real quick. Reduces the impact of province development on overextension, war score cost, and aggressive expansion. So if you think about it, you don't lose that much. Actually, how does that work? Is it like minus 5% AE if you have 5% admin efficiency? Is that how it works? Hold on. Aggressive expansion. Yes, it is? Oh, that's crazy. Let's see. AE impact. Admin is straight here. Okay, allegedly it exists on the wiki, but I literally searched it in the bar and it's not highlighting anything. Oh, it's because it's part of a formula. Okay, it actually is just minus the admin efficiency. You're right, that's crazy. Okay, I'm sorry, we got super sidetracked on this. I'm gonna keep you on where it is because I feel like it. Next. That is UE. One of the better ones in the south. I mean, they get more territory if they spawn as a revolter tag, I think. Also, yes, Bronze Clover, it has been 8 hours of ranking. Actually, it's been like 17 hours of ranking because this is the second part of the stream. Yeah, so Yua gets Warlord tier, but like maybe a little bit higher than that. A little higher than most countries, because at least they're in Canton, and that's like kind of decent development. Like it's not as bad as it could be for the revolter tags. Also, Dali, low development, you're going down a bit. Maybe a little more. Yeah, there you go. Next, this is a country that exists, probably. That right there is Zhou. Which doesn't even direct me to anything. Oh, it's a revolter nation. I don't even know how big it is on the map then, actually. Yeah, there are rumors about its existence. This is actually one of the situations where there are rumors of its existence. Because, like, it doesn't have any cores in 1444. Like, if separatist rebels manage to take control of their cultural provinces, then they can gain cores. But it is actually one of those countries that allegedly exists. Because no one's seen it, probably. And in that case, I don't even know where to rate it. It's gonna go into the revolter tag, the warlord countries, but like bottom, because I have genuinely no idea what's up with that country. And that, I think, actually brings us to the bottom of Zed once more, because the next country is actually Abica in North America. And I think that's where we're going to put a pause in for today. So it turns out there are actually 3 A to Z sections for this tier list. We did the first one, the first stream, this was the second one, and then we get to go through the third one. But luckily for us, this is, I think, a majority, a bunch of the North American tribes, maybe a couple of pirate republics, and, well, obviously the Mesoamerican countries as well. And also a couple of the meme ones. You're going to want to stick around for the next one, though, because we're going to be ranking the Roman Empire, which we haven't done yet. But yeah, that is part 2. Part 2 to every country tier list in EU4. We're gonna have to come back sometime, I don't know, maybe next week. Possibly. I wonder where the Roman Empire's going. Who knows? You'll have to find out. Who can really say? The UA flag has to go down? Maybe it's just really stylized. You know how, like, this is a completely different language, so this might not even be like a suitable, I don't know what the word I'm thinking of, comparison, we'll go with that. But when you learn how to, like, write either kanji or anything that you write in Japanese, there's like a different version for when you type it versus when you actually write it. Especially in like a calligraphy sense. So maybe that's an example of that here too. There is not an alternative form. Well, damn. Roman Empire, no mission tree, B tier at best. Real. That is actually real. True. Just a couple of ideas and no mission tree. Roman Empire, maybe A tier at best. Maybe A tier at best if we're being generous. Alright, anyway. Hey, John Burr. Man, crazy that you managed to catch the stream at the tail end, because this was like... What time is it? It's like 6:30? When did I start this? 10 o'clock? So it's been like 8.5 hours of ranking countries. And no, we're not gonna rank the Roman Empire today. We have to save at least something interesting for the final stream of this. Because I don't know about you guys, but I don't know if Indongo is gonna be a real draw to bring in the audience for the last stream. Because we've gotten through most of the countries that, frankly, people care to see ranked. So we gotta leave at least one interesting one in there. Like, I don't know if Kong is gonna bring the people to the stream. Or if, I don't know, what is that, Madias? Or like, Kish? Or Itza? I don't like the fact that I can actually remember most of these tags. Like, that's Kale right there, and that's Hawaii. That's Port Royal, I think? That's Shu, I'm pretty sure. Here for the polar bear flag. What are these flags, man? And yeah, this is Gomez, I think. Chak Temal. Yeah, this is Jan Mayan. This is Prom. This is... I actually don't remember this one. Honestly, good for me. That's Pequot, I'm pretty sure. I think that's Cree. Pretty sure. That's Itza. The homemade. I should probably stop. Okay, we're done. Yeah, we don't exactly have the most riveting countries left to rank, so there's going to be a third stream, but I'm going to be honest, it is going to be a drastically shorter one, because I'm just going to look at one country, be like, oh, is that in North America, far from the eastern coast, therefore making it really painful to play? Boom, immediate yikes tier. I'm going to be like, rapid fire, yikes tier, it's air, maybe not yikes tier. This, yikes tier, probably. Yikes tier, Aotearoa, double yikes tier. We're gonna be yikesing up this whole stream for the third part. It's gonna be a real quick one, probably. But it's probably still gonna take like 4 hours. To be honest. So don't worry, chat. We're only like 70% done this tier list. We still have like a good solid almost third of the countries left to go. So anyway, hopefully I can get through that sometime next week, but that might not happen because I know Friday is going to be a real pain for me next Friday. Can't do anything that Friday, because then I also need to get ready to go up to a cottage for the weekend. There's nothing happening next weekend either. Paris, this is end stage EU. Don't let your kids play map games. That's true. True and real, but also for Hearts of Iron 4. Parents, make sure your children are not playing Hearts of Iron 4. You don't know what they could be up to. It's a dangerous world out there. Anyway, chat, I'm probably going to go for the rest of the day because it's been 8.5 hours of me not eating anything, and I'm starving. So I'm going to go ahead and maybe, I don't know, make mac and cheese or something. We'll find out. It's not going to be fancy because it's like 7 o'clock. But for now, I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend, because I will not see you on the weekend, except tomorrow when there will be a new video. Eat food in return. Tragically, I did promise people I would play Night Rain. So, I'm gonna make myself available for that. But you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening, happy Friday, and have a great weekend. The video is fire though? True, if you're a sub, by the way, you can watch it. Here, let me shill real quick. So, basically, if you're a Twitch sub, or a YouTube member, or a Patreon member, then you can watch the video that comes out tomorrow. You can watch it already, because it's out, for early access. So, make sure you join the Discord if you are one of those things. And sync up your account so that I can give you the appropriate role. Otherwise, you will be like, why can't I watch it? And maybe it's because you didn't sync it up correctly. It happens, it's fine. Anyway, shilling done. Have a wonderful weekend. I'll see you guys later. Bye, bit.